Can you hear me? Oh, we're live.
I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
You can hear me?
We're good. I can hear you fine.
Okay.
It came on suddenly. I couldn't hear my voice for a second.
Well, hello. I'm going to put it on social media. We are doing a spontaneous evening stream. We're experimenting with doing every day, 2 p.m. Central, and then some evening streams as often as we can fit them in. Nobody was streaming today. Nobody was streaming tonight, and I got restless. So I'm like, I want to be on a stream.
Yeah, I did kind of. I was just talking to Jack, and he was watching some crazy ass like it was like the two worst extremes of the Israel-Palestine thing. It was like on one hand there was like I don't even know what it was. It wasn't like a stream. It was like somebody's like schizo video compilation of like these. On one hand it was like these this Christian pastor who was talking like all this extreme like ultra Zionist shit, and on the other hand it was like people on the extreme opposite side that were talking about that, talking about like destroy, and like there was like it was just I guess the point of it was just to show the extremes of both sides, but man, it was like they're I mean, like I don't think either one of them are majorities. They're both like fringe groups. Goddamn, there are some truly insane people on both sides of that man thing. Like people, I mean, just say some of the most
The radicals.
So
the radicals on each side.
Yeah, the radicals on both sides. It was just, I guess it was just, I don't even. He gave me the link to it, and I was just checking it out for a little while, and I finally turned off. It was making me feel crazy. It was just because it kept cutting between like radicals on radical extremists on one side, and then on the other side, and it was just like it was giving me like whiplash. Just like it would be like this Christian pastor in the South somewhere, like talking about how we need that Netanyahu needs to aim a missile at that Dome of the Rock thing and blow it to kingdom come so we can build that third temple. And then
That's
the other side of it, yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I mean, it was just.
Well, that's the kind of stuff Paul's worried about. Like I guess the information is. It'd be interesting to trace the information flow, because that's his like nightmare scenario.
I mean, as far as I grew up down here in the South and in mostly Southern Baptist church and stuff like that. I never heard a single person say anything even close to that growing up. I mean, and they were generally pro-Israel, I guess, but I never really heard like a lot. They didn't really talk about Israel much. It wasn't like Israel wasn't mentioned as like, it wasn't a regular topic of conversation in sermons or anything like that. It was mostly in a historical context. I mean, I think it's a really, really small fringe minority of like extremist Christian groups that believe in like Zionism as like, and trying to forcibly bring about the end of the world or the rapture or something through it. I mean, that's a teeny tiny little like portion of the thing, and then it would switch to the just like some, I guess Muslim or Palestinian types that were just like very calmly talking about like how how they need to systematically eradicate every Jew and stuff like that. Just like he's really calm, like not like the guy on the pastor was all like frothing at the mouth, like screaming, but the Palestinian like Muslim guy was much more like very calm, just like just a really casual kind of tone about making sure we can't leave any of them alive because even one Jew left alive isn't acceptable, and just crazy stuff, man. They are just there are definitely.
Hey,
crazy.
Steve,
Hey, Ron.
Come on with us,
Steve.
Yeah,
Steve's
intellectual, and hey, Ron, you too.
Hey.
But you were already on.
Oh, okay.
I noticed him in the comments. Yeah, I was watching Adam and Sitch, and What If All This was on, and they were talking about they call it the triangle. It's individualism, fascism, and communism, and how each one can ally with one of the others against the third, and what constitute each group. But individualism, the way he described it, sounded a lot like capitalism. Not necessarily individualism as I know it. Like, let's cooperate and make money.
How the hell does individualism and communism combine?
Against fascism, they can.
Oh, but it's like, but they're not also like temporary allies. But
yeah.
Irreconcilable.
Game
communism is inherently collectivist.
Yeah. Yeah, those new things aren't going to get along for too long. I know. I've seen that. I've seen like that particular like the that 3 point thing before, but I don't think it works as well as the quadrant one. The quadrant one that's
The
the
compass.
yeah, the compass. I think the compass one is a lot more accurate to and like well that's one thing J Reg I know he's a little schizo for you, but his whole like series that he called Centricide, it was all like all these skits that he did that were all about how various different people from each of the extremes, all those factions were like teaming up to kill the centrists. Were like and like and showing and like even while showing how like they were all eventually going to try to kill each other because they none of them really had the line values, but the one thing they couldn't stand was someone that wasn't an extremist, and it was a pretty brilliant little like sketch series he did. I mean, most of the episodes are pretty short too. But I don't know. I mean, last time I looked for him though, I had trouble finding him. I don't know if he took him down or something like that, but maybe he did.
I'm putting a link in the chat of this guy like that redid the political compass, and I would watch it, but it's 15 minutes long, and I like his version of the compass a lot better than the traditional one.
Well, let's does it have just like an image of what it looks like in there? Can we just like pull up a quick?
Oh, maybe. Let me you know what? Let me go through the video real quick and see if I can maybe play a clip of it. Yo, talk amongst yourselves. I'll,
yeah. So, how long have you been a clone or a bot then, Ron? Since you're indistinguishable from human.
Yeah. Do you know where that's from? That indistinguishable from human?
No, I don't.
It's kind of it's referred to as it's the description of what they call the Turing test. Which
okay. Right,
yeah, you know what that is.
I figured it was a reference to being a cyborg. I mean, a robot or something like that. But I didn't know like that.
Well, so like when I was at University of Toronto in the cognitive science program and everything, there was like this inner core of cognitive science, like absolute like just deeply devoted students. Like I was one of those people, and so there was the Cognitive Science Student Association. And I never got one, but like the T-shirt for like the cognitive for like for being in the group, it said on the front, it said I passed the Turing test, and on the back it said indistinguishable from human.
yeah.
So yeah, that just kind of came to my mind.
It's cute.
Yeah.
What have you been up to then today, Ron? How was your Sunday?
I beat the living shit out of myself at the gym.
Okay, sounds good. I like it.
I had to go buy new clothes because, like new pants. Because I think I told you guys like I had been on the keto diet for like the better part of 4 years.
Oh yeah.
And actually for the last 10 months of it, like I was not well, and I thought it was long COVID. But then I just tried experimenting by going off keto, and I got better pretty much immediately, like immediately. And so even though I like I still eat very healthy, like I'm on the Mediterranean diet. It's like it's super healthy, and I work out a lot, but still like I've put on like 3 pounds or so. Basically a mixture of fat, muscle, and water. Because you just can't be that. It's very like you basically have to be like like a pro athlete or someone who trains 3 hours a day. Just because my body fat at my best, I was like bodybuilder lean, like 4.2% body fat, and so like now I'm 23 pounds heavier than that. So being in Arizona, yesterday was the first time I had any inclination to wear pants since like March. And none of my pants fit me.
Oh,
so, like all of them are like spandex. So I had to go buy new jeans because like I literally like all my jeans are skin tight.
Oh wow.
So I went and bought some new pants today, and yeah, so working out pants.
You look pretty skinny anyway. I mean, like what was your pant size before? Like what were you're up to what?
I was 29 slim fit. So yeah, like
that's what. How tall are you?
5'7".
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, like I'm not.
That's the size I can wear in certain brands. Like in Lucky Brand, I can wear 29 slim fit. but in most things I go from 30 to 32. But
yeah, now I'm at like 31, but like I had to keep going higher and higher. Like I was getting so pissed off at the store today because I probably took my shorts on and off like 8 times because I kept having to go up the next size, like next fit. But yeah,
I've
like
been there.
all right. So I'll be a show off in a second. I'm looking for the images of me when I was like at my most ripped. It was it was ridiculous. Let me see.
When I was at my fattest, I think I was at I was on a size 40. That was pretty
Yeah. So this was me. That was me last.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
No,
so
I would not have expected that from.
Yeah. No, I was absolutely like shredded beyond. Like my veins had their own veins. So yeah, yeah, my shoulders like road maps with all the veins in them.
Dang, how long ago was that?
Last March.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a few months before I started feeling sick. But yeah, so like I weigh 23 pounds more than that now. So obviously I cannot wear the jeans I was wearing then right now. So
yeah. Well, I mean, what? So I mean, how? I mean, if you don't mind me asking, Liz, like how much do you weigh then? I mean, I weigh like I think I'm at one. I'm 195. I've gained some weight back during COVID, but
yeah.
I was in like 155, but
166.
That's not bad at all, man. You're still quite skinny. I don't know why my waist doesn't get much bigger. Like I'm still wearing like these freaking like in 29, 30 stuff like that. But like my waist doesn't get like it all goes to my gut where my pants will still fit, but my legs and everything never gain the weight for some reason. So I'm lucky like that. But it all goes to my gut and my.
Yeah, like my waist is probably like 29 or 30, but like yeah, like it's because my quads and my ass like they put on a lot of muscle and a bit of fat. So like yeah.
Before the vertigo, I was starting to get in decent shape myself. Yeah, how's it going, Steve?
Did you have any bodybuilding stories to share or health tips?
So back in the day, I used to power lift, and I was pretty tough back then. But yeah, no, I mean, just I've recently found out that I have a serious intolerance for rice, which is really pissing me off because I love rice. But aside from that, I would not even venture to try and suppose that I would be any kind of a nutritionist. All I know is don't put unnatural shit into your body.
Oh,
it's like everything these days, so that's really difficult.
Yeah. Where is that line?
Yeah. Well, the best thing that we can do is try and eat natural as best as we possibly can, and don't oversalt our foods. It's pretty.
I love it. I have to have my salt. And
I love my salt too. Don't get me wrong, bro. I like my pink Himalayan sea salt, but yeah.
Oh yeah, and especially Kettle has the new Himalayan sea salt potato chips, and they're the best thing I've ever eaten.
Nice.
What constitutes natural in this day and age?
Anything that's not processed in the sense that chemicals or ingredients have to be added external to the natural state of however that food is produced. So chicken shouldn't really come with monosodium and shit like that, right? That's probably not good. Anytime
I don't know what my
throwing stuff. Yeah, I mean,
all the stuff at MSG has been proven false though. There's a lot of people now that say MSG is healthier than salt.
I feel it though. When I eat some with MSG, I can tell my body feels
definitely.
I actually like I'd say about a third of the water I drink, I have salt in it added. Just because like I work out hard.
You salt your water?
Yeah.
Oh, like for electrolytes?
I salt my coffee.
Dasani has salt in it, like the Dasani salt in the water. Usually, if it says it's with added minerals, it usually means they add salt to it.
Well, yeah, because I work out hard, I sweat a lot, and I live in Arizona, so like I'm gonna sweat out a lot of fluids and therefore electrolytes. So, like I supplement with like salt, and I take 3 magnesium tablets a day.
I'm a big believer in supplementation. Hello, Jeff, and everyone. I was gonna say I salt my what do you call it? The soil that I plant stuff in. I'm just joking.
The foil that you.
I got that joke.
Oh,
No, it's
I
like
didn't-
they say like if you put salt the earth or something, so you can't grow plants. But I didn't know how to make it a joke.
oh, I don't think I'm gonna get that one.
So okay, I guess I just put foil in my water then, just to be extra safe.
Yeah.
Even people's like travel great distances to find salt deposits and stuff.
I mean, salt used to be was at one point was a currency. That's where the whole term "worth your salt" came from. They used
Yeah.
to pay people.
I think
in
we should
salt.
go back to that. I think. I remember. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to disrupt your stream, but it just reminded me of something else. Have you guys ever read Charles Dickens before?
Yeah, which one?
Great Expectations.
Yeah, I read it. I
Yeah,
don't remember much about it. I remember watching the weird movie they made movie adaptation too, but I don't remember a lot about it now.
Well, I just remember that a lot of that book was about inheritance and in like status, but I just remember one thing they always talked about is portable currency or something. Like he's like always bring something of value with you all the time. Like basically wear your money as jewelry or something.
well, rich people can do that.
Who can do that?
Rich people.
Well, I think
most of us can't.
Well, actually, I think one thing I like about when you go to Asia, for example, is people wear a lot of jewelry, but all the jewelry they wear is actually like exchangeable for money at any time. So the money,
They can just offer it like in a store. They can just, I'll give you.
They're
my money.
wearing legal tender.
Yes, correct. Yeah. They literally wear gold as like it's like 23 karat gold, and they wear it as like money. So like if they ever need it, they just sell the gold. So they always trade gold in and out and get their money back and forth. So it's very stable, actually.
Well, there's an old pirates, and my wife told me this because she loves pirates. But pirates wore gold rings, like gold earrings and shit. So like if they died, they could pay for a funeral.
So responsible.
Right?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have expected so much fiscal responsibility on the part of thieves.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you think about it, capitalism is just advanced bartering. That's all it is. It's just
It's just a very it's maximally efficient, basically.
Yeah, well, and it's hilarious because the people that advocate for communism or any of that horse shit really just don't understand human nature. I mean, Marx himself was an absolute idiot when it came to human nature.
Unbelievably
And he was an economic and mathematic failure. He didn't even graduate with a degree in philosophy, mathematics, economics, any of that.
Excuse me, the direction things are going. I just want to say I love Marx. He's a nice guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I for one welcome our drab-colored, clothed future overlords.
I think War was a book about heaven. I think that's what that was about.
I get why. I didn't hear what you said there, Jack.
Oh, I said 1984 was about heaven on earth. I think.
Right. Yeah. That's the perfect society. One in which there's always someone looking over you all the time. You'll never feel lonely again. Right.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if you remove the human quotient from it, no society can fail after that.
It's never went wrong before. I mean, let's just be honest here.
Yeah, there's a long list of places where it's worked.
I heard North Korea is pretty nice this time of year, personally.
Yeah, I'm sure. I wonder when they're going to open it back up for tourists again. So we can all go over there.
I legit would love to go see something like that. Like if I could do it without like really running into a problem, I would find it very interesting to do.
It's always been a dream of mine because I'm an avid reader of Solzhenitsyn, and I've always wanted, and I've actually been an anti-communist for most of my life, and I didn't even know it. Like my 6th grade world report was on the Soviet Union, and that's pretty crazy. But I've always had a dream of visiting USSR or Russia and seeing Moscow and actually venturing across the tundra to find some gulags and checking those out. It's always been a dream, but right now I don't think that's probably a good idea.
Are you being for real?
Yeah, I'm being for real.
Oh,
I've legitimately been an anti-communist most of my life.
What's interesting though is that, like, and I think maybe this is part of the reason why communism never really dies totally, is that, like, evolutionarily speaking, like most of our, like, we are like a small scale tribal species, like up until about 10, 12,000 years ago. That's when it started like going away, after agriculture and subsequent developments. But like we basically,
Yeah.
our whole evolutionary heritage up until like the last little bit has been one of enduring, long lasting, totally interdependent tribes. In that setting,
Yeah.
communism actually works. Like even Ben Shapiro himself said he said, like, this is basically him pretty much verbatim. In my family, I'm a communist. Among my close friends, I'm a social democrat, and among everyone else, I'm a capitalist. Like it actually, makes, and so maybe it's like it actually makes sense that like a certain segment of people kind of clamor for that because it is sort of like it's our evolutionary heritage, and it kind of harkens back to the idea of having an intensely intradependent network of people.
I think that's kind of where the confusion comes, is that there's a confusion between communism and communalism. I think there's a vast difference between those two things.
Well-
And if you're talking about communalism, meaning small community-based civilizations, they run very efficiently. As a matter of fact, one of the best ran, most efficient systems of governance is really oh, good grief, what's it called? Royalty, kings, queens, words.
Monarchy.
aristocracy.
Monarchies work really, really well because you don't have the bureaucracy and bullshit.
Well,
right.
Well, here's the thing.
But we are no longer a small scale civilization. We are a global civilization at this point.
Yeah, these kind of communist things, they could not work now because like the conservatives are right when they're afraid of cheaters and like free riders. In a small tribe where everyone knows each other, like it's not that hard to distinguish the social loafers from the people who actually genuinely need a help up. But you can't expect a bureaucratic government agency to know who's fucking around and who actually needs help.
I want to say two things about that really quick. I agree, and I think that's kind of why you see a lot of Christians talking about Christian nationalism, which is, in my opinion, is a cover for monarchy because they think, well, things will be better that way. But I think the truth is, if you read into it, like it's actually, at least some of them are. It's like thinly veiled communism. Because they say, well, we'll be Christian, we'll all be moral. It's like, well, you're presupposing that, right? First of all, and I think that's a big problem that I have with technology is because it's the free, like you said, it's the dishonesty.
Yeah,
scams have always been around, but now you facilitate much more complicated scams, right? Because. And then you combine that with bad policy, and I had something else to say. I forgot. I lost my point, but I'll think of it and I'll read it.
Well, your whole thing about the whole we're Christians, so we'll be moral. That actually reminded me of the whole thing. It's like I was actively involved in the new atheist movement, like very avid. But like it kind of reminded me of the whole thing of like we need to do away with religion, and we should all just be reasonable people. Well, here's the problem. It's like, first off, a lot of people are not reasonable. Second of all, we don't all agree on what reasonable is. Like that radical feminist that you think is being ridiculous, it's not like when he or she looks in the mirror, they're like, yeah, I'm being, they don't think they're being ridiculous. Nobody does.
And actually, I agree with that. And I think that's one thing that a lot of the right-wing people are missing is like, they're just dismissing, oh, this person's crazy, this person's whatever, But the truth is, like, you have to try to put yourself in their shoes. I mean, of course, some people are going to be totally crazy schizophrenics, but that's the minority overall, right? So, and
some people like they actually are going to be unreasonable and stuff. But like, I think it's like one of the really big things that's like I think is really useful is to talk to people who disagree with you and and actually try to become their friend and vice versa, because it's like if you can actually get to the point where you both feel comfortable with each other and you can start having like long form conversations. Like they can help you understand their worldview and you can help them understand yours. And you guys might each come to see like, fuck, like, yeah, I can totally see now from that train of thought, what you were doing that looked ridiculous to me now actually makes sense. I don't think you're stupid anymore. Like it's much, and it's also interesting too. It's interesting to see the world from a totally different lens.
I've made my whole internet career based off of talking to people that I don't agree with. Like I literally, I've literally got probably, I don't know, probably about 100 videos up online somewhere or another. If you go to my channel, I've got more of Steve, and that's a small selection of them. But I'm a regular on critical African thinkers. Who's my friend Charles Ekikochi from Nigeria, who is a Christian black man. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Christian black man.
Oh, him.
And then I do a lot of
Nigerian too.
I do a lot of men's mental health work with a woman named Coach Erica Love, who is a Christian black woman, and I am an atheist white guy.
Yeah.
So it's like if you can get people to talk, you can do pretty amazing things.
Oh, dude, we should, man. Like, yeah, you probably know Justin Trottier, right, up in Canada.
I don't. Although I did actually do a radio interview on Toronto radio a little while ago. I think it's Toronto Radio. For an article that I had published in Free Black Thought.
Okay. Yeah, no, just so like I'm from Toronto. Like I live in America now. I'm in Arizona, but I'm from Toronto, and like I was, as I mentioned, I was actively involved in the atheist movement. And so Justin Trottier was the founder of Canada's biggest, most prolific atheist organizations.
Oh, wow.
While he was in that, like he started as a personal side project, like engaging in men and boys advocacy, like just as a side thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few years later, the whole like atheist culture war happened in 2012, 13, 14, where it was all about feminism and all that stuff. And so that basically put a bullseye in him, because here he is, this straight white male, national organization head who's been involved in men's rights activism for the last 2 years when all this shit
right.
And so then he ended up leaving the movement he started, like the Canadian version of it.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and then he ended up creating the most prolific men and boys advocacy organizations and support organizations in Canada. And so you remember the whole like Big Red, that crazy feminist Big Red?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Patriarchy.
Yeah, he was the one who organized the event that she was protesting.
Oh,
So I actually interviewed him on my YouTube channel because he and I used to work together in the atheist movement.
Nice.
Right? So yeah. But yeah, it's kind of.
I just barely came out as atheist about 4 years ago,
Oh, yeah?
4 or 5 years ago. So I'm fairly relatively new to it, but it's one of those things where I could give a flying fuck less what people think about what I do, because I have a biweekly men's mental health support group that tends to support veterans a lot more than anybody else.
Oh yeah,
but this is something that these guys are looking forward to every every other Monday. If someone was to be like, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing that," or wanted to be like, "Oh, you're supporting the patriarchy," be like, "Okay, I don't fucking care. Like, I know that men need help. It's like the suicide rate is fucking ridiculous. Like 3 out of 4 suicides are men. Like, you can't tell me that it's not a fucking problem." And even on top of that, this is the part that really pisses me off. It's like, okay, so let's I'm going to take a chapter out of Charles Love. I don't know if you're familiar with Charles Love. He's an amazing author. Race Crazy, wrote a book called Race Crazy. And I got to interview him once, and I asked him a question. It's like, how do you think about this shit? Because he's a great arguer. And he said, well, first and foremost, to be the smartest person in every room, you need to have 3 things. One is you have to be able to ask 3 questions. Mm-hmm. How much will it cost compared to what, and who gets to decide? And then on top of that, he will give people the entire argument. He'll be like, okay, you want this, and this is your argument. Cool. I agree with you. Now what?
That's sales 101. I like it.
Yeah, and so what I've started to do, and I literally took a page out of his book on this, was whenever I meet someone who's really anti-male or against the patriarchy, I'll be like, okay, so what's your problem with the patriarchy? Well, it's suffocating. It dismisses women. It objectifies women sexually and emotionally, whatever. Men abuse more. Men rape more. Men are more violent. And I'm like, okay, so yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, and all those things.
And now, who's going to rescue you from the rapist?
What?
You also.
Well, no. Let me finish.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Why would you not advocate for them to get better mental health?
Absolutely.
Why the fuck would you sit there and complain and then do nothing to solve the fucking problem? You just want to bitch.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. You want to bitch, complain, and moan about how bad your life is, without actually trying to do anything to fix it.
Well, because it's a lot of it, I think, goes down to external locus of control. If they can blame
Sure.
you, if they can blame you, they don't have to take responsibility for themselves ever.
Well,
Oh, absolutely.
two things really quick.
Absolutely.
Certainly, in general, I think that we're suffering because women certainly get this thing where they want equality in everything except responsibility. And again, I'm not saying that
accountability.
Yes. Yeah. And also, this is one point I want to bring up, at least from my own point of view. I'm sure that there's a lot of men who agree with me, but a lot of men are suspicious of mental health because obviously there are people who are in positions of power. I mean, I think the last 3 years kind of showed us that people in positions of power regarding health are suspect and have ulterior motives, right? And I think that that's actually the damage of this whole third or fourth wave feminism thing is like now men are so dismayed that they don't really see a future and they're reluctant to work within the systems that are there for good reason, I would argue.
Because they're female dumb, they're matriarchies. I don't trust women either.
Well, let's go back here a little bit.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you're being too broad on that, man. Like, as I said before, I think it's like you just you put yourself in situations.
You keep saying that, but you have not walked in my shoes the last 15 years of living in the Pacific Northwest, where every social service, every government bureaucracy, every medical office, it's all female dominated. You got to go through so much female bullshit that gatekeeps everything. Yeah. And if you trigger the wrong woman the wrong way, you have a very negative experience.
Well, yeah, the thing is, I think there's some truth to what you're saying. It's like if you're gonna find like a rabid social justice warrior, like they're more likely to be female than men, although there's a lot of men too, but more likely to be female. But the thing is, I think it's like because of the circles you run in, like the mental health circles, and the fact that you're in the Pacific Northwest as well, right? Like you're going to come across more of the kind of women that you're talking about. Whereas like with me, I work in healthcare and everything, and I live in Arizona, right? It's like a purple state, right? So I come across plenty of women who are like, I can joke with them as brutally as I can with you, right?
What's the ratio of male to female staff down there? What's the ratio?
I work in healthcare. Like a disproportionate number of my colleagues are female.
Okay, especially
I'm not like I know the kind of women that you're talking about absolutely exist, and I fully assume based on where you live and the fact that you're interested in mental health and the fact that you're interested in political discussion, you're going to come across a disproportionate number of women who fit the description that you would give. And so I don't blame you for perceiving things the way you are. I'm just saying that I think it's like the women that you're disproportionately dealing with, they are a subset of the whole population. And I think you might be overgeneralized.
We're not talking about the population. We're talking about the current systems. And that supports Jack's point that if they're overrepresented in the current system, it is going to make men harder to trust and utilize those systems. I work in the system, and it even does that to me.
Yeah.
Let's go for just a quick second, guys. Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Sir, go back for a quick second here. Like I don't like placing the blame on feminism, and I'll tell you why. Feminism was an amazing and liberal act for the U.S. and for every other country that really adopted it, because women really did need to move forward. They needed to move up. However, the problem will always continuously reside within ourselves, within the men's groups, within man itself, because we aren't doing the work necessary to bring other men up and out of the bullshit that we lived in until the turn of the century in 1900s. Right? We've always had this very, and I don't want to say toxic, but it was very toxic in the sense that we didn't allow men to have feelings. We've all been trained and socialized from birth not to have feelings. So we need to the grassroots needs to happen within men, within ourselves, within our friends groups, within male culture, within male not just male psychological culture, but just male culture in general. Like when we're talking to our friends and they're like, hey, I'm having a hard day, We need to be like, dude, stop. We need to stop doing this whole like, dude, rub some fucking dirt on it and get going. No, take a minute out of your fucking day and be like, what's going on, man? Like, I love
I
you.
see that happen.
Love you,
more
not a fucking
all
thing
these
that men talk
communities.
to each other about.
That is happening.
So slowly. But this has nothing to do with feminism, and I'll tell you why. Is because this is a men's choice. Feminism can do whatever the fuck they want and shout as loud as they want and be as rude and crude and obnoxious as they want. But at the end of the day, it's our decisions to make the decisions that we're making. If we're not making the right decisions to propel our movement forward, then we're just fucking fiddling with our dicks. There's nothing substantial going on.
Locus of control, yeah.
In general,
the locus of control needs to be resigned within ourselves.
In general, I agree with you. I mean, I could nitpick, but I don't think it's useful because overall, I agree in the way that I think men in general should take the stance that, some women are going to be celibate and not deal with men, but the vast majority of women are going to want to be with men just the way that men want to be with women. And whatever form that takes, we are going to have to take some level of control of those interactions, right? Whether women want to acknowledge that or not, it's, it's symbiotic, but in general, men initiate and women react, right? Like that's kind of the general.
They do react.
So,
yeah.
We have to start supporting, like you said. I think in general we have to support each other to be the initiators of change, because that's kind of what our role is. And like you said, like I do think that it's a mistake that most people just look down upon feminism, not because I think that feminism was correct, but like you said, I think there was some things that need to be righted, and of course people piggybacked a lot of bad things in with that, but that doesn't discount the fact that things weren't going particularly the right direction either, right? So
right,
it's a new
and I don't argue with you at all. I mean, and I fully believe that there are plenty of points in my argument to nitpick, but overall it's fairly sound. But the places that I didn't mention where feminism was predominantly destructive was black communities. Like you saw the downfall of the black family during the 1970s, the height of the black feminist movement. And this is something that Tommy Curry covers in his book, Man Not, like exceptionally well. You saw the rise of black feminism and the downfall of the black family. Then you saw the institution of the welfare state. Like they're all correlated together.
I want to mention one thing to tie back to the communism thing, because I think if you look at most communist countries, there was a heavy-ended kind of matriarchal tinge to the thing, and I know that that's controversial, but
they call it the nanny state.
Say that again.
They call it the nanny state.
Yeah, and I think if you go look at like China, for example, like the Cultural Revolution and the preceding thing, I think they called it the whatever their youth movement was.
The Red Guard?
Yes, that was particularly towards women, to get them to behave a certain way in order to control sex, essentially, which is why like control it in a way where it's like top down. The government tells you who can do what and when, and you get the idea. I don't want to.
Your body now belongs to the state. That's their whole shtick. Is your body belongs to the state. There was a story very early on in the Gulag Archipelago of this guy getting interviewed. It was not an interview, but he was getting interrogated, and he just the interrogator walks over to the person taking the minutes, who was a female, very beautiful woman. Goes over there, just tears her blouse open, just starts fondling her, just starts sexually assaulting her, and then walks back and says, "What do you think I can do to you?" And that's the perception that they had. It was like she was doing her service to her country, right? Her body was no longer hers. So why they don't make these connections? These left-leaning communist individuals don't make these connections. Well, I can tell you why, because they haven't read a single fucking book on it.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Wait, well, women can't read though. They're not allowed to.
But a lot of you're into a lot.
And our view
It's very offensive. As a resident feminist, I must tell you, bitches be literate.
No, but a lot of wrapped
You
up.
say so. I don't know. I just never.
By the way, I'm quite anti-feminist.
Well, but I think a lot of it's because the philosophy around this is actually extremely well crafted, where it sounds good. Like Obama was extremely honest. People just didn't listen to the words he was saying. They looked at the smile on his face while he said it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've
Yeah.
got the problem too that I see here, and I think Jeff here is a victim of this. Is he is in such. If you were to condense down and concentrate all sales of hair dye, it would probably be localized on the West Coast. You know what I
All
mean?
what? Concentrate
hair
on
dye.
what?
All the hair
concentrated
dye.
on the West Coast, all the hair dye. You know,
All
Oh,
the
Yeah.
blue, all the blue, all the orange, all the purple. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
manic
The eye
panic.
of the storm, man.
yeah. I don't necessarily have a problem against that because my wife likes to dye her hair beautiful colors. But it's a funny thing that I've noticed is the more
I know.
inward you come
My
into the
wife used to
country,
have
the
blue hair
less
too.
hair colors
I
there
like
are.
that.
I used to color my hair.
Yeah.
I
Back in the
had a.
90s.
I used to have hair. So
Me too, man. It was great.
Well, but here's the thing, though. I will say two things. First of all, I think that phenomenon is definitely spreading worldwide. Secondly, I would say this. I'm not defending it, but I think if you see the men on the West Coast, it's not totally unfounded why women are reacting. And I hate to say it that way, but and again, I'm not like defending it. What I'm saying is like that's kind of what I was getting at with the men are not really participating all the way. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
they're not really trying to get married. They're not really trying to have kids. They're not really pursuing stability in a relationship. And for good reason as well. So I'm not putting it all on them. I'm just saying it's kind of like this like cycle of bad situations. Although I will say that I think that it is improving in left-wing places, and I think it's actually getting worse in right-wing places from what I've seen. That seems to be the trend. It actually seems to be in my impression of it. I could be wrong. I don't have data to back this up. My impression of what I've seen is there is this backlash in the left-wing places, and this kind of like reaction like in that, like, places like Tennessee or something like that. Like the LGBTQ thing is huge there, and here it's kind of like lost all its steam on the West Coast, from what I've seen, anyways. Like,
I kind of
don't
wish
know.
we had Aiken here. He's a friend of Ron's that left. He was a conservative, and he left the right because he found that the left was much more supportive of men's issues.
No, that's actually not it. That's not it. He moved left because of his concerns with men's issues. But I don't know that it's fair to say that the left cares more about men's issues. It's a very because
Wasn't that what he thought though? Like the right was not equipped to help men or deal with men's issues, and the left was much better.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about this in our next episode because that's gonna be the whole focus. And I don't know what he's gonna say, but it's kind of like the way I put it was that it kind of makes it like the left tends to be the side that cares most about the underdog, right? And some
Unless they're
underdogs
male.
are men. And some of those men who are underdogs in a way that pertains to the affordances of being male in society. So it would make sense that like men's advocacy would be along on the left, but the only problem is that many people on the left, they view it as like a category error. They cannot possibly view men as being victims as a consequence of them being men. Like a man can be a victim, but it's because he's black or gay or disabled. Like he's not a victim because he's a man. He's not disadvantaged because he's a man. So it's like that's the problem. It's like the left is the side for advocacy for the struggling, but they seem to have a hard time viewing men as struggling as men.
Well, I'm a big advocate of actually turning those kind of arguments on their head, and I don't want to say propagandize, but like taking those like well-meaning things and kind of like messing with people. Like, I think this is where the right has lost a lot of credibility because they never turn it back against them and like, Socratic dialogue them based on the values that they espouse and make arguments like what you're saying,
So I think what I would add to that is that the left is much more supportive of mental health, period. I think there was a study done that there's is a significantly large margin more left-leaning individuals have been diagnosed with mental health issues. Now, is that because they have more mental health issues, or is it because they're actually getting the attention they need? Right.
No,
So
yeah,
that's
definitely
so
see-
that's a
I
lot of the
can't.
reason why I think that they do that. The thing that I've found, because I'm exceptionally liberal, I would probably say left leaning most likely, is that wherever I go, whether the right is a little bit more apprehensive to say men have issues. But once you talk to them and once you start to because they're not aware of the factual information, nobody's aware of the facts that come with men's problems, right? They're not aware of the suicide rate. They're not aware of the homelessness rate. They're not aware of any of that. But once you clue them into that, they're like, holy shit, we need help. And they're like, yeah, we do. Right. But the left, if you read the APA's procedure on men's mental health, the first page is a manifesto of how the patriarchy functions, and then the next page they go on to say, but these are some of the issues that men face, and you're just like, well, which one is it, man? Like which fucking one is it? Like either we're victims or we're not. Well, personally, I don't like the idea of being a victim. I like just the fact that men have dug ourselves a hole due to historical reasons. Like we didn't have the luxury of loving the man next to us in battle, because we didn't know if we were going to see him when we got back. Right? Why would you grow attachments with men you don't know if you're even going to know for the next year? And most of history was about war. It was warfare. Like most of history was war. You know what I mean? So men naturally fell into this instinctive mode of not really truly making phenomenal connections with the men around them, because we couldn't afford to mentally. It would destroy us. It would break us, and shit would not get done. Nations would not be defended. You get what I'm saying? So this is something that was innately born from necessity, and we need to break ourselves of our habit of that.
Karen Strawn has talked about this. Like research has actually shown that men are less tribal as men than females on average. Like females are on average more likely to like have a sisterhood than men are to have a brotherhood.
And usually very small brotherhoods. 3.
Yeah, you don't need more than that.
Yeah, it's not about like men as a whole. We're not like like it's not like like the world of men. We're all on team men. It's like no, but like you are gonna find more women that are on team women.
Yeah,
absolutely. But I'll tell you what, this is the part that tripped me out. So I run in extremely left leaning circles, and I have found very, very few people who have said fuck men. Most of them are like, yeah, men need help. Even left leaning women know that men need help.
Good.
Well, we must run in different left circles, because I don't.
We definitely do
see any of that from the left.
Yeah, I guess the
I see patriarchy, toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
You're
kind of in the hub of wokeness there, dude.
And they're loud.
And even the women, I work in mental health, so even the women in mental health that want to help men don't know how, and don't know how to still make men stop making men part of the problem. Like they still play their shit out on the men they're trying to help.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember going to marriage counseling years and years ago with my second wife, and sitting across from the therapist, who was a guy actually. And the main thing that I got from that was it was mostly my fault. And this was, I think, 14 years ago, I think, somewhere around there. No, it was about 10 years ago, 13 years ago. Yeah, so that was my experience of that. But on top of that, I want to make this very clear, is that women aren't without problems that they're facing either. Like women still face issues in the medical industry. Like, my wife has gone to doctors and doctors and doctors, and none of them really care. They don't really seem like they care about what her problems are. Usually we have to do an intense amount of research on what she's going through, and then we have to deliver those interests to the doctor, and then they'll fucking care, because we've done all the fucking legwork for them.
No, I've encountered that. I've encountered that exact same thing. Yeah.
Right. And for me, I went in with COVID. Right. I walked into to this clinic, said, "Hey, I think I got COVID," and they're like, "Okay, yeah, get him right in." Tested me, boom, had COVID. How'd I go? My wife went to the same fucking clinic, not even a couple days later, and they turned her away
for the same complaint, COVID.
For the same fucking complaint.
Why?
That's fucking astounding. It's fucking astounding.
Why? What was their rationale?
I don't even remember at this point, but I remember she went to the same exact one. And God, what?
See, that seems weird to me, though.
Hold on, hold on. Say what?
I only needed to be tested to see if I had it. I didn't. It was not like.
Yeah, but they didn't even let you in the door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they
weird.
they didn't even. Yeah,
They didn't even let me in the door, at least.
See, that seems
Yeah.
weird though, because it's like it was a big pandemic. You know, they're like, why would they treat one case as less or more needing than the other based on just like nothing but gender? Like that doesn't make sense to me.
I think I know why. Is because I'm a middle-aged man. I'm slightly overweight, and I've got my own health issues.
Okay, so
all of those are comorbidities, right? So I can say that was probably a contributing factor, but still, why would you not test another person just because they're a female? Like that makes no fucking sense to me. Like if you can get,
what did they tell her? Like, no, we don't do that here. Or
I don't remember
don't
what they
serve
told her,
your
dude. Honestly, I wish I could remember. I don't think she remembers fully, but yeah, they basically told her a bunch of bullshit and said, just go home.
See, this
did
seems
she
weird
get
to me,
it? Did she go to another clinic, or did she have that experience at other places?
No, but she was also I can't even remember why she went. I don't even think she was feeling really ill. Yeah, she wasn't sick at all. She needed to be tested because she's a federal employee, and to get the time off, she needed to have a positive COVID test. No?
Does she want to come on?
I had to. I don't remember what.
I know none of us remember exactly what happened, but I know it had something to do with your work.
But see, like with me, like I think okay, like even if I was to assume under those circumstances, if I was to assume a sex gender bias, I would have figured like because we tend to, as a society be more protective of women and girls versus boys and men. So I would have expected, and then by the same token, it's like like so that like in a setting where you have to be assertive, I think men have a broader, they have more wiggle room. Women have to write a more narrow band where if they're a little bit too far this way, they're too weak. They're not leadership material. And if they're a little bit too far this way, they're a bitch. So like fully granted.
None of that should matter when it comes to certain like healthcare delivery and
No. So what I'm saying is there are benefits and burden to being male and female. And I think one of the benefits for female is that people take safety of them more seriously.
Oh, yeah.
So they have more, so women actually are more free to show weakness and they will get more positive attention for it. Men are way less free to show weakness because there's a negative consequence to it a lot of the time. But on the other hand, we have a broader window where we can show strength. Like for a woman,
saying that women take advantage of people's goodwill.
Yeah, they can. Yeah,
the damsel in distress and weaponized tears.
Oh yeah, like some sociopathic women do that. Absolutely.
I mean, like most of the woke, they feed off of that. That's that rescuer victim perpetrator triangle I'm always talking about. I see it over and over and over.
Yeah, well, I mean, they swim in that victimology. They really do, and it's almost like they can't. They have, it's like what Toni Morrison said is like, without all these things, what would you be?
It's their tribe.
Well, but here's the thing, though. It's like that. It's very effective strategy. Like from a political standpoint. I mean, I mean, I kind of think that's what the United States is doing is they're positioning themselves as a victim right now in some ways in order to gain political capital for whatever comes next. And I mean, if I was in charge of the United States, that's what I would do. So I mean,
the U.S.
I mean, it makes sense.
A victim of what?
Well, actually, this goes directly to my next question, which is for those who say they're on the left. I mean, what do you think about the illegal immigration going on in the West? I mean, or even legal for that matter. I mean, do you think that it's sustainable for what you value in the West? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm the only left-leaning person here, but I can answer from my perspective.
Pretty much.
I mean, half of my family, legitimately half of my family is, first, second, and third generation Mexican American. And so I'm exceptionally concerned about immigration. However, I would have a different opinion on it than I think most would believe,
which is I don't have a problem with immigration. I have a problem with completely open, unrestricted access to our country. I think we have more than, so we have there, okay, let me see if I can simplify this a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that's how we all feel. Everybody here that I talk to I think we all have that basic viewpoint.
That's exactly me. That's exactly.
So one of the people that I like, Andrew, not Andrew Yang, it was I can't remember who it was now, but he's the Libertarian Party. He's going for president, I believe, this coming election cycle. But anyways, he said, "Oh no, it was what's his name? Vivek Ramaswamy."
Oh yeah.
And he said, "Abolish the FBI. You don't need it. You already have the wow, words today. Holy shit. You already have the God, the other
CIA, NSA.
No. You have the United States. Oh my God. Why am I not able to think of this group? It's
CIA.
No, you're gonna kill yourselves when you figure it out.
Homeland Security.
No, it's not. It's not any of those three letter
Sheriff's departments. I don't know. Because I mean, like the FBI are just like cops, or just like national cops, right? That's what pretty much they are.
Yeah.
It's not the Texas Rangers. It's the other one. It's the one that's federal. What?
Marshals. Federal marshals.
Federal marshals. You have the Federal Marshal Agency, right? You could easily take 60% of the jobs at the FBI and put them somewhere else where they'd be more useful. So there's no reason why you shouldn't have 40,000 of those people stationed at the southern border, doing quick background checks, being able to see if these people are dangerous individuals coming into the country. There should be no reason why we wouldn't be able to give that amount of effort to that problem. We just selectively choose our country's outrage.
Yeah. Well, obviously, that's my point. They want that. Sorry, I just want to say, like, obviously, they want the right? I mean, it's obvious that they want it for whatever reason, right? And the left doesn't allow you to criticize that, right? So.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is like every leftist has a fucking lock on their door. They understand borders, but why the fuck they can't understand why a country would want borders is beyond me. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But what I do know is that people coming here with the intention of having a better life, raising families in a safer environment, willing to pay their taxes and do what the rest of us are fucking doing.
Yeah,
but for some reason, restricting them from here is ridiculous.
Yeah, but they say that like being an American citizen is basically a human right, and I mean,
who says that?
The meaning of American citizen.
Yeah,
a lot of people on the left.
I can see that. I can see the logic of that because we're the greatest country on this fucking planet. But no, it's not a human right.
Yeah,
no, that sounds weird to me.
I mean, I guess, but at the same time, like as many people have mentioned, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about this thing about how rights are something that are given, not like they're not inalienable or not like inherent to us or whatever, and things stuff like that. So, and I kind of see where that perspective comes from. So,
well, I
don't see how it could be a human right. Really, I don't see how citizenship anywhere could be a human right. Really.
I think Steve and Andrew tried to argue this.
So, human rights. I don't give a shit about Andrew's perspective. Quite frankly, because I'm not going to get into it. So a human right has to have three components, and I always forget which all three of them, but I can remember a couple of them. One of them, two of them is the first one has to be universally applicable to everybody there, right? Two,
where like in a nation or globally or whatever.
Just universally, it's a human right that you should have the freedom of speech, right? So even if a foreigner comes here, whether they're U.S. citizens or not, they still, because they're here, they have a constitutional right. Like anybody that stands inside of our borders gets the benefit of our Constitution. Everybody.
But that's an American right, not a universal right.
No. You're forgetting universal right in America. It's a universal right. Does that make sense?
Within America. I guess it's just semantic. I think of that as a national right.
It's semantics. So we're basing rights off of a universal perspective, meaning we believe, as the United States, we have the best system of rights because our rights are not given to, and this is number two, they are not government funded or government mandated. They are not government. They're not given to us by the government. They are inalienable rights. They are our human rights. They are what we deserve as human beings as a foundation. Right. So those are two of the three. I can't remember what the third one was. So if you take that perspective, no, it is not a universal right to be an American citizen. It's an American citizen's right to be an American, right? It cannot be federally produced, right? So it can't be a production of any means. Excuse me. Meaning it can't be produced. You can't make it a right. And that's something that people often get confused in the United States, is that our rights are not given to us by the government. The government's responsibility is to protect our rights. There's a huge fucking difference there.
But some of that's based on our belief, like our
sure
mythology as an American. The rights
yeah.
can actually be taken away at any time.
I mean, but people still got together and decided what those rights were. I mean, it was still a human decision. I mean, unless we're explicitly saying that it's that we're saying
we are
unless we're saying they're
God,
unless we're saying they're actually God given, which I believe in a God. So
we thought of, but we also have the Ninth Amendment, which covers rights that we're not quite aware of yet. So we're like, the Bill of Rights was written to assume that there are rights that we can't even think of yet.
Sure.
So
I mean,
keep that in mind
too. I agree. I agree. I tend to fall on that side anyway. I was just bringing up just an argument that I've heard recently that I think has some merit, even if I don't fully agree with it. I like to explore all avenues of intellectual discussion, even ones that I particularly don't. Even I'll play devil's advocate with anything, even against my own side. I've always believed that, like, if you really believe in a topic, you should be able to debate it from the other side as well as you can debate it from the right side, and still and you should be able to win that argument. You should be able to win the argument for your opposite opinion, at least against like a novice.
Well, that's like
against
basic debate 101. They used to teach.
Yeah, but most
high
people
school
don't do it
debate
though.
I know.
Most people don't do that though.
I know.
That's one thing I talked about. I thought about doing a while back that I never really got. I know it never really got much traction whenever I mentioned around, but I always thought it'd be really kind of fun, especially all the debate bro spaces and everything, to actually to do a debate championship, but like for the topics and positions for each debater. Like, let's say, like, you get like somebody like Destiny and Vosh and that sort of thing, but like Destiny has to defend like the opposite viewpoint he would normally have, and like they have to actually compete, and like we do it for charity or something like that and make a big deal out of it, and like actually see who's not who's right about things, but who can win the debate, who's actually better at debating. I'd love to see like some of these
Maybe we can get them to do it on our channel.
Yeah,
we can
I thought about
it.
mentioning to Andrew, but I haven't really talked to him, and I don't like him.
Oh,
so.
I don't know about him.
Yeah, like I said, I have no interest in debating him. I've watched too many of his videos now. I'm
with you guys.
Interested.
He just runs a debate community. That's all. That's all. The only reason I said his name.
There are other debate communities.
I suppose that's true.
What's it called?
Well, it sounds like you're advocating for what classical debate class
That's
was.
exactly what we did in debate class when I was growing up.
I know. I want to do that. I just think maybe it might be fun to do it in the online space, because I've never seen anybody do it properly in the online space. It's all a bunch of people yelling over each other. Nobody's really coming up with any like really formal arguments for anything. No one's. I want to see someone actually show they can debate something.
It's rhetoric. It's not dialect.
Coleman Hughes did a good job. Coleman Hughes did a good job against I can't remember what he was a professor of, but he was a professor of something, and they had a huge disagreement, and they actually had a debate, and I think it was headed by one of the members, I think it was the founding members of FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, I believe. I'm not sure, or it could have been FIRE. It could have been FIRE.
I just think it'd be fun. It's not like it wasn't an idea I wanted to do for any kind of like real like. I just thought it would be a fun like competition thing to put together to see to be like a big championship of like who's going to be like the internet debate championship of like whatever year I think it'd be fun, kind of like they do roast battles. Have you seen the roast battle thing?
Yeah.
I feel like internet. It'll be a little bit more, a little edgier than like your old school formal college debate championship, but something something in between a roast battle and like the formal thing, something where like people
Yeah.
could really, to make it interesting, and to try to actually rope in people like Destiny and other people like that to actually see. It'd be just hilarious to see if somebody see someone like Vosh get in it, get knocked out in like the
Yeah.
second or third round or something like that. That would just be great.
Yeah.
I'll take
I
Andrew
would
over
love that.
any day.
I would love that, and I got to plug my friend Charles Ekikotu again, because when I met him, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago. He was a hardcore right-leaning Trump thumper, like Christian, everything, and now he is on a rampage to criticize the right for the shit that they're not backing up, and so I can't applaud him enough. Like he's a phenomenal interviewer. He's an amazing thinker. And he's really putting the right to task. He's really like, hey, you said this in the past, but that doesn't really count because of this, right? You're doing the same thing that the left does, and just calling them, just putting them on blast. I love it.
Absolutely.
I love it.
What's his name?
Absolutely.
Charles Ekikotu, his YouTube channel is Critical African Thinkers.
Okay.
If you're someone who has a side, which I hate even having to take, like that's the reason why I tend to stick with it. If I have to choose a label, I'll stick with centrist, I guess, just because I just can't stand, like I can't stand to fully associate myself with right or left all the way, because I don't feel fully right or left. I have positions I'm very right on and positions I'm very left on. I'm both sides of it, so I don't feel comfortable calling myself any of those things, and because it just like it puts like a certain kind of idea in someone's head, but if I was going, but if you have to do that, if you have to be like on right or left, and you cannot criticize your own side as harshly as you criticize the other side, then you're not worth a shit, in my opinion. I mean, like, you have no principles. You have to be willing to criticize your own side just as harshly. You can't be concerned solely with winning, like so many are. That's all they're concerned with. Like, you have to be principled, and principles are just. I mean, principles are all about like the balance of your life to me. Like it's a very important part of life is to have principles that you live by. I think. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and his motto on his channel is "Question everything," which I love.
Yeah,
he's not above doing anything for a conversation. Like if you propose a conversation, he'll take it. And he actually he was actually in a debate with Ada Ekpala. She's from the UK, and Charles has been a diehard capitalist his whole life, and he argued from the communist perspective. It was really fascinating. He did a really good job. I was like, "Holy shit, dude! I couldn't have done that." Like, because I hate communism so bad. I'm so bad at it. What?
Does he do live streams or panels?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's this movie that I swear to God that I saw at a film festival, like, I don't know, probably close to 20 years ago now, that wasn't even a new film then. It was about the Nuremberg trials, and I cannot find this movie anywhere because it's not the one that there's two really famous ones. There was a made-for-TV movie, and there was one that was made in black and white. They're about the Nuremberg trials, but there was this one. I swear to God, I saw it. The whole movie was about this guy who was he was a U.S. He was a lawyer in the U.S. and he was basically drafted into arguing for the Nazis, arguing for as a defense for the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials, and it was about his like overall just like the mental like toil it put on him, the fact that he was duty bound to defend them to the best of his ability, and to actually like take that position and to actually and hope that the truth, that the good side would win. That he would give it his absolute best chance. And like that movie, like the concept of that stuck with me for all these years, and I can't find it. I cannot find any reference to this movie anywhere. I have looked high and low, and I cannot find any. Maybe it wasn't about the Nuremberg trials. Maybe it was about something else like that or something. But I cannot find that movie. It's like it really fucked with. I'm almost convinced it's one of those Mandela effect things. Like it was like something that doesn't exist now, because I swear to God, like, and because it was such a formative. The thing that the story of it was so formative for me, and like the way I think was that how important it was to be able to see the other opponent's side that clearly, that you could argue it enough where like you could be scared that you could win. Like, and that was like that was the drama of the whole story, was that like he was being forced to do this because the Nazis deserved representation, in a legal sense, even though he was. I think the character was Jewish too, so like he was absolutely against it. I mean, but he had to do it from at a principle, and it stuck with me all these years, and it doesn't exist, I guess. So
Quick,
Go ahead,
two quick
Ron.
things. One, Neuro Jack is asking if he can come back in.
Oh,
And in the comments.
didn't hear.
And two, yeah, there he is. Yeah, and I gotta go.
Oh,
But-
all right. Bye, Ron.
Yeah, good chatting with you guys. This is
Yeah, thank you for
A lot of
dropping
fun.
Yeah,
by.
thanks, Ron.
Always
yeah, I
Nice meeting you.
really enjoyed this. I'd love to do it again. All right,
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
We're here every day.
We're gonna
All
we're
right,
gonna start
yeah.
doing these. We're gonna start doing these night streams like every most nights.
Yeah,
We're gonna
whenever,
start doing it-
like
we're
maybe
gonna
like
do
3 or
it
4
like
nights a
10.
week, and
Like
then
2
we're
and
streaming
10.
every day at 2 p.m. Central. So we're
Yeah, well, that'd be cool.
7
Yeah,
days a
I'd
week.
love to talk to Steve and Jack more, get to know those guys more. You guys are all really interesting. So, yeah, but till next time. See ya.
All right.
Nice to
Next
meet you.
time, Ron. Bye.
Have a good night. Welcome back, Jack.
Yep. Hey, how's it going, Jack? How's driving going?
Sorry, thank you. I was driving. Sorry about that. And trying to get my audio to reroute through my car system, but it's not really
Oh.
working. So
Yeah,
Oh.
it never does. Chris, I think I know what movie you're talking about, and I swear to God I remember it too, but I could not tell you the name of it.
All right. Yeah. It's like I spent like 5 hours like Googling.
Have
it.
you
I
tried
didn't-
ChatGPT?
Yeah, I tried everything, dude. I tried
Oh.
ChatGPT. I went through any movie that referenced the Nuremberg because I could have sworn it was about the Nuremberg because it was about.
Maybe
it was
it's
about,
not
it,
Nuremberg.
It might not have been, but it was. I was trying to find any movie that was about because it was something. It seemed like it was like late '80s, early '90s from my memory of it. I can't remember any. I want to say it was a foreign film too. I want to say it was like a German made film or something to that effect because it doesn't because I don't remember it being having an American. It was like a German American production or something like that because it had some American actors, but it also had a lot of there was a lot of subtitles in it. And it was a real like dour drama type thing, but like it was at the Cornerstone Music Festival. They had a film festival part, and that was also where I first watched the Decalogue by Krzysztof Kieslowski. And the next day they showed this thing, and it just like it really it I was pretty young. I was like 17 at the time, and like it's like that concept of being in that position of having to defend something that you find to be abhorrent and evil and everything out of like the principle of like that you believe in like that everyone deserves fair representation and everything like that stuck with me in a way that like I don't think very many movies ever have, even if I can't remember the name of it or anything, but like the principle of it, it's like it was a formative thing and it just bugs me that I can't find it. I can't find
Have you
any
gone
reference
on
to it.
like IMDb or Reddit
Oh,
or one of
yeah.
the film forums and asked?
I've spent hours and hours looking for this thing, and like, because whenever I first
Have you
thought about it,
crowdsourced it?
I did not go to Reddit and crowdsource it. I should do that. I at first, whenever I first remembered it, the funny thing was is that I just assumed it was gonna be really easy. I was like, oh yeah, that movie. Let me look it up real fast, And like then I was like, well, no, that's not the movie, and no, that's not the movie. And I actually downloaded copies of the one from the black and white one, and I downloaded copies of I found well, it was really hard to find them. I found a copy of the TV movie from the '80s that had Alec Baldwin, I think, in it, and neither one of those, and like those were both like similar, but they're not the same thing. Those both focused almost exclusively on the prosecution. Like the thing that was unique about this movie is that it focused on the person who was forced to be the defense. And like they weren't, and like I don't know how true to life. It may not have been about the Nuremberg trials. It may have been about some other thing, but I can't find what it is. It was about this person who was defending the Nazis, and that was what made it so compelling to me. And anyway, I don't know. But it also, but at the same time, I did the other film I watched, that same festival, the Decalogue by Krzysztof Kieslowski, is also another formative thing that has so many. It's such an amazing collection of films. If you've never heard of it or whatever, it is so worth watching and checking out. It's 10 1-hour short films. Each one is based on one of the 10 commandments. The one that's called "Thou Shalt Not Kill" is probably one of the most heart-wrenching things you'll ever see in your life. And the entire thing, it was made in communist Poland. Krzysztof Kieslowski was this amazing Polish filmmaker that he made a bunch of films. He made the trilogy of films called Red, White, and Blue. He also made a movie called The Double Life of Veronique, and him and Andrei Tarkovsky are my two favorite filmmakers of all time. So if you guys are interested in like philosophical films that really do like make you think about things in surprising ways, then I definitely recommend checking them out. They're both the Decalogue and his Red, White, and Blue trilogy are just amazing. I'm a film geek, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm
So
film geek.
the closest
The closest I found is that the defender for the Nazis, including Eichmann, was Robert Servatius. But he wasn't Jewish.
Yeah,
But he was a German, and he got his degree from the Bonn, which is strangely not the same place that Marx went to school. But yeah, I don't see anything about a movie about him.
I'm thinking it wasn't about Nuremberg. I don't know what else it would have been about if it was about Nazis. I don't know what other trials it could have been, but it must have been about something else. But I looked for some other kind of thing that was about like I just looked up anything I could think of, any combination of words of like movies about lawyer defending Nazi things. Like it's just like it wasn't like it just I did this for days before I gave up on it. I must have spent in terms of actual hours spent searching. I mean, it must have been in the over 10 hours of actual search time. So like I really did dive into it pretty deeply, but I could probably I probably should source it to Reddit or something like that. Reddit would probably be the best place to go, unless the movie is entirely in my imagination.
So no, I think I know what you're talking about because I remember it. There was the movie. It was a TV series in 1997. It was called The Trial of Adolf Eichmann. That might be it because you said it was like 20 some odd years ago.
Whenever I saw it, it was like I'm friends. There was the Cornerstone Festival like 2002 or something like that. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't new at the time. It was, but I don't remember it being like a mini series. I remember it being like all in one thing, but it could have been a mini series. We could have watched it all in one like long thing, and I just don't remember. I mean, it's a long time. My memory is honestly, as I've aged, it's not gotten better. So
yeah, tell me about it.
It usually doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it took me 10 minutes to remember who the marshals were, and I couldn't even remember that.
It took me a minute too. I because like, well, nobody even thinks of the U.S. Marshals.
You need
being
that
like
cod liver oil and stuff like that. You need that.
Right.
I'm not drinking that.
I tried so when someone suggested that to me, and like I tried to take it. I guess I should do the pills, but someone tried to give me like a spoonful of it, and it made me gag so hard. I puked right away. So I should probably try the pill version. Maybe that would be okay. If that was if it really helps.
No, you need to get the refrigerated. You need to get the refrigerated mint flavored one. That one's pretty good. If you, I think you can find it on Amazon.
Cod oil.
Yep. You can't even. It doesn't really taste like oil, but it's refrigerated, so it doesn't taste.
It still sounds disgusting, but does it really help with memory a lot?
I think. Well, this is controversial perhaps, but certainly of oil. I mean, humans need oil and fat for their brain, right? So you have to get the healthy oils, which is like the omega-3s and stuff like that. So
yeah,
whatever source you get it from, like olive oil, fish oils, stuff like that.
Makes sense. I mean, like I've tried most like what I guess like those holistic or. And I mean, although I used to think homeopathy meant like holistic, I didn't know there were different things for a long time until I realized that homeopathy was literally just like meant you diluted things with water. That was a shock to me. I was like, that's what that means this whole time. I thought it was, but I mean, I remember trying St. John's wort and stuff like that for depression, stuff like that. None of that stuff ever helped at all. But it's probably because it was homeopathic, and if there was any effect to it, it was so diluted by the water that it wouldn't have had any effect. I can't believe people got away with that and still get away with it to this day. With like the homeopathic thing, I can't believe.
Most of that stuff of it is like a holistic thing. Like it's lifestyle, it's stress, it's the food, it's the water, it's your relationships. It's a holistic thing, right? So it's not going to be one thing because I tried all that too, like St. John's wort, and I'm not saying it doesn't work, but you can't like be in a stressful environment and say, well, I'm just going to change one thing and everything's going to get better.
I feel like if I got out of the stressful environment, then I wouldn't need the St. John's wort anymore, though. You see what I'm saying? I feel like I don't know. I feel like if like what's really bringing you down is the stressful environment and everything, I think if you change your entire life and everything, then I think that maybe the natural remedies are probably not doing anything at that point. You're probably just in a better place.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, that's why so many men turn to alcohol and drugs. I think because they're trying to medicate. I think
It's so much
And I
easier to
hated
just
I
change
hate
your environment.
No, drugs are easier than changing your environment. I know from experience, but I still don't recommend doing it. So drugs are definitely easier to get. You can find them easier than you can another place to live, to cohabitate with
Well-
other people and stuff like
well,
that. So
I, on that subject, I do have to say it is very hard for men to find like a non-toxic and masculine environment.
Really?
I mean, at least here in America. I mean, perhaps other places. I think so.
I don't know. I want to believe they're out there. Like I'm in probably the worst possible place for men right now, and I've been able to find little pockets of it for my own
you still have to
survival.
look for it, though. It's not. I think the point is that it's
Look
not
for
like
it
easy.
and/or
It's
create it. It only takes
Yeah.
like one or two other people to so
Yeah,
it
but it's
doesn't-
not like
you
you can
don't
go into
need
a coffee shop and be like, I have a problem. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And
Yeah.
be, arrested by 15 very cute people and say, oh, it's okay, girl, come sit with us. You don't find that,
yeah.
Maybe it's because I work
not
in
for
mental
guys.
health and I just run in those circles. But
Yeah, well, when I was younger, it was really easy for me to go to a concert or go to wherever and find like-minded people. But as you get older and you start being seen as an old man and stuff at those places, like you'll find that like,
But if it's
just
centered around an activity like bowling or board gaming or hiking or something, they're still gonna. You're still gonna integrate over the
if
activity.
you can find
itself.
those kind of things, I mean, like there's like comic book shops that have do those big board game things, but I don't even understand any of that stuff. I'm just saying, I found this this online community, but for a couple of years there, like whenever I was like going through everything, I didn't even know the first place to look for, like, I mean, it wasn't like, I mean, I remember I would go out and just drive sometimes to like just to a random place and just like look like to like coffee shops or something, and just like look around, just be like, and like I remember what it was like when I was younger, and I actually would be able to like just talk to random people, and you just couldn't do that anymore. You just see the way people look at you as like as you aged and stuff like that, and it is difficult to find that unless you know where to look. I mean, you have to know where to look. I mean, and having the fact that I didn't like look to the internet first thing was probably just like grief blindness. I think I was so stricken by everything that was happening. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was in no place to be making like very like intelligent decisions about how I should be dealing with my mental health, right? And that's the problem with mental health, is because like once you're in that spot, it's very difficult to recognize it and try to like dig yourself out of it in a productive way, because you're already so deep in the quicksand that you don't even know, like you don't know how to reach for it. So I did, I survived, and like I would try to help anybody else to survive the same way, but I'm just saying it's not always easy. It's but yeah, being and like I don't think it's even easy for older women either. I don't think it's either for once women get older either. I don't think they necessarily have the easiest time either. So
Yeah, hey guys, I gotta get going. I gotta be up early in the morning.
In particular,
okay, Steve. Well, it's really been nice to talk to you.
Good seeing you. Good talking to you.
Nice meeting you, Jack.
I hope you come back again. Like I said, we're gonna start doing this more often at night. So
Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'm a lot of stuff going on.
I understand, man. We really appreciate your presence, though. Have a good one.
I was just gonna say, like in particular, I think in work environments, like, and I think a lot of it is because what you said, Jeff, that there's just so much female energy in workplaces now, and also a lot of men have taken on those traits as well. So it's kind of like and because they get elevated to positions of power for reasons other than competency. You know what I mean?
And you know what? I'm part of that Mankind Project, which is this huge global network, and it's all men, and it's even happening in there. Like it's getting.
You're kidding. So
No.
a men's advocacy group with women taking over, like
No, not women
just
taking over, but
feminization.
that more
Just
like
feminization.
feminist leaning ideology of sensitivity and inclusion, and don't offend anybody, and don't be aggressive, and that I call it feminist values because it's predominantly women that I see it.
It's like things like that, like knowing things like that, both make me terrified too, and also really want to try to have one more child so I could have a boy, just so I could try my best to raise a boy in this environment. But it scares me to even try because like all the traits that you need to give boys are so difficult to do in this environment without people like thinking that you're getting like painted as some sort of horrible person these days. But I feel like the world needs more men, more boys that are raised in with positive values like that, and like like it's just ridiculous. Men, I mean, maybe once you get to be a man, an older man or whatever like that, maybe it's not as important to be aggressive or something like that. But like boys need they have aggression to get out. Even little girls do. I mean, even my baby, like she needs to be rambunctious sometimes. She wants to bounce around and have fun, and the kids just need that. Like the fact that it's so
My
suppressed
brothers
in
beat the shit out of
Well,
each other growing up for years. They would wrestle and roll around and hit each other and fight.
And
They're,
nowadays
they're
that kind of thing
very close today.
they get suppressed so hard. Like they keep boys from like they try to keep boys from doing anything like that, anything that can be seen as aggression or anything like that. Like that, and that's just like it's no wonder that we have all these psychopaths running around because like boys need to get that aggression out, and if they don't, I think it literally metastasizes into like a mental cancer. Like this emotional cancer that they have no idea how to deal with. They have like this they have all these feelings and that they're told to suppress that degree that it just comes out in these horrible ways. And I really think that's a big issue in society
Yeah, I
right
mean,
now.
Well,
look at what shows up on the live streams.
Right, yeah.
exactly. Well, no, exactly. And a lot of the people who accuse you of getting into your feelings, like I'll tell you, like my work experience, like I love sales because it was more masculine oriented, but there was a lot of women as well, and it totally did change the environment. But it was offend people and piss people off without serious repercussions because they wanted the competition, right? But the problem is a lot of the people who got in positions of power uh, did so by taking on feminine traits, and I think that you see that in these live streams too, where these people are like, "Oh, you're being emotional," but they're actually projecting out what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's like they've taken on this
Yeah.
like feminine energy to
Yeah.
maintain control, and so like it's men enacting a matriarchy. It's very bizarre, but I've seen it happen over and over again in
Oh,
offices.
constantly. Yes, it happens up
Yes,
here all the time.
constantly.
I'm constantly on the other, like falling on the other side of that. In the autism community, we call it tone policing and emotion policing. Like how you express yourself, the level of emotion, how you say things that's all stigmatized and used against you.
I mean, look what happens anytime the trolls on like any one of the various streams that we all know which ones we're talking about, that the
All of
TVs,
them
the
now.
world, yeah, knowledge just about it's not ours, but
I haven't
like
seen a single one without except for mine, without the
yeah,
trolls on it.
pretty much, yeah. I guess well, there really aren't on Paul's either. To be fair, I haven't seen any trolls like
Oh
that
no,
on
but I
his.
don't count him as part of this
Yeah,
little
I don't
community.
either.
He's kind of
But
doing his own thing.
but like the but they as soon as like if TML like backstages one of them or something, they start whining and complaining like, see look, he's censoring me, even Hank got mad about that today, was saying that oh, you just don't want to hear other people's opinions and viewpoints. I'm like, I mean, like, of all people, I would think Hank would have understood that. Like, that's not what's happening here. Like, no one's trying to censor anybody. We certainly don't want people that are just screaming like It's like a toddler having a
Yeah,
temper tantrum.
it's
And you have to take if a toddler has a temper tantrum from a movie theater, you take them out of the movie theater. You remove them from that situation until the temper tantrum at least goes away.
it's
And
also
maybe,
drugs and mental illness,
yeah,
like
sure,
untreated
absolutely.
mental illness.
But I mean, there's nothing wrong with treating them like a toddler in that situation, in my opinion. And I don't understand like why these people come like you just like defending these people, saying like,
And,
well,
and
like, well,
it
you just
goes
don't want to
beyond
hear what they
that.
have to say. Oh God,
They don't even like not backstage them. They elevate them. They move all the healthy, sane people aside, and they center them, and then they get the entire stream to rant and spurg and all all the other stuff we do. They do it with Toilet Bowl. They do it with Tommy. They do it with a few other people. I don't understand what their goals for the stream is.
Are you Spurg shaming now? I'm just joking.
Me and Jack were talking about a potential way
I
of
don't.
dealing
I don't
with
know.
it.
I don't care if they have shame over it, but that is what it looks like to me in some cases. I mean, there's definitely neurodivergence
I agree.
involved in most of these people, but it's buried under mental illness and substance abuse too. So you almost can't tease out what
Oh no,
component is what.
I actually no, and I actually agree with you. I was just being facetious because it's like because a lot of it is like you said. Well, here's the thing. Here's the truth of the matter. A lot of these people are just so rankly dishonest. Like I can tell you for a fact that the people that I'm dealing with are like lying every other word that they're coming out of their fucking mouth. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. Like
Who
they
tolerates
literally
that?
say nothing.
Like someone would have to lie one time before they would be out of my life completely. How are they lying and still getting to come back on these streams?
Well, but see that's what I did by trying to expose them in this quote unquote Christian community. I'm like, these guys are claiming to be friends with like top level Christian influencers, yet they're lying through their teeth, putting people's personal lives out for the world to see, and they lie about it every time they turn around. So and
I
threaten
mean, it's
people on
on
top of that. So
stream.
it's
How
like,
much can you get away with
well,
lying publicly on a stream where it's all recorded for everyone to see?
well, no, that's the thing is like they literally don't care when they're caught. They just continue, and it just makes you
It's
think like,
pathology. That's
yes, exactly. It's like pathological, like I don't know what I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but it's weird. It's very weird.
Well,
me
because
neither. But I've
because
had exes that were compulsive liars that just lie over and over blatantly and don't care. If they will just lie to your face and not even
yeah,
care if you catch them in a lie.
right, yeah, well, because the lie is not, it's not there, because the point of the lie isn't to actually convince you of the lie. The point of the lie is to get attention, and therefore, the when you call it out, that just gives them more attention. It's just attention
Yeah,
seeking behavior.
why is it working? Like why do they get more and more attention the more they lie and act crazy on streams? They
Well,
should
I
get,
don't want to. I
like
don't
you
want to.
said, Chris, they should be taken out of the theater like a toddler.
I don't want to. I don't want to spread any conspiracy theories, but I think my personal hunch, which unfortunately a lot of my worldview, is my hunch is that some of these people just get, they kind of they find their place among people who are either like them or people who find use in that. And I think it's similar to me, like what I was talking about with like sales, right? Like in sales, obviously there's a lot of rank dishonesty in sales, but that's not really sales. You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of people get the impression that you can just lie to a person. Like it will always eventually catch up to you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
but what happens is when it catches up, they get promoted into a position of power, and they instruct other people who are unaware of the scam to so you get what I'm saying? Like the lower level salespeople don't fully understand what is happening, so their honesty is hard to compromise. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and I just, that's kind of the way I see a lot of this stuff is like a lot of these people are just useful fools, and so people use them. And I think that's kind of what I say about cults and all this stuff, and I think that's why Machine Live starting out yesterday is starting about talking about cults. As soon as we started talking about this cult stuff, watch all the people come and start trying to change the subject. I mean, I don't think that's an accident. That's just my personal opinion. But, that's kind of what I think is going on. A lot of these people are just useful idiots, and they're, brainwashed to believe something. And then they go and do and just say, oh, well, that person's stupid, or this person's crazy, or this person's whatever. Right. And again, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But that's
I mean, and the thing is, the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, it may not be anything to this particular thing, but at the same time, it's not like it hasn't happened even in internet history. Scientology used to do that kind of shit since the inception of all the stuff. They used to send they used to have their little teams. They would literally instruct certain people to go out and troll certain channels and troll certain things that people that were talking bad about Scientology and try to misdirect the stream. I mean, it happens. There are people that do that. So
Oh,
I mean,
hey,
it's not. It's
I don't know if y'all can hear me.
yeah. Hey, John. Yeah, but I know. I mean, it does happen. It's not. It's not. It's really not that far fetched because there were people that were during. I remember during like the first Trump Hillary election, there were people that were found out to be like that were working for like Hillary's campaign secretly. They weren't like announcing themselves, but they'd go into comment sections and various things and post all this kind of like counter. They were paid people that were paid to do that stuff, and there was a news report that exposed it at the time. It's kind of part of that whole
No,
Citizens
that
United thing and stuff like that. But I don't remember the exact thing. I'd
no,
look it up now. But
no, that's very true in politics. And actually, I think also Scientology is a great example. I've went into a Scientology temple or church or whatever one time, and it was a very bizarre experience. I encourage anyone go in and
Oh, we got
go
kidnapped. I
visit your
got
local.
taken into one and forced to watch a movie. They snatched us off the sidewalk.
Oh no, that happened to me too. But I knew the guy already because he was doing work with the company I work for, and he's like, "Hey, just come check it out." And I was curious. I was like, I knew to be careful, and I was, I heard them out, and actually, I think Scientologists, a lot of the in general ones, are very intelligent, smart people, but I think that it's a very dangerous cult at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, because
if not
when you go,
the most dangerous cult that's ever existed. Like they've successfully infiltrated the U.S. government and didn't got off that even barely a slap on the wrist for it. I mean that's power right there.
well,
I think they're actually one of the only ones to be scared of, in my opinion.
you should go and listen to Machine Lie's stream about the Mormons, and I think the Scientology stuff is kind of related, but yeah, when you go into a Scientologist temple, if you go in the back rooms, they have like ex-drug addicts who are like barely functioning, and they just have them filing paperwork and making phone calls for like 12 hours a day for no pay because they're no. And again, I'm not saying that the Scientologists are bad for doing that per se, but all I'm saying is like, they're on a mission and they don't really care about general stuff that people outside of that people like us would certainly see what they're doing as questionable. Whether they're helping those people or not, I'm not sure.
I think
But
Scientology. The more thought I put into it, the more research I looked into Scientology, the more I wonder. I mean, I'm not saying I know for sure. I mean, and this is all based on actual factual like things I have found about Scientology. Like the more I see that, it kind of seems like the sillier parts, so like that they cover in South Park and stuff like that. I almost feel like that was kind of like intentionally put out there to make them seem like a harmless kind of like dopey like cult that was like they believed in sci-fi things, so that they could continue doing the kind of the kind of like, I mean, like, do you know that Scientology? There used to be a thing called the Cult Awareness Network. There used to be it was an independently started organization that was literally that created to spread awareness of certain cults that people didn't know about. Scientology bought it, and it still operates this day, and it's owned by Scientology. You have to trace the actual the actual ownership of it. But if you look at the corporate documents, I think it's the actual Miscaviges that actually own the Cult
well,
Awareness Network. And so I mean that's
well,
the degree
I
to
don't
which
want.
they're interested in. Yeah.
I don't, and because I'm about to go hang out with my family. I'm still going to be on here, but I got to listen. So I'm going to be listening. But I want to say this really quick. If you go back and listen yesterday to Machine Lie's beginning of the stream, right when I jumped on, and the lady Denise, she was on another stream, and she talked about a very similar thing on another stream, Truth or Cop, and I'm not expecting you to go and find this, but the basic of what she said was something about what you're talking about, how these there are people literally employ trolls to go and derail conspiracy theorists and people who are against certain things, and it comes out of those networks like you're talking about, like out of Scientology, out of Mormonism, out of all this other stuff. And that's what she was trying to get into, and then all these people came on the stream and changed the subject. But yeah, that's what she was like. Maybe she's crazy, but I've heard very, very similar stories to that as well. about how people are literally employed to basically harass people, and it goes through like like I guess the best equivalent of what you would think of is like Hell's Angels, for example. Like how they were like basically the muscle for the music industry. I think that's kind of like a
Yeah.
similar analogy that you would kind of get an idea of, essentially. Organized crime, I guess, is.
No. I remember being back on some crazy ass on the Godlike Productions forums. Like I never used to post, but I used to lurk there. And somebody like put this post on, and like they accidentally attached they accidentally attached or copy pasted. That you would tell them they were trying to copy paste something. And they selected all instead of just copying pasting the part they were trying to copy paste. And they copy pasted the entirety of this thing. And like this whole document they posted in this thing was like a really intelligent, detailed, like clearly intelligence in the agency created document that it was all about counterintelligence and stuff like that. And it was fascinating. It was like it was like if somebody says this kind of thing, this is how you counter it, and it all made perfect sense. And like this particular poster was someone who was he was pretty prominent on the forum at the time, and he was not an intelligent person. At least he pretended not to be. And like so like for either he decided to out himself for some reason, or he accidentally, it seemed much more like he was on drugs or something, and he just like did something stupid, because he did seem like he was on drugs most of the time. So I don't know. I mean, like he posted this, I mean, like it was like a 5-page document that gave this really detailed instructions on how to deal with every kind of, like, if you see this mentioned, you mention this. If you see this mentioned, you mention this. And it was so point by point and everything. And it was just like, I don't know. I still get chills thinking about it. I was like, because like until then, I never believed the shit like that existed. I always thought that was like that counterintelligence shit like that. I always thought that was like conspiracy theory bullshit. Like who would ever pay somebody to do that kind of stuff, especially on like a bullshit like weird ass forum like Godlike Productions. Like who cares? Like who cares what the crazy people on there doing? But I guess somebody must. I mean, the CIA does have a pretty like, big budget. They have to spend it somewhere. I guess I don't know, but yeah, it's weird stuff.
Well,
But,
that doesn't explain people like Tommy and Toilet Bowl and those type of people that
they're
are
just
doing it
fucked in the
more
head.
for like mental health and
Yeah,
drug
they're just
reasons.
fucked in the head. Yeah, I mean, even if they were employed by the big one by Big Brother, then like it wouldn't matter. Like they're still not doing a very good job of it. So I guess they do a good job of derailing things, though. If that's what they were employed to do, then they do a good job. But I don't think they are. I think they're just crazy people, to be honest. Because like there's too many times when when they're on a stream and they're kind of being silent and like sitting there and just like kind of like just kind of like not being like the total dicks they are. But it just seems like, yeah, that when they shoot up their math or whatever, it makes them go into hyper mode and they just go all crazy about shit.
Well, Toilet Bowl is alcohol and Tommy is meth.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and like I used to know people that shot up meth, and like that is kind of what it's like whenever you see somebody like people that smoke meth. It's pretty chill. It's not like they don't change personality, but people that shoot up meth, oh my god! Like I've seen people go in like I could never watch somebody do it. I used to have a really bad fear of needles, so I never saw. And back in those days, I could never like watch somebody shoot it up. But I know people they go in the bathroom or something like that, and they come back, and like their whole personality, their whole like their whole countenance would change. It was like you were looking at a different person entirely. I mean, it's still the same basic visage, but at the same time, like their whole vibe and energy would just be like deranged looking. And it just like I mean, the seeing that one time was all I was like. That was like whenever I started backing away from drugs in general and drug communities, because I'd been hanging out in like those circles for too long. It was bizarre. I mean, like you would see them like I mean I remember them like still remember like this one friend of mine describing like the feeling. He said like whenever you inject meth, he said as you're injecting it, it says it feels like you can hear a train, like a train coming in the distance, and you feel like it, and it keeps getting louder and louder until it just overwhelms you. I was like, God, that sounds terrifying. Like, why would you want to do that? He's like, no, it's amazing. You won't even believe it, And I was just like, shit, I got to get out of here, that was like, as soon as people started shooting up, that was the beginning of the end for me and those amongst those friends. Because the only reason I was there was because like I met, I was friends with all those people, and like I actually cared about a lot of them. But as soon as like needles came into it, it changed it. Like apparently you find similar things about people that do people that inject any drug, be it heroin, cocaine, or meth. It changes everything once they do that, I guess. And like thankfully I've always had a pretty bad fear of needles, so I was never, at least I did back then. I don't have a fear of needles anymore, but I don't do drugs anymore, so I don't have to worry about it. But I'm thankful that I grew up with that fear of needles, because if I didn't have that fear, I had a really bad fear of needles. I was terrified of them. And if I didn't, I'm afraid I would have got suckered into that, and I'd probably be dead now, because I think most of those people are probably dead now. But yeah, yeah, it's like drugs are drugs are bad. Okay. I mean, really, for real, drugs are bad. I don't. I mean,
Drugs
I
are,
get. I understand why people do them, but what's that?
drugs are bad.
Yeah, drugs are bad. Okay.
Well, it depends on the drug, but in general,
Yeah, cocaine is a hell of a drug, but it's not. But I never liked it. Like cocaine
I've
was
had more
never fun.
friends OD on cocaine than any other drug.
Really?
Like that's one reason I didn't like it to begin with. The few times I tried it, but there's so many
It
friends that died, or
it
friends
doesn't
of
feel
friends.
good.
You were constantly hearing about somebody dying from cocaine. I'm like, I'm not fooling
Usually,
with that drug
Uh,
if that's the one that's
usually
killing
when people
everybody.
OD'd from it that I heard of was usually because they were mixing it with heroin or some shit like that. But like I never the few times that someone gave me a bump or a line of cocaine, I hated it. Hated it. It made me
I
feel
did
just
too.
jittery and like just like feeling like I wanted
Yeah,
to like crawl out of
it
my
was like
skin. I
being on
hated
like
it.
10 cups of really strong coffee and you couldn't get off of it.
Yeah,
yeah, I
it was
never got
worse.
the appeal. I
I
never
didn't
got the
either.
appeal because it seemed to wear off so quickly. And then, like, the only thing I think it does do is like that I could see the use is like if you're drinking, it kind of like makes you not feel sick. But saying like that seemed to be the only thing I could understand why somebody would use it. You know, other than that, I just really didn't get it. Like I did not understand why people like it.
I understood I could and still can, I guess. I understand the appeal of meth but mostly because I'm ADHD, and later on in life as I got diagnosed and I actually got medication, which isn't too far off from meth, to be perfectly honest. It's a much safer and much more, pharmaceutically graded form of it, I guess. Adderall's not really, it's not too far off from being methamphetamine, to be honest. But I mean, that like let me understand like what the appeal I had for that drug was. I mean, like I ultimately didn't do it that many times, but like it did that. If I had a chance of getting addicted and turning into an addict of something, it would have been that. That's what it would have been, because the fact that whenever you would take a hit or whatever you want to call it of the stuff that I only ever smoked it. Well, I snorted it a couple of times, but it hurt like hell, and so I didn't do that again. But it was kind of an initiation type thing amongst that group, like they'd like give you like this rail of it and you'd snort it and it would just hurt like hell. But like, it was like this challenge to see if you could like, if you could man through it kind of thing. Despite the fact these were all a bunch of drag queens I was doing this with. um, but like I used to smoke it, and and it was always like everybody getting like a circle. It was like a peace pipe type thing. You'd see like, in like kind of like that 70s show type thing, and everybody passed the meth pipe around. It was very weird. And everybody would smoke from like the same pipe and everything. But but the feeling it gave me was pretty much the same thing, just like with it, I give the Adderall, but with an added degree of like euphoria and kind of an extra jitteriness and kind of a feeling of like a slightly bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that I don't get from the Adderall once I get adjusted to it. And it gave me it kind of slowed my mind down while it give me an energy at the same time. So I understand why people get addicted to it. I wouldn't recommend that anybody. I think that people that are probably that meth appeals to are probably just ADHD and they just need to be diagnosed and given proper medication. And I think that would be probably, I think most people would probably be fine with it if they just like could get proper medical care. But it's difficult to do. I mean, getting Adderall prescribed to you is no easy feat. You have to like jump through a hell of a lot of hoops, and you have to go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, whatever, whichever one that is. I can't remember. I think I went to a psychiatrist because I had to get that. She had to do the evaluation. I had to go to a doctor to get the drug. But um, yeah, but that was the one of the that was definitely the only one that really understood. Like alcohol, I've only ever used for pain killing purposes, and it's because it's one of the only things that you can get that's strong enough to actually kill like the back pains that I have. It doesn't take much for me. I have a really low tolerance, so I can take like just like a shot or two of alcohol, and I'm usually fine. But like other drugs, like I mean, weed makes me sick. I tried DMT. It was stupid. I just saw no appeal to it. I like hallucinogens like acid and shrooms, but I still wouldn't do them again. I'm I'm done with that part of my life. That was like I was younger then, and I just don't think that it's not worth it to risk to fuck around with that kind of shit. Ecstasy was a weird experience because it was always different depending on like who you were with and everything like that. I wouldn't do that again. It's too dangerous because you never know what's in that shit. I was told like after one of the pills I took, of ecstasy, I was told later on it was cut with heroin and something else that I wasn't even like heroin and PCP or some shit like that. I was just like, what the fuck? Like, why would you cut this drug with that drug? I didn't make sense to me. I think it was probably bullshit. But
Feel good though? Did it feel good though?
no, that one was terrible. That was a terrible night. But that was mostly because like I did it with this girl and then she had like this kind of nervous breakdown and as I say, they crashed my roll, and it turned the whole night into a super negative experience. So
yeah, that's why I never got into drugs, is because like I just noticed that people's problems seem to come out around drug groups of, you just see like people's underlying issues come up through the drugs, I guess.
I've always said that in drug communities, the little time I spent in it, like, was like, I don't know, like maybe close, a little under a year. I did that. I mean, like I talk about like I was like an addict for like all the time, but like really it was somewhere around the probably 11 months or so, 10 to 11 months that I was really hanging out with these people. But in that time period, I found that I saw the best and the worst of humanity in the same people at all times. I'll never like regret the time, just because I saw things about humanity that I never would have seen otherwise. I saw like I said this the other day. It's like on the stream. I was like I saw people do the nicest things I've ever seen that anyone do for another human being that they barely knew. Like would like sell like everything they own to like to like try to bail someone out of jail, and then the very next day be chasing them through an apartment with a knife. It was just like it was always like the ultimate extremes of humanity. I saw things that I probably never would have believed were real otherwise. So I mean, I don't regret it per se, but I certainly don't recommend other people do it. I would not recommend any other person out there go spend a month or two in a drug den. I don't think that's a wise experience. It was, like I said, it was, for me, it was the friends first, and like they just happened to be all on drugs ultimately, but and I didn't know it at the time when I met them. But and it's weird. They all try to protect me from it at first. Like they all try to like keep it secret from me until like finally like it kind of like slipped out. And then I was like, "What? You guys are doing what?" And like they were like, "Shit, we didn't want you to know about it. You're too innocent for this shit." I was pretty young then, and I was pretty young and naive, I guess. I didn't realize all these people were on fucking hard drugs at the time. I had no idea. I was completely naive. That was 20 years ago, by the way. It's a long time ago. I thought you were going to say something, Jack. Were you not?
Sorry, I was connected to my Wi-Fi. I was going to ask if Jeff has an opinion, and then I wanted to ask what you guys think about
opinion about what?
I guess about drugs in general, but
I don't do them anymore. I did plenty of them when I was younger, mostly psychedelics.
Those are the best. Those are the ones I would recommend. If I was going to recommend a drug, if I had to recommend a drug, that's what I'd recommend.
Yeah,
I would drug. It's such a personal decision to do drugs and what drugs to do, and I would just say do it responsibly and safely.
Yeah.
If you're going to experiment and like go online, do your research, do it with friends that can babysit you if they need to, or take. Like,
yeah,
get you some
I
help
agree. I
if you
think
need it.
I'm not a big fan of drugs, although like I don't really have a problem with tool, but for me it's always been the people and the culture around it is the problem. I mean, like, I've always liked pot, but I don't associate with the culture whatsoever. So, like it's and I think that psychedelics, I don't know if they're good or bad, but I don't have a problem with them from what I do know of them. I just think that I think in general, it should be like you said, I think it should be this thing that you respect. And I think that most people, I mean, that's why, like, I don't like EDM, like like going to concerts and stuff like that. It's not that everybody's at the place doing drugs and listening to music. It's that I don't think they respect what they're doing. Do you get what I'm saying? It just seems like it's kind of like it's like they don't have a healthy respect for like what they're actually
I
participating
would say
in my opinion.
I was never part of a community like that. But my wife, whenever she was younger, when she was like in high school and a little bit in college, in her first 3 years of college, she was like a raver from like 16 on, and she
Oh,
was really heavily involved in like like the raving scene and stuff like that. She did a lot of ecstasy, and her thing used to be what's it called, ketamine, which I've never done that at
oh
all.
yeah. They used to
That
do
was
that
the
at
thing.
the clubs.
That was the thing that she was really into, and she even and she used to deal the ecstasy for like the I don't know, was it Russian mafia, or like it was like a local mafia type thing that she was dealing. She was actually like one of the like distributors for, and then she got all her shit for free and stuff like that. And I didn't know her at this point. This is like way before I knew her. This is your story she sold me, but like but they used to have these like they used to have like booths and stuff at the raves. They used to set up booths that were called drug safe booths that would give out like
Yeah,
pamphlets and information that would tell you like
yeah, and
what.
they would test your pills for
Yeah,
you.
exactly, test your pills for you. They would give you like pamphlets that would
Well,
tell
that's,
you, explain like what the drugs did and like what you could expect, and if you felt this to like see a medical professional, that kind of thing. And like that, so there used to be a respect for it in those cultures too. It's just that faded over time. I think that as it became less and less like the
yeah,
more
that's
it's
interesting.
weird. It's one of those weird things where like the more scrutiny there was on that culture from law enforcement and stuff like that kind of caused the legitimacy of all the safety and everything to go away. You know,
Did you ever see
Yeah,
that
that is
movie
very
Go?
was that?
Did you ever see the movie Go?
Oh yeah, yeah. I saw that a
That
couple
little
times. I like
that's one of my
it's a good
favorite
movie.
rave movies.
It's a good movie. We should watch that one. Like we should watch that
Yeah,
one sometime soon. Yeah, that's a fun movie. And it's
I've
a nice
forgotten all
fun one
about
from
it.
like something that yeah, it's kind of a little like drug
I'm
drug
gonna
based Pulp
preview it and
Fiction.
see if it holds up, and if it does, I'll add it to the list. Oh,
I
I
think
already
pretty
have it.
sure
yeah.
Pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it does. Doug Lyman was a good director, and and I've seen it a few times, and it's not. I mean, it's nothing amazing, but it's a great little like. It's not a film that like I don't know if we'll have anything like much to say about it. But then again, when you look at most of our after post movie discussions, we don't talk about the movie that much anyway. So you
Yeah, that's true. I
know.
was thinking about that the other day.
We don't really talk about the movie that much, so hey, it doesn't really matter. It's just like it's an excuse for the stream, and it gives a starting point, and then things spiral into
Yeah,
chaos, and that's the
which
important
is
part. So
fine. It's
yeah,
from
that's the important.
1999, which is the golden age of
It is. I saw it in
Pomo
theaters.
movies,
I saw it in
and
theaters.
it's told in that Pomo narrative style.
I built the print.
Yeah,
I previewed it. Yeah.
I think the golden age of film. I shouldn't say this. There's a lot of film that are good, but I feel like from Jurassic, like you said, like 2000, 2001 was like a great era for movies, and it's just been really hard to see great film.
1999, man, you had Fight Club, Being John
Yeah,
Malkovich.
1999. There were like 10 or 20 movies that year. That
Yeah.
came, and then like 2000, 2001. 1999 like established the baseline for that kind of movie making, and then a few more came out 2000, 2001, and then it started to trickle off.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to ask you this question. I just want to ask before I forget. What do you guys think of? I guess you would call it steroids and or testosterone replacement for men in general.
No
Because
kidding.
I've met people that do that I agree with, and I've seen people that do that I don't agree with, and so I kind of have like mixed opinions on it. I was just
I had a
Steroids?
friend that did it, and I had a doctor that prescribed me the testosterone gel, and you like rub it on your wrist. And I used it one time, and I put it on my wrist, and it gave me a panic attack, and I never touched it again. But I had a friend that used it regularly, and he swore by it.
I've never used steroids a day in my life. I've never tried them, but I was on and I would still go to the low T clinic. Like I used to go to the low T clinic like once a week for an injection, and I do think that it gave me, if nothing else, it might have just been a placebo. I mean, I've considered many times that it could have been a placebo, but I do feel like it gave me. I mean, like whenever I first went in, I almost wondered if it was some sort of scam because like my blood test and everything came back. It's like they were like your T levels are like really bad, man. Like they're showing me this charts and like they were like way down at the bottom and stuff like that. I kind of felt like this reminded me because like I don't feel like a exactly like someone who has like a lack of. I mean, I don't feel like I'm like a manly man, but I don't feel like I have like an overwhelming lack of masculinity. So it was like like lack of testosterone. So I thought it was a little weird, but like they were like if I started on it, and I will say that the testosterone replacement therapy, I felt better overall when I was on it. It's the kind of thing I really could not afford without insurance. Like it's really expensive if you're like on a cash basis. But I mean, it. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it except for the fact that like I felt like it worked for me, and because the insurance was paying for it, I did it. But I'll without the insurance, I'll live without it, kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think it was. It certainly didn't. It certainly had no negative health effects for me. I'll say that. I never felt a
Wait,
negative effect from it.
well, and the only reason I wonder is because like I think that your body should be producing a certain amount of testosterone. We don't know exactly why. I think that some of the conspiracy theories around that are probably some truth in it, but I think also it's like people don't really work out because I don't do much workout, but the little bit that I do, I'm sure boosts my testosterone for sure. Like I don't know how
Sure,
much
yeah,
it does, but I'm sure it
yeah.
does, right? And I've always been that because like people I know men in their like 70s, I guess, and they said that they cycled off and on of I don't remember if it was I'm sorry, I'm reading what he's saying, but I don't know if that really I don't know if it's safe to cycle off and on like they said, but also like I get the impression that a lot of people who do those things for a long period of time, I think that actually could be part of what's going on with the trans people because I actually heard that do you know something involving testosterone or steroids that eventually you burn out your adrenals or something and then you basically just stop producing testosterone altogether on your own. And I don't know if that's because they quote unquote made a mistake or if your body's always going to react that way or what. But I was just curious because I think that could be part of what we're seeing going on is like it's like testosterone low, but also like no culture to help control testosterone because I don't know. It seems to be like this kind of bad cycle of things going on, but I can't quite place where it's coming from.
I understand. Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, like I was talking about, like I had this horrible fear of needles. That's what got me over it was the fact that I had to get an testosterone injection in my butt, like once a week. It got me over like the needle fear real fast. And John just said that atrazine, which is of course the famous like turning the frogs gay thing, and similar endocrine disruptors are
Paul
overwhelmingly
even
present.
believes that.
Yeah. Well, no, but it's true. Like science, like it has been scientifically, like there's many scientific reports on it now. It's not a conspiracy theory. Like atrazine doesn't actually like as Paul said in the thing. It's not even in that recent thing. It's not that Alex Jones was being like hyperbolic. He was actually being less than hyperbolic because actually what the atrazine does is it changes the gender of the frogs. The frogs become female. They don't become gay. They become female. And this has been proven. These are not like right leaning like crazy like scientists. You can find the reports on it. Like it's been proven. Um, so yeah, it's totally like that's a real thing that actually happened. I was surprised as you were because I thought the whole turning the frogs gay thing was complete bullshit. I watched not just watching a few YouTubes, but then I started looking it up and I was shocked by the scientific research on this is pretty comprehensive too. It's not like fringe research, like it's pretty comprehensive. But yeah, like so like there are they are being that they are impressive in our I mean they are present in our food and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe that is the thing. Maybe it's
Well, Wikipedia is saying opposite, saying differently. That
okay.
they were not able to reproduce the results, and they reviewed 19 studies in total. The United States Environmental Protection Agency concluded in 2013 that atrazine has no consistent effects on development in amphibians.
Okay, well, I guess I will have to do research my research.
Scientific consensus, as summarized in a 2016 review in Psychological Science in the Public Interest, is that there is no persuasive evidence. Oh, never mind. That's for gay.
That's 2016, though, right?
Yeah, that was not about the frogs. That was something else.
Okay,
but
like
the thing
research I
specifically
read,
about the frogs was the EPA concluded in 2013, after reviewing 19 studies, that it has no consistent effects. So it's not saying it has no effect. It just has no consistent effects on
the
development and amphibians.
the studies I read were from like 2020 and 2021, so like they were much newer studies. So I don't know if like I'd have to actually get on and like see if I could find my bookmarks and go through it. But I'll send you whatever I have to show you what it's there. It really was interesting too. It's not just like crazy conspiracy type stuff. Like this is like serious research that was done by actual scientists. So it's not like, I mean, like the Alex Jones just blew it all up and just made it sound crazy when he talked about it. But like, yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, it's a hilarious clip. I mean, like,
Well, if you
I understand
find
why it became...
like newer studies, throw them in Wikipedia because they don't have the modern ones.
I mean, yeah, I don't. Last I checked, it's kind of an ordeal to become a Wikipedia editor these days. But maybe I'll look into it. But John, there's little doubt about endocrine disruptor presence in the environment.
And something about the experiment design. EPA said it wasn't a properly designed experiment in the first place.
Okay, well, maybe that's the case. I mean, I read multiple things about it back then. This is over a year ago. This is a long time back. So, I at the time it was because like there's a YouTuber that I really respect and I like a lot called what's his name? God, I can't remember. He does these he does these really deep dive like crime type stories, and it's like what's it he did this one about this French family that got conned by this con artist that like convinced them all this stuff. Oh man, that was such a good, what was this guy? It's like something with stories with Aki, I think it was like Oki. I'll look
I'm
it up.
not gonna know it.
I know you're not gonna know it. I have to look it up because it's like he barely ever posts, and he doesn't like it, and he makes these really long, these really big long, like movie length like documentaries. I think it was OKI is what I was saying. I think it's Oki. Yeah, Oki's Weird Stories. Oki Weird Stories. And this guy's he's not a right winger. Okay, he's a very lefty leaning guy. So Oki's Weird Stories. I'll put the link to his channel here on the thing. And he went into the gay frog thing he went into it as a joke, like to laugh about it. You know, he was like trying to like, and he ended up talking to the guy that did the research, and like that led me down a rabbit hole of like looking at all this stuff. And so like that's where I came across this from. Wasn't even from like, I mean, I took the gay frog thing as seriously as anybody did. I didn't think it was like real or anything, you know. That was like a bunch of bullshit. But yeah, he's totally
the gay frog thing is not real. It's not gay that is turning.
Well, it's not gay. It's more like trans. Or like, yeah, but I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we don't really know what's causing this epidemic. I mean, the thing is like it happens in other countries for a long time. Like this is not really old as people think it is. Like I mean, I'm sorry, this is not as new as people think it is. But also, I mean, my suspicion is that it is probably something to do with both and genetic and probably some combination of both. You know, like I like one thing I do think is probably something that happens when during the first, while the woman is pregnant or even before she's pregnant, probably some combination of things.
Are you talking about frogs?
No, I'm talking about like the trans thing going on now, right?
Yeah, it's probably prenatal. Just like it's probably something in the womb, just like autism is supposedly.
Do you think that that's true for gay as well, if you don't mind me asking?
So what I heard in the 90s was that they did some study, and if the mother was experiencing like stress and it released certain hormones in her body while she was pregnant, it could affect the development of the fetus. And I told my mama that one day. I asked her, I said, "Were you stressed when you were pregnant with me?" And she said, "Yeah, because you were my first pregnancy." And I said, "Well, then you're the reason I'm gay, because look at this study." But I haven't heard anything about it since then. Now, I have talked to an autism researcher that believes that she found some correlation between not necessarily homosexuality, but gender, like sense of gender identity and autism, and that it all happens. There's some developmental stage that the fetus goes to. And if there's certain chemicals that interact with it during that stage, it can affect both gender, not gender itself, but gender development or identity, because we all start out female, supposedly, and autism, like brain development. So I don't take any of that as anything but gossip.
I know
Yeah.
what you mean. Like like the correlation between.
But as far as
autism
I know,
and,
whatever it is, it happens at a very early developmental stage in the womb. It doesn't happen after birth.
Yeah, I
For
tend
both
to think
autism
that's
and the gender-related stuff.
Yeah, I tend to think that it's probably more likely that than at least purely something that happens after. But I do think that we can't know for sure. But I think that, again, this is something where I think the right is kind of missing the mark, where like they don't ever try to understand what's going on and empathize and say, what is this? Let's just say that you think, for example, let's just say, oh, well, gays are bad or something. Like, well, why don't you try to understand what's going on and, deal with, rather than just,
Bad for what?
Say what?
Bad for what?
Just like the people on the right or religious people just have this
I know, but gay
anti-homosexuality
people have been
agenda.
around for decades now openly.
Oh,
What damage have we done? I tried to get Andrew to explain that during our debate, and he couldn't.
No, because there isn't
And
any.
they have this
There's
weird
nothing, there's
belief
nothing
that
wrong
it's
with it.
environmental, not genetic or not developmental, and that if you keep the kid around the right influence, you can keep him from turning gay, and that if people are around the wrong influence, they can turn gay, and that's just bizarre. That's so archaic to me.
Yeah, and even if you accept to say that it's partially that way, and I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying even if you grant that it could be possibly, influenced by what's around you, I'm just saying, like, let's just say that for sure you should certainly look at the developmental and genetic and all this as well, because it's what you could control more than the other stuff, right? Like, and
the rates are pretty consistent. If it's environmental, they would fluctuate way more than they do.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of, again, I don't really, I hate to say that I'm like a conspiracy theorist, but this is why I really start feeling like a conspiracy theorist, because like it really feels to me that a lot of people who are genuinely, quote unquote, curious about these topics are purposefully not actually looking for answers. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems to me that I mean, maybe it's on purpose, maybe it's just, ignorance, will for ignorance, but the older,
give me like an example.
Well, I'm not trying to attack Andrew or anything, but for an example, some of the stuff he said,
that's right.
Not even just Andrew, but that whole little crowd,
that whole clique. Yeah, no, they're very.
And again, I get
they all
it.
seem so gay.
They are not an expert on homosexuality. They're just spinning ideas off the top of their brain.
Well, but my point is, like,
and it's going to fit their biases that they already want to believe are true.
Well, but the thing is, like, they joke about, but like, this is what I was trying to make the point about on Machine Lies last night. It's like they say it as a joke, but the truth is, like, comedy is very powerful and it's very dangerous. Like, something you say as a joke, someone's. I mean, like, I could tell you, like, watching comedians as a kid on Comedy Central had probably equal impact, if not more, than me going to school and learning about stuff. You know what I mean? The rhetoric.
I hear you. Yeah.
I mean, we grew up watching Eddie Murphy. He made fun of everybody.
And
the
John
gays, the
Stewart's Daily Show
blacks.
was hugely influential on an entire generation. I mean, like I think we can owe a lot of like even wokeism to some degree to John Stewart, even not that he intended that, but like that like a lot of the attitudes and like the kind of satirical like bent that like he took is you see that in a lot of these people these days. You know, like they try to emulate it, they're just bad at it.
I'll give you a very funny, weird example. Have you guys know who Dennis Leary is?
Yeah, I love this. I have one of his albums.
I like this.
That No Cancer. I watched it many times as a teenager, right? And I just loved that comedy special because I thought it was hilarious. I know he probably ripped off Bill Hicks, but it was hilarious
What's
to
it
me,
called?
right?
That may be the one I have. What's it called?
It's called "There's No Cure."
I think that I have that one.
It's a good special. I don't know if I have it anywhere, but it's a good special though.
Well, in that special, he made a joke about Sade name or whatever, right? And because of that joke, I never listened to Sade. And then Machine Lies played her a few weeks ago, and I couldn't really hear the music, but I thought she was very intriguing in the music video. And then today on my mix up, it came on, and I was like, "This is not bad music, right?" But just because I heard him tell a joke about her, I never listened to her. You see what I mean? Like, it seems something really small, but I'm just saying, like, that's how powerful, like, comedy can be.
It had that effect on you, so it's powerful on you, but.
Well, that doesn't mean that it had that effect on everyone, but he's just making the point that like something small like that in comedy can have that effect on like like someone in general. That's just like,
people can make whatever jokes they want about as long as it's funny. I don't care. Like the Andrew's Little Crew, sometimes they make really funny jokes about gays or whatever, and they're ignorant. But as long as the jokes are funny, I don't care. That's my only criteria for comedy.
Well, let me tell you this. Like, this is like, I know that I was being, antagonistic with you and Cecil, but part of the reason why is like, I was watching the alt-right with this whole, and I saw it go from jokes to people very serious about this shit very quickly. Like, it started with jokes, and then the jokes turn extremely serious extremely fast. And
no joke that's funny doesn't have a seed of truth in it, or a seed of at least a seed of honesty in it. Like, there's no joke out there that
I'd rather know, like, how I want to know what people really think anyway. So if it comes out in a joke, that just gives me more information about them.
No, exactly. And that's kind of why I keep trying to provoke in a lot of these conversations, because I'm trying to get people to, like, if you go back and watch yesterday with Toilet Bowl Earth, he said, I would rather be a Jew than a street pooper. I'm not going to say what he said, right? And he's doing that as an insult to.
That's one of the few parts I saw. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it said, who killed Jesus? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, well, okay, so you as a Christian, and again, I wasn't saying that I believe what I'm trying to get at. What I'm saying is, him telling a joke reveals what he really believes, whether he wants to admit it or not, because I know what he really believes, and I'm not going to repeat it here, but let's just say it rhymes with Zotzi, okay? It's like, that's what he really believes, but he doesn't want to admit to it, right? You get what I'm saying? And this is won't like me because I listen to what they say. I don't listen to how they say it. I listen to the words that come out of their mouth. And when you do that, you start to see a pattern of what's going on. And it's just very frustrating that people don't want to listen to what people say. Stefan Molyneux had this quote. He said, listen to what people say. They will tell you exactly what they think. And it sounds so easy and simple.
I don't even need to listen to Toilet Bowl to know who he is. He showed me the first time we met. Like,
yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, know who he is. But I'm not surprised he's saying all this stuff. But also, people have the right to believe what they want, say what they want, whatever. What can you do about it? Even if you listen to what they say and discover who they are, what do you do about it? There was a guy on Flo's thing today that punches Nazis. He looks for people that he thinks are Nazis, and that's so stupid. People have the right to their political opinions. You don't go track them down and start beating them up for it.
Yeah, the whole punch at Nazi thing
Like
was
you use the information
stupid movement.
to
Well,
judge how you want to like interact with them and
No, well,
keep
the
them out
funny
of
thing
your
is,
life
like,
or whatever. That's what I do with it.
it's literally a Nazi tactic. That's the funny part about it. but
Nazism was a political party during World War II in Germany. There's no Nazis. The word has taken on some other meaning.
But like
you
the
know,
whole
it's common nomenclature for a kind of ideology. I mean, like we all understand what he means when we say it. I think.
Well,
I mean, yeah, you're right. They're not literally Nazis, though.
Well, but the alt-right like invoked that imagery purposefully, and again, at first I thought it was genius because I saw the rhetorical, and the comedic reasoning. Like, I'm not defending it, but I understood that it was a very powerful message to send if you're doing a rhetorical a point about something, which I think that at the beginning of the alt-right, they did have an actual point to the optics or to what they were trying to say, because most of it had nothing to do with anti-Jew stuff. It had to do with Americana. It had to do with this other stuff. But then, as the comedy wore off, they invoked the imagery, as a serious thing. You saw like Richard Spencer, who was this guy. I'll never forget. He was like on a TV.
Yeah,
he was getting interviewed, and he got punched in the face, right? And that started like this whole campaign of like go punch a Nazi and all this.
Yeah, I don't believe that's an American. That's the American way to go around punching people for their beliefs.
Well, but that's the thing is, like, it actually had the unintended effect. When that happened, alt-right, all these people say, "Oh, look, now we're the victim.
Yeah,
we're going to turn again. It justified. It
and
justified."
The alt-right did not start out anything like a Nazi. I mean, I was there when the term alt-right. I mean, not there at the exact moment, but the term when I was on the internet constantly when it was actually I first encountered it in the what's the guy, the Delaware creator's name, Scott Adams. I was in he used to have he used to have forums on his website, and it was in those forums. It was one of the few forums I was ever active in, and there were a lot of really intelligent, interesting people in there. I have good conversations there, and that was the first time I ever heard the term alt-right. And it was literally all alt-right meant back then at that moment was basically the same thing we mean by enlightened centrists these days, was people that had like sensible beliefs that sometimes fell on the left, sometimes fell on the right, but we didn't really know what to call it. They didn't know what to call it, so they called it alt-right. And then slowly but surely it started turning into like this like more darker thing, and it turned into something else. And like that really always irritated me, even because I was always like, I grew up, I was an indie kid from the 90s, so like, the term alt was appealing to me because I was an alternative rocker, like that was the kind of music I listened to. So I was like, all right, yeah, hell yeah, and then suddenly it was like all right meant Nazi. I was like, oh, sorry, never mind. But yeah, I mean, like they really just I lost my train of thought. Yeah, but the point about the alt-right thing was still right.
Yeah, and I want to get you guys' opinion, but I want to get Joshua and Jeff to say their 2 cents. But I have one question for Joshua really quick: is did they actually do that Chaotic Truth panel? Because I almost jumped on there and then the stream went down, but I thought I was gonna just come on there and say my piece on that subject matter, but
yeah, they had it at a different server. It was This Must Be Risky. It's another dude.
Did you throw your 2 cents in on that subject?
Oh fuck yeah! I attacked every stance that was put out there. I basically made them boil it down to these fuckers are just wanting to go out and have sex with as many women as they possibly can. And then they're dumb enough to like basically have these like I don't know YouTube streams and give it as a prescription, saying, "Oh well, you know, if you want to live your life, it's basically like it's a social prescription. You have a problem with women, just go out and have as much sex as you possibly can where you can."
Passport bros are a bad thing.
Yes.
Why?
Because the idea is you wouldn't even give that prescription to your own kids. Hey, son, the whole goal in life is to breed, so just go out and fuck as much as you possibly can. Like, it's just dumb.
Well, but so I don't want to start a whole debate on here because they don't even know what we're talking about. But okay, I'll just let it ride for now. But if you want to bring them in on that, and we can talk about I actually think that they're related topics and inadvertently, but go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean,
Well,
I don't care. I'm gonna like go ahead and explain. Like what I mean. Like I mean, I've always thought passport bros were assholes too. But like, what's the
Wait, what's assholes?
Passport bros are people like
Password bros.
Passport bros. They go overseas.
Bros.
They go overseas so they can have sex with as many like basically prostitutes and stuff as possible.
But haven't people been doing that forever? Like that's not a new thing.
Yes, they have been. And it's disgusting. I think it is disgusting.
For people to have sex?
No, but
not
the
the
way
sex
they
part.
do it's the entire. It's just like pure debasement. Like there is nothing about it, but it's just fucking. It's just absolute. It's just debasement. I mean, maybe it's fine, but like the attitude behind it is gross.
I was gonna push that notion because I don't necessarily know that all the people who go abroad and happen to have sex with people are necessarily like on their mind. I mean, I'm sure that that's part of it, but I don't think that that's like the entirety of people who do that, right?
No, I mean, if someone's taking a vacation, they happen to have sex with somebody. That's a different thing than like someone who goes abroad specifically to have sex with as many prostitutes as they can, and as that's the point of the vacation. Like it's just like to,
they
just
can
to, like,
just
try
go
to
Nevada.
That's way more expensive. That is way more expensive.
No.
The chicken ranch in Nevada. Man, that's a
more than
a
high
dollar.
Yeah,
yes,
no.
more so than going overseas. Yes,
I don't know. I think that's one of those
actually
things that's up to adults to determine for themselves. I don't know why it's anyone's business if where somebody goes to have sex.
We're doing the math, and just to be fair, like Bunny Ranch would be like, I don't know, like your top tier, at least in terms of money, that would be the top tier escort service, right? And yes, that would actually be cheaper than to go to another country for a time period of, say, around 6 months just to have sex with women. It would be cheaper to go to Bunny Ranch than it would to go outwards.
But you'd have sex once as opposed to multiple times in the other country, right? Isn't that the basically that's where the math is about?
Probably, if that was the claim, but you're so the problem is nobody's actually having honest discussions about the money, right? So take your plane tickets, total them up. There's about $1,200 right there. That's obviously both ways, right? So the claim is then, oh well, these countries have a cheaper cost of living. True, except for it's a cheaper cost of living for them. You as a foreigner, you're subject to additional fees, aka visa fees, travel fees. You might not be able to get a driver's license, so now you're having to spend money on taxi. Like there's all kinds of stuff that it just depends on what country that you're looking at as to your total total number there.
But in general, why do you think it's a problem? Because I do think it's a problem if you're talking specifically about what you colloquially refer to as passport bro. Like I hate those people, but the general phenomenon of people going abroad to do that, I don't necessarily think is like bad in and of itself, like contradictory, but. Like,
I mean, I think they'll suffer the consequences of it one way or another, right? I mean, like it's up to them to take that risk. So whatever.
But what's the difference between people just being promiscuous here at home? I mean, what's the difference? I mean, what is the difference, right? Like, why is it a problem?
That's true.
The difference.
Yeah,
the difference
I
is I also condemn the prescription here at home. If you're telling your kids, right, like if the idea is your 20-year-old, you're telling that dude, look, go out and bang 50 girls so you can understand women, you're an idiot, right? Like that comes with its own cost and a long series of problems that people even here don't have honest conversations about all of the problems that come with it. But they're turning around and also making the same prescription. Oh, go to another country where there's a whole different set of problems that come with it.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
No,
agree.
I agree. I agree with that point, but also at the same time, like I you know, I have mixed feelings on it just because, like, I hate to say this, but I kind of take Jeff's thing as like people are gonna do these types of things, and especially right now, the way things are, like I'm not saying that it's good in general. I think it'd be optimal for people to be in monogamous relationships with one person, not have sex with more than one person. That would be optimal. But the reality is that's not how things are.
Let's be fair to Jeff. Jeff's not making the prescription to go fuck as much as you possibly can.
So
He's promoting relationships, aka that's the thing you're supposed to be doing in the first place.
I'm not promoting anything. I stay out of grown folks' business.
Well, no, like I'm talking about your business, right? Like it's basically relationship stuff, right?
But the thing is, like, yeah, but the thing is, like, I mean, I know men who've had sex with a lot of women, and I know men who've had sex with very few women. And in general, the ones that had sex with a lot of women understand women better in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying that makes it better, but what I'm saying is, like,
understand them in what way, though? Because I mean, I'm pretty sure I understand women pretty well.
What I mean,
because I was mostly raised by my mother, and I had 3 sisters, and I have 2 daughters, so I think I understand women pretty well. But let me try
to contextualize it as much as possible in a short amount of time as possible.
Sure.
For example, I'm also talking about going from the west to the east and vice versa.
Okay.
But let's just take from the west to the east. I think in general, if most men who are from the West go to the East and they experience what it's like, or even let's just say South, and they get treated much better by a lot more women as far as like respected by women. And then they come back home. No, it's not because of that. And then they come back, and then they come back home. They are going to demand a certain level of respect in the relationships that they pursue. That's kind of what I.
You think they will get that respect, though?
Yeah, that's just a bullshit. Hold up, that's just a bullshit society prescription. Oh, if you want to be important, be popular. Fuck that. That's a real fast way to become broke and poor real quick. Like
I'm confused because it seems like we're talking about different things. One is the messages that other people are telling each other, and one is the active adults making decisions about their sexual life.
Yeah, I'm differentiating it. If it is the case that you are promoting sexual promiscuity, just basically fucking around, right? You should be lined up against the wall and shot on sight.
Well, you think that about like half the world anyway.
Yes.
But people have the right to, it's not illegal to promote that. And then people have the right to say, no, that's not for me. I'll do my own thing.
And I'll bash it. I'll humiliate it every chance I get.
And
I don't think that I was saying, but I kind of understand where you're coming from. But I think what I'm saying is, like, the average man in the West who grows up here and only experiences what it's like, monogamous is not exactly like a huge selling point. I don't think that's a controversial point. Am I right or wrong?
What, like promoting the idea that you should just have like one spouse?
I always thought monogamy was kind of innate. Some people had the wiring for it, and some people didn't.
What I'm saying is,
there are logical reasons to have monogamy. I mean, like there are logical evolutionary reasons even to have monogamy.
No,
I mean, like there's
what I'm saying
reasons.
is, it's obvious people are getting divorced, and the rest of them aren't even doing that much. So that's kind of what I like.
Yeah,
and also like
your vast
majority
of
don't get treated really at all.
Now, your vast majority of divorces is because generally people are just stupid from the starting point. Oh, I want to have I want to have the hottest wife, right? Like that's my thing, right? Like if that's a goal, you're just an idiot because it's like basically what a woman's going to look like today and 10 years from now is not going to be the same thing, right? That's the mentality. And so people justify it saying, oh, well, men just want to have sex. Of course, this is true. The question is ought you do it, right? What you can do and what you should do, completely different things.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I feel like I am an
don't people
outlier.
get to determine that for themselves?
Sure, they do.
Like it's going to be different
I feel
for
like
every person.
I feel like a real outlier in this conversation because, like, my wife, when I met her, she was, she wasn't like, she all over time, like, she actually got. I think she actually got like, I mean, objectively hotter over time, but then after the last couple of years and everything, and like she had their baby and everything, and like I find her more attractive now than I ever have. Like so like I'm really in love with the person, so I'm a rare exception. Like thing, I feel like there's almost nobody out there that actually falls in love with anybody in a real sense, where they're not just in love with the. I mean, I don't feel like there's not a lot of people. It's like when you talk about people about relations, they talk about physical things, about practical things. They don't talk about any kind of like deeper connection. I don't know. Whom are you asking and what specifically? Who are you talking about, Joshua?
Canuck. He's like you were sharing it like it's some type of new revelation, but I don't know exactly what he's talking about.
Oh, I think he was responding to specific things that that were said as it went along. I mean, all his comments made sense in the context of that moment when he posted them, but you have to go back and like almost like look at the live chat as it went along to like make it make sense. Thanks, Adaptable. That's a nice compliment to hear.
Yeah, I'm less concerned with what people do. I'm more concerned with what people prescribe.
But
right.
why,
okay, yeah.
Why even that in a well, you're an authoritarian, so but in a free and open society, why are you even concerned about that?
Because
hey, Joshua, on that point, I agree with you. By the way,
well, because the concept of relationships, anything that pushes against it is actually a threat to society, specifically a threat to our society.
No. So just to back up for a second. From that perspective, I understand what you're saying. You're not saying that people who do it are necessarily the problem. What you're saying is people who go and say, promote, and just as someone who's been abroad and met these people, I think that you're right. And I'm saying it probably out of my own bias because most people I see promoting men to go have sex in other countries and do that whole thing have those people's or society's best interest in mind, in my personal opinion. So on that,
the issue that I would have with them is basically these fuckers are already like looking for the shortcut method, right? They're looking just to have sex, right? And so they're looking for like the idea of what is the easiest way to get a huge amount of sex at the lowest amount of cost to go, go about
I agree.
They're already starting that from within their own culture, and now they're talking about, oh, well, we'll just go over here and do that kind of concept. That is a threat. That is just a viable threat.
I mean, fleshlights are pretty affordable. I don't understand like why you'd need to go to another country, really.
No, it's more complicated than that. No, it's more complicated.
I know it is, Jack. I was just joking.
No, I get it. No, I get it. But I'm saying like with what Josh was talking about, like it's very real because, and I think that it's a little bit more organized in a negative way as well. But like you said, like I think that for me, I never went abroad because of anything like that. I got invited by someone who retired over there, and he had already been married and he had already been divorced, and he was the single older guy who was just successful, and he basically he wasn't a sex tourist because he lived over there, but basically he didn't have
he was a retiree. He was a retiree. Yeah, that's a normal thing. And there's correct. So like the idea of like I'm going to be on a pension, right? So I'm going to have like a defined income, right? And so then the person is basically saying, where can I live that will stretch my dollar the farthest, right? Where can I get the most bang for my buck.
Well,
There's nothing
but
particularly wrong with it. And the passport bros will actually try to like basically bring that in to justify the behavior, which case then I go and attack their number saying, well, your dumbass is here too. Because all of the the standard of retirement has changed over time period. Example, everybody used to like basically preach about Philippines, but their retirement visa was nulled out like fucking 2018, like a year before the COVID thing hit. Right. So like even if they're giving that prescription, they're giving outdated information. That's wrong. So they're still not even being honest about it.
No, I agree. No, I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, like, if you have a guy who's either never been married or been married and divorced, and he's going over there and he's saying, I don't want to get married because what decides to serially monogamize or whatever, you're not putting that in the same category as what you're talking about with like passport bros. Like, you're not talking about an individual's choice. You're talking about promoting a culture of be a nomad who just goes around and fucks. Is that what you're saying? Like, you're different.
Well, no, because it depends. If the passport bros decide to follow up with or basically try to adopt the whole like retiree group and include that into themselves, then I guess the retirees are going to get hit too. I have no problem taking out collateral damage. I'll attack anything. If it becomes an ideology, I don't care about the innocent people getting hit. Sorry, Jeff.
Oh, I have no idea what y'all are talking about.
I mean, if you're comparing that to the Israel thing, I think that's what Jeff has been talking about that. I don't know why.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff. But here's the other thing, though. Let me try to tease out what you're getting at, because obviously America has its own problems right now.
Correct.
And we're bringing in a lot of, I think that's not and a lot of legal, maybe more than what some people would say is good. If the general population of the United States is unable to find people who are like them, let's just colloquially say white people, are unable to find a suitable wife to raise their children in a successful way, and yet they're able to do that abroad. And again, I'm using this as an example because obviously you're in that kind of situation, right? And I'm not saying that's judging or saying anything like that. All I'm saying is
I'm included in my own bullshit that I preach against.
Sure, of course. I'm saying that,
I mean,
I
respect you for calling yourself out on that.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, if would you say that it's a bad thing that, let's say that, for example, like a white guy from America who can't find a good woman where he's at, and he meets a Mexican woman who just wants to have kids and raise his kids right? Is that a bad thing, or is that a good thing? Or
a Mexican woman in Mexico, or a Mexican woman in the U.S.?
In the U.S. or Asian woman?
No, they don't get included in it. If you're already in the U.S., like you're
so it's about stability of the empire, right?
Do what?
Well, it's about stability of the empire is what you're concerned with, right?
No, more like the social problems that come with it. I don't. If you were to actually ask me, like, do I believe if we increased our immigration cap like up a couple million, like that, it would be a detriment? Probably not. I wouldn't conclude that. So like the idea of like, the idea of mixing, that doesn't really particularly bother me. Mine is more like the social impacts, the worshiping. It's teaching guys to worship. Oh, it's sex. Go out and get as much as you can, right?
Guys do not need to be taught that. They're already gonna do, like, that's their natural.
Right. Well, okay. Well, let's contextualize it. Like in Japan, for example, a lot of men are married. A lot of men are married, but they still go mess around because at the end of the day, they're loyal to their family. So would you say that that's exactly the same as what you're saying, or
I don't know, like the loyalty to your family? No, I don't have problems with that.
That's different. That involves deception.
Yeah.
Self-deception? What?
Cheating on your wife.
Cheating. I thought you saying remain loyal.
Well, the women are
going out and having sex like adults.
I misunderstood.
Oh.
Yeah, like
the women are.
For me, the prescription for affair should be death.
Does prostitution count?
Yes. I pretty much all of the sexual degeneracy.
Yeah, well, I'm not voting for you.
I would prescribe death too. But again, I make no secret about this. I'm an authoritarian, so like I'm the dictator mind,
That's
basically.
beyond authoritarian. That's like
Well, so you're
Fascism.
saying that
And
there's
Jim
nothing
says
that
you're a
your wife could do
misogynist.
to
I mean,
push.
like that's the most pro
So are
woman
you
thing I've
saying
ever heard.
are you saying that there's nothing that your wife could do that could push you to an affair? I find that impossible to believe.
He's ready to throw
No,
her out the window anyway.
if I were to come home one day and I find out that my wife has an affair, she's dying, I'm going to prison. But that's the final result of all
It
of
doesn't have to be that way. You're deciding that it's going to be that way.
Well, that's because I was perhaps
you have
a little
poor emotional coping skills.
Yeah.
For a
Well, so
tactician.
no, it's got nothing to do with the it's got nothing to do with the emotions behind it. It has everything to do with my planning. When I got married, I had a very specific expectation that I even discussed with her. We both agreed. Any
Was it
violation?
about, do you make that commitment in writing in front of everybody?
The entire commitment revolved around the kid. Everything else takes second place to that.
Okay.
So it's the entire relationship is based on the kid, 100% of it. So if we have an argument or a disagreement, right, like that's outside of the kid. So if anything becomes a threat to the kid, now it's death. Period. Like that's the
okay. So here's the next step. Let's say that you guys raise your kid. He's 18 years old. You decided to divorce. Then you have to make it a choice. Do I stay single in my retired age, or do I get married again? Is there really a big difference between those two, or you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to find the ends of your logic here, and I'm not really.
Well, I guess if you're looking for the end of that, like where it might go the other way, and I'm okay with it, would be after the kid is married himself and has started to form a family. So that would be like my cutoff point where, okay, if the wife decides she wants to go in a different direction, I'm fine with it. Not before that moment, though. I don't go around like, picking up other women. If she does, I don't believe the wife has enough time, even like free time to even, go look for other men. However, if it is the case, that's just going to be the end of that's going to be the end of it. I would consider it like the end of my family.
Even though
right, and all I'm saying is,
even though that would fuck up your kid a lot more than anything else would. I mean, I'm saying you're saying it's all about the kid, but that would fuck your kid off. That would fuck your kid up way more than the rest of the stuff.
Exactly.
The moment
the society he's trying to defend with all of these prescriptions that he wants banned is not the society where we go around murdering people for doing things that we disapprove of either.
Well, Jeff.
So at the one hand, you want this really civilized society with interdependence and personal responsibility to each other, and on the other hand, you want this really brutal, savage, barbaric society where we can just kill people when they piss us off.
Yeah, I don't make the I guess I don't believe in the fantasy part of it, right? Like I don't believe that
he doesn't agree he should go to jail for it. He doesn't think he should get away with it. So I think that should be fair. Said to be fair, Joshua does think he should go to jail for it. So I do think he does believe.
Well, then
I
just think that's stupid. I think I
agree. I think that's going to fuck your kid up way more than the affair.
Yeah, the kid. The moment that the affair
self-sabotaging, it's going to sabotage the kid. There's no rational motive for doing it.
The moment that the affair takes place, that's the end of it for the kid. The broken family is instantly from that point on, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to add trauma and death on top of that.
It's already going to be the thing that it is. Like the empire, the Jones family empire is finished instantly in that moment.
Well, I mean, maybe in that moment, maybe it changes. Maybe you have an open relationship. Then maybe then you just take a different take on things.
Would not be raising a child in an open relationship.
That's ready to.
His idea.
I mean, I think what he's saying. I mean, this is an interesting discussion. I mean, because I've thought about these kind of things before myself. I mean, in terms of just like from a writer's perspective, I've thought about these kind of things. So in terms of like inner dynamics between couples and stuff like that. And so I think that, I mean, I kind of get where you're coming from. I get the impulse like that, but I mean, I also see a lot of other options in that situation beyond like the murder thing. I think that I think there's other options that you could take that that don't even necessarily revolve around divorce. I mean, I think you'd be more creative there.
Yeah,
I think you're a pretty creative person. I think you can come up with a more creative solution than just murdering. I don't know. I think you're better than that.
No, and there's a reason for it. And again, it's because that was the starting point. Like the entire point of getting married was having a child, raising up a child, and then that kid being trained to actually take over the empire, hopefully expanding it, right? The idea that somebody else comes along in any capacity, whether it's my wife, whether it's me, whether it's a third party that comes in and plays a threat to that, I only believe in one prescription: burn it with fire.
Well, I can even
Yeah,
see
but I'm
killing
saying
her. I
that's
can
a
even see
foolish
killing her
belief.
lover. I can see killing her lover, but not
Absolutely
her.
not going to kill him. What the hell's his fault? He didn't make a commitment to the
I'm not
family. She did.
that either.
He's the invader. He's the invader. If you're the country, if your empire is the country, then he's the invader.
Don't compare.
You kill the invader. You don't kill
the invader.
Yeah, he's not the threat. He's not the threat.
Okay.
She is.
Okay.
It would be the same thing if I had an affair. The girl's not the threat, right? I am. I'm the one that basically violated this agreement, right? That it's me. I'm the threat.
I think both parties are responsible, but still, nonetheless.
Well, that would be true too, because I wouldn't be agreeing to go to prison for her murder. I would be agreeing to go.
Like,
to
how
prison
does that help your empire or your child?
No, it wouldn't. The moment that the affair, I'm going to say it again.
You're letting the affair destroy the entire.
The moment
there's other solutions where you still get to carry out your mission.
Okay. Here, let me explain the inheritance within my family. My system was designed 180 years ago. I'm just carrying on basically a thing.
But you're also an adult human with agency. Like,
see
that just make choices.
Yeah. We should all just adopt different ways of doing things, right? No thing.
What's the name?
No point of traditionalism has no value.
We're not knocking like nobody's knocking like your traditions of your family or anything. We're just trying to talk it out.
I'm traditional in an extreme form.
Yeah, okay. And I think to your detriment.
It's only a detriment. So it's only a detriment if I selected wrong. And then I'm going to say this. I'll repeat it since I got cut off here. I'm not agreeing to go to prison because I killed the old lady. I'm agreeing to go to prison because I selected the wrong mother. So I'm taking the responsibility, just not for the death part, but for the initial selection.
And you're willing to like destroy your whole empire for that.
Would it make more sense than to divorce her because she would be in the right? She would be in the wrong. So
there would be nothing.
All that tells me is that empire is not your top priority.
There would be nothing. Yeah, there would be. Yeah, the empire is the priority. The kid is.
But there's a priority above empire that's allowing you to destroy it.
Well, that's the thing is the moment that like the kid is raised in a broken home, that's already that in itself is a threat to the empire. So the problem is my family
it's a threat to you, but it's not the complete destruction of it, but for you will escalate it to destroying the whole empire just because it's a threat to it.
So if you think like an empire is just one family name, it's not. It's actually 5. Well, in my family, it's 5, right? So if the kid is incapable of functioning within the empire, if he's by the age of 16, if he's incapable of managing,
you're making that assumption based on your wife.
Are you one of like some bloodlines?
No, Jeff. The empire is a system that was already set in place. This is just long-term inheritance over time period, right? But it does follow a specific set of rules, and within those rules. These are just rules that apply. I can't. Well, maybe they could be changed. I don't know. I wouldn't even consider it. Right?
Is this a Welsh?
So is
thing
this
or
your
something?
Is this mama in the attic like driving this? Is this a Norman Bates thing?
It's a thing that's been established, like I guess, almost 180 years ago.
That you have.
What are you talking about?
That's not a Joshua decision.
Yeah, but we're talking about generational wealth. These empires, it's not one business, it's not one family, it's 5.
I'm so glad I'm not wealthy.
Is this a Welsh? Is this a Welsh thing?
Is
this like
I don't.
I'm trying to
think
think
so.
if this is Joshua's crazy sociopathic, like
I feel like
requirement.
No,
Josh
I'm
is being honest.
just
I feel like Josh is
or
being
like
honest
if
about
his
this. I feel like
mom
this is being
passed
very
it down
honest.
through the family, like you, like in Santa Sangre.
Technically, it
well,
wasn't.
Jones.
Oh, that's a
Technically,
good
it wasn't
reference.
mom.
Yeah,
It was
I
it was
get that. I
grandpa,
get
not
that.
mother.
I
It
got
all
that reference.
passes through the
hold
mail.
Let me ask this real
So
quick. Hold on.
you have no boundary between you and your grandmother that you can't make the decision not to
Yeah,
kill your wife.
no women. It's completely male. Completely
So
male.
hold on, because you're
So you're not
is
your
your
own
family,
person. Then was what you're saying.
I don't know what the hell that means exactly.
are you Welsh and Scottish or something? Because that sounds very Scottish Welsh like thing. Like that sounds like how Scottish and Welsh people think.
No,
Which is not a
grandpa.
bad thing.
No,
I'm
grandpa.
part
It's a
Scottish.
bad
Grandpa
thing.
was Italian. Grandma was German.
Okay, that I could see
Oh,
that too.
okay. So,
That's on
So
mom's side of the
this
family.
gets
On
even
dad's
more
side of the
fucked
family,
up because are you saying your family, your grandparents, you said,
yes,
are
grandpa
telling
was
you have to kill your wife if she cheats on you?
no.
So that came from you.
Yes, that would be my prescription according
Yeah.
to
So that's
tradition.
the part you can change or revise.
Is this
Sure,
like
I-
an honor?
I-
Is this
I
like
could-
an honor killing type thing, like in
I-
Japan?
I could-
like an
I
honor
could
killing. Is that
also-
what that is?
Yeah, I could also just give up
Empire
all
was
of my
truly your
traditions
top
and just say,
priority,
"Oh, I
you
want to
would.
be Asian," right? Like the whole point is I don't give up not 1%
You
of
are
any of
more
my
of a
traditions.
threat to your empire than your wife is right
Yes, every one of us within our like inheritance settings are a threat to it. That's the same
now. So
concept
why
with
would you
America.
not want to minimize that threat instead of maximizing
So-
it even
That
more?
that was done long ago when you're selecting a woman.
you have if your wife
No,
cheated tonight,
no.
you have
That's
control
pushing it
over
back.
your response to that.
Yeah. So in the idea, okay, let's see, let's explore. Okay, so there's a divorce within the family because somebody has an affair. It doesn't really matter who, right? Kid gets raised up from a broken home. Now, what's the guarantee
Not the end of
within?
the world.
No, what's the guarantee within the family, within all of the businesses, that he's going to be basically functional? Statistically, it's against him.
Well, why don't you wait and see and give him the best chance he has?
I'll be dead and gone by the time that empire is like basically go on, because the alternative is he doesn't get the inheritance, a cousin does. That would be the next one in line, specifically for my family.
Why are you not in
Would it make
control
more
of
sense to
who
sire
gets
a
your
second
inheritance?
child? Would it make some more sense to sire a second child with a more faithful wife at that point? Wouldn't that make more sense than just like throwing it all away?
Oh,
I mean,
I'd be surprised if I lived to see 67 years old.
I'm not talking about 67. I'm talking about like, okay, so let's say that your wife had an affair tomorrow. Instead of murdering her and her lover or whatever and doing that, instead like she's clearly in the wrong. So like she gets nothing in the divorce,
Right.
and then you find another wife, you sire a child with that child.
Right or wrong, none of that matters. Yeah,
Okay.
right or wrong, none of that matters. I don't take a bunch of moral stances here. Well,
I'm
I
not
rarely
about
take
moral.
moral
This isn't morals. I'm talking about
So
No,
practically.
I'm like
This
even
is-
are you saying it's
practically this makes no sense.
morally,
you
there's
Even
like I
pure,
have nothing to do with
pure
morally here.
pragmatism, this makes no sense.
One question at a time. Which one am I answering?
Is it more about the money, or is this more like a white Sharia?
Yeah, this is definitely about the money. 100% about the money. That's the whole point of the empire.
Is that why you chose Israel
Yeah,
over
but
the Muslims? I'm just
Your thinking is very
Yeah, that would be like if you're asking like my personal opinion, yes, Israel or the Jews are worth more money than whatever leftover Palestinians there are. So that answer, yes.
No wonder we keep losing viewers.
Oh, this has been one of the more interesting conversations I have ever been a part of. I don't think that we're losing viewers from this, because this isn't like, I mean, like if someone unsubscribes to us from this, then they don't need to be here. I don't know.
But we
I think
have
this is
been
actually
losing
fascinating.
viewers because of his antics.
Might be true.
I still don't know which ones. I still don't know what he said.
Well,
that
you don't have
scared
to
off.
mention it on stream, but
Yeah. Okay. I know. I still don't know what I don't know. I can't mention those because I don't know which one it was. But so I don't know. Yeah. There
this
was
is a very
a long-term viewer of ours, like publicly on the
Yes.
comments, left the show. They said that they weren't coming back
due to
after yesterday.
misogyny from a certain guest.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that was
To me, it's kind of a weird
actually,
concept.
I don't
wisdom
expect you to
misogyny.
care. I'm just letting you know the effect.
Yeah. To me, it's kind of a weird concept to consider. Oh, okay, so like obviously, I don't believe that women are a particular priority, right? But the idea of women have to be treated some type of equality kind of bullshit, that I just don't. I don't care enough about it.
Okay.
So I don't.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird because
I'm looking at it more from like
people
a
in general,
viewer
Yeah.
content provider relationship, and we had a conversation a while back about being in somebody else's lair and showing them respect.
Well, am I being who am I being disrespectful to? I say
Well,
a thing and somebody's offended.
We lost a viewer, and you're like, I don't care. That's not important to me.
Well, it's not important to me, but like now the question is
okay, but in my lair, it's important to me.
Oh, okay, so why don't you have conversations that exclusively appeal to everybody and not be offensive to anybody? I would actually be curious to see how one goes about that.
That's not my goal either.
Well, then what exactly is the problem?
That we're losing viewers because of your misogyny, which I am not innocent of. You and I could get weird.
Jeff is also
Jeff is
members. I'm still confused as what exactly is the problem, that people are offended.
Secretly, Jeff wants to do the same thing.
No, I don't care that people are offended. I care that they are no longer participating in my channel.
Oh, okay. Well, I bet it can't help that people are offended.
Well, you keep reframing it to being offended. That's not my concern.
Well,
my concern is we're actively regular viewers that form part of our audience are now leaving the channel and not coming back. That's different from just being offended.
They're the most simplistic and straightforward, honest answers. If people don't like if people don't like answers, don't ask those questions then. Kind of simple.
Huh?
Actually, man, I was really surprised to see that from the particular viewer, and I'm not going to say their name, but the viewer in question. I was really surprised because they never seemed like to be that sensitive a person. But I don't know the exact offending comment or whatever, so I don't know. But I was surprised about it myself.
Well, people are generally sensitive, like way too much now, at least within the internet communities. Very sensitive.
But Joshua has said some pretty extreme things on here.
Yes. This is true. I do hold.
So have you.
Like it doesn't take a special kind of oversensitivity to not like to experience displeasure at it.
But this this is the extreme stream, though, right?
I have a question for the person who left us. I have a question for the person. Everybody's different around the world. Some people believe in honor killing, and other people don't. I mean, we have, on the left, we have to respect everyone's right and adaptable. I didn't say that drugs are okay. I didn't make a prescription that other people should do it. I'm talking about my own personal thing because I've never had an addiction problem, so I can't say that everyone else is like. Drugs are
same here, adaptable. I don't think drugs are okay. I did spend nearly a year amongst in a drug community that was mostly drag queens, and I hung out with them and became really good friends with them. But I don't think drugs are okay. I actually would say that drugs are overall are very bad. So just make sure, just to be clear, I don't approve of drug use, but I'm not going to be dishonest and say I didn't participate in it.
And about marrying a foreigner or something. I mean, Christianity shouldn't believe in racial teleology, anyways, right? Individual person. It's not about the race or whatever. I mean, that I don't understand how that has anything to do with Christianity, but
I don't know. I don't know. There are Christians out there that do have like these stupid beliefs in racial purity that I think are just like ridiculous.
But there's non-Christians that have those too.
Yeah, so Adaptable said someone left because something. Josh was this lane. This is the Gen X Jeff extreme stream, and that was kind of what I was saying.
That is true. Like it Yes, it is. That is true.
I'm really surprised. I was really surprised by it more than anything, and I tried to express that to her, but I just don't understand because I really don't understand what it was that was that bad. But still, whatever the case is, it is what
Oh,
it
I
is.
do. I absolutely do. I didn't.
Oh, it was
I didn't
her.
have to think twice. Like I was completely honest. I'm like, yep, don't blame her. I know exactly what she
Oh, it was.
experienced.
Yeah, it was a her.
I don't know
so.
what it was. So.
As long as it wasn't
Well,
Emerald, I kind of like Emerald. As long as it wasn't her, I don't care.
Emerald is not your biggest fan either.
Yeah, well, no, I get that, but I particularly like Emerald. She's kind of straightforward, so I like that.
We know you like Emerald. We know that you. I mean, I can tell.
Yeah, but
I can tell.
don't like her
I
too
see
much.
through you, Joshua. I see through you, man. You're much more empathic and much more caring than you want to believe. That you want me
Josh
to believe
is
you are.
like our Tommy in Toilet Bowl.
Yeah, but
He's
that's
as
so much
trolly
more.
as-
So much more
He's as
tolerable.
trolly as
You
the
could
stream
have a
has gotten so
conversation
far.
with Joshua. You
Damn.
can talk to Joshua though. You can't
That
talk to
that
Toilet Bowl and
that
Tommy.
doesn't negate his troll aspects. Just because you can have a conversation,
yes,
you're
it
the one
does.
that was sitting up here a while back saying that Tommy is civilized and you can have a conversation with Tommy, and that doesn't
I
negate
said that
his troll
one time.
aspects
I said
either.
that one time. And I agreed
I
with
know,
you. I
but do
also
you
agreed
see
with you.
the point that it doesn't, like Joshua falls into the same?
I talk to Tommy all the time. Illuminati? We're talking about Tommy Illuminati?
Yeah.
Or Illuminati, whatever the hell his name is. Yeah, I talk to him all the time. Well, I mean on stream, but
he's
I don't
not as crazy. I don't think he's as crazy as people think.
He's a meth
just very-
addict, and I'm sure there's some mental illness involved too.
Could be the case. I mean, I
spent like years working with people like Tommy.
I don't think he's the problem with TBE. I think TBE is a way worse problem, but still, I don't like.
But TBE is not on like 10 different streams a day for hours of time, taking up the entire.
Actually, yes. Actually, yes, he is. He's like
literally
not on the
18
streams
hours I go to.
Yeah, he's like 18 hours a day on different stuff. Yeah.
Well, Tommy's the same way. Every time I turn on the stream, it's the Tommy show. Just in there like spurging out, just talking his drug-addled nonsense.
I don't know. I don't really understand the concept of this whole concept of I have to stay away from everybody I disagree with. I disagree with a huge number of people, and I don't know.
Not that I disagree with them. That's not what bothers me. It is they ruin the experience for me. Watching someone on a stream screaming nonsense for hours and nobody else can talk is not a matter of disagreement. It's a matter of that's not why I tune into these streams. I'm not having the experience
Yoko Ono
I'm showing up for. And the other thing, and I've said this before too, I'm a community builder and I see potential for a really positive, cool community here. And that's the exact type of people that are going to destroy a community and not let it develop into the potential that it has.
No, yeah. I get the whole screaming thing. I just don't understand the whole like leaving because you disagree with something that was said.
No one. I don't know of anyone who is like, and myself included. I have not tuned in or turned away from a channel because I didn't agree. I don't have a problem disagreeing with people.
It's not a matter of and somebody else brought that up today too. So this is not the first time we're having this conversation.
I stayed on
that's
panel.
Not what it is at all.
I said on panel.
I don't agree or disagree with Tommy because he makes no fucking sense to even have an argument to agree with. But in your case, like the same reason that I leave streams when Tommy's on them. These people are leaving this stream when you're on it. That's why I said you're like our Illuminati.
Okay, I got it. I guess.
Like I find you more coherent. I find you more sober. I can have rational conversations with you, but you do have like a troll aspect, like Tommy does, that can drive some people away.
Okay, I have a question for Joshua. If the Empire thing was off the table, would you have the same attitude about fidelity?
Yeah, I have no clue. I've never lived a life without that. Like that's always been a thing. I was raised up with it. I was raised up specifically dedicated to it. You could call it training.
Yeah, but you're an adult now. You're in control of what values you adopt as an adult.
But
that was
but the money's
starting point.
Well, no. What he's saying is he won't win the lottery if he breaks the contract, but he will win the lottery if he upholds the contract. So
Pretty
that's
much. Kind of how that works.
Well,
Yeah, that's
I
kinda how
asked
that
him
works.
if he was required to kill by his grandparent. He's
No,
like,
no,
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 that's me. Like that's my principle.
Yeah, no.
well, but what he's saying is the detriment that it's doing to his lineage is
That's in
gonna
his
make
mind.
him
That's in his
react.
head.
That's just
That's his own
statistically
cognitive
accurate.
distortions that he should have the expertise to.
So okay, we'll try this. Jeff, what are the statistics on the functionality of youth that are raised up within single family households?
The only youth you need to worry about is the one in front of you. And,
okay.
And to make the assumption that if your wife has an affair, he's automatically fucked up and incapable of carrying on your empire is a cognitive distortion on your part.
Damn.
It's
In
not,
fact,
it's
in
not
fact,
based
it's
on
like-
evidence.
in fact,
It's not
I mean,
based
it's
on empiricism.
It's random, but
Well,
for all you know, that could be the thing that turns him into
And
like
you could
can
be
turn him
well.
into a super.
I doubt you could, but a person in your position could be the mitigating influence that makes a difference to your son's success or failure from that point on. And I guarantee if you go kill the wife, that's not gonna contribute to his chances.
Well, I think
You're just gonna
also what
compound
he's
it.
trying to get. Don't let me speak for you, Joshua. But I think also what you're getting at is like, if people took marriage, kids, and fidelity saying, then society would, you believe it would more or less go in a more positive direction, particularly for the West, is kind of what you're saying as well. I mean, is that kind of the undertone of what you're saying, or am I off?
Yeah, I'm not giving the prescription, but yeah, that is kind of the concept. The reason I'm not giving the prescription is because the prescription has already been set. I'm just playing by the rules. So like, okay, so like, Jeff's prescription here is you're a grown man, you can do like a different way kind of concept.
That's descriptive, not prescriptive.
Well, yeah.
My prescription would be don't kill your wife.
Oh, okay. So like he's trying to describe
There are healthier options that will give your son a better chance of being able to carry on your empire under those circumstances.
So Jeff is giving a description of what or what society, what he believes society operates like.
No, I'm giving a description of you as an adult. I'm giving a proscription of like how to increase positive outcomes for your son. And they're really just suggestions. I haven't
right. No, I get it.
Other than don't kill your wife.
Right.
Which is pretty much law. Like it's already the law. So I don't even have to give it a prescription.
Right. Of course. You're not supposed to like kill people. Yeah, I got it. Or murder people. The concept being is okay, you have a family structure, right? And you went into this all in, unfortunately, all in. It's kind of like the obligation or it's just a situation that it comes with, right? And then the prescription comes about, well, saving after the damage is done, right? Trying to save as much as possible. But it is more the reality that it's either an all or nothing. The settling
that's
for
your head. That's the part that's in your head.
Yeah, I would never settle for middle ground ever. It's all
not even
or
it's
nothing.
not even all nothing or middle ground.
Sure it is.
All nothing or middle relative to what?
Yeah, it's all or nothing. It's all of the empire or none of it. There's really the only two options. The middle ground kind of thing, that's just a waste.
But you are the one throwing the empire away.
No, I'm 100% convinced statistically that the moment that the affair takes place, everything after that is just done.
Right. That's
okay.
I think
but
that is the flaw in your thinking because you're
going
off
statistics 100%.
You're not going off of your individual son.
I'll say it
may
again.
not be part of those
Except
statistics.
for
He
the
may be an outlier.
statistics lay claim to that.
Are the statistics 100% though? Are they 100%?
No, nothing. Yeah, there's always
why
exceptions.
Why not roll a dice and be an exception, man? You're like you are like a tactician. You're a tactician. You understand odds. You understand how to play those. Like you should be. Of all people, you should be.
You're making an assumption about your son that you have not tested.
I do not engage in risk. Well, at least no more than I absolutely have to.
So you would sacrifice
your job
your
is risk.
No, actually, believe it or not, my job is actually quite safe.
Kill the wife to protect your son, but sacrifice him to avoid risking your empire.
it's more unsafe to like cross the street than it is to just go with DOS. I mean, like, hell, you got an entire military behind you, right? Like, it's pretty safe. Being a cop, that would be unsafe. Doing what I do, nah.
Oh, come on. I mean, you were in Lebanon like the day after like those bombings
Right.
happened. That's
It-
not
it-
like
it-
We were
that's not
blowing
safe.
shit up in Lebanon.
In a safe house miles away where nobody knows where the hell you are, it's completely
Yeah,
safe.
like what unless you're like in like the safe house in Benghazi that got raided, shit like that. You know, what I mean, like this shit
Well, that was
happens.
the
Like, I
embassy
mean,
that got raided, not a safe house. Safe
okay,
houses are
Well, and
I thought
they're
there was
unknown.
no embassy in Benghazi. I thought that was the whole thing. There was no embassy in Benghazi, so like it was a CIA safe house. Is that
Who
not right?
knows? I have no
Okay.
idea. I'd have to go back and look. I thought I was under the impression it was a consulate.
According to like the actual like the government website about where there were consulates and embassies, there was no such embassy or consulate in Benghazi, which meant it was a CIA safe house. But that was years ago, so I don't even know anymore.
Chris, do you think he's still a comedian? Because he sounds pretty serious about this. He's
No,
arguing
this
it
is a
to
this
death-
is a
to the
serious
death.
conversation. This is a serious actual conversation. This is real. I absolutely believe this is real, and I think this is really interesting too. And I think that we're actually
So,
I don't know.
this is
I
not
think
just
this
a
is
character he's playing.
no. This is not a character. I believe 100%
well,
of this. I believe 100% of this.
Yes, that building.
well, and look, this is
I had to look it up. That
sorry. I
building,
just wanted to.
that building in Benghazi, that was a diplomatic post, aka a consulate. And
Okay.
yes, it also had a CIA annex to it. But keep in mind, that's kind of how it works. Like if you're a CIA, if you're an officer, you're going to be basically identified as a DOS employee. They give you a passport, you're set up that way, right? That's how they move people in and out. From the inside, we don't know who's who because even we don't know. I'm a staffer. I'm not one of them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to pull out one of them from like a bag of shit. Like I'd never be able to know. It's not like they put them on a roster and say, "Oh, these people are these people." We just think they're all staffers.
Yeah, and probably they didn't get backup for other reasons other than it was a surprise attack. Like I think there was probably a lot of diplomatic issues around that whole thing, from what I understand. But yeah, like I don't think they just hung him out to dry. I think they had some. They didn't know who was who, or I'm sure there was a lot of confusion based on what I've seen about that case.
It didn't have a lot of information in it, but surprisingly enough, the best Michael Bay movie I've ever seen was 13 Hours. That was actually about Benghazi. That was actually really good. It's a really good movie, actually.
That movie
I was
good.
surprised. I was surprised how good that was because I don't like Michael Bay in general as a director.
I want to mention one thing really quick as well. Like, as a straight guy, I also understand what Joshua is referring to. Like, you know, a lot of men wouldn't actually go and quote unquote do what he's talking about to their wife. But I think a lot of men certainly would struggle with that inclination. I'm saying, like,
yeah, definitely they would. They definitely would.
Without
he's already determined the outcome of the struggle. Like it's not even going to be a struggle.
Right.
That includes myself. That includes myself. I would have the same struggle with it. Okay, like let me be clear. Like I understand where you're coming from. I just think that I believe.
In one sense, y'all are trying to build a more civilized society, and in another sense, you're giving into your worst impulses at the same time.
We definitely have a different view of what is considered civilized or not.
Yeah, we must.
Wait. Well,
like,
when you said you said you guys who? You know, I'm saying I wouldn't do it, but I would still have the impulse. I mean, the impulse is there, the anger. If you have anger, I mean, you wouldn't feel
right.
like
I think acting on our lowest impulses is less civilized than.
Yeah, I agree, which is why I wouldn't do it. But I mean,
yeah,
you're saying like in the same situation, Jeff. I mean, you're saying you wouldn't have like that. You wouldn't have that rage that would want to do that. I mean, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't even have the desire. Wouldn't even rise to the level of consideration beyond like. I mean, I'm saying I would not do it. No, I know I'm not a violent person. I'm not the kind of person that would murder somebody or something like that, especially someone I loved. I would not kill her for it, but I would. There would certainly be a part of me that would want to. So I think at least I think so. I mean, I use my empathy best I can and put myself in that situation. I mean, I certainly see that. I see where it comes from. But
actually, I want to bring up this exception to the rule. So you're saying that there's a rule that if someone is dishonest or like not,
Unfaithful?
not, yeah, if someone's unfaithful in your marriage, then you lose your thing, right? But couldn't you work out a thing where nobody would know and you guys would just agree to
there's all
sort that
kind of
out?
like normally it would be a crime of passion, but in this case it's like premeditated. He's already this is
No.
tactically
What I'm saying
calculated
is,
in
Joshua,
advance.
wouldn't there be a way to work out where nobody would know that there was infidelity in your marriage, and you could?
It's got nothing to do with the
Yeah, it's
infidelity
all-
part.
Hey,
head.
Josh. Think about it like this, man. Like considering all the other like quote unquote misogynistic things you've said, wouldn't that give you the perfect leverage over your wife to make sure you never have to do the dishes again? I'm sorry. That's a terrible joke.
Damn.
I should have said that shit.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry.
There's very little. There's very little capability of leverage within the wife because she has absolutely zero access to any of it. The kid does. Like it's all focused on the kid. 100% of it goes to the kid.
No, I
Zero.
mean to keep,
unless
you
she
from
cheats
killing
on
her.
you.
I mean, I'm saying to keep you from
Then it
killing
all
her.
gets
Wouldn't that give
blown
you the
up.
leverage?
Oh no, not particularly. Because if somebody's already in their mind to have the affair, it's not about the kid, right? It's about their desires, right? It's placing their own personal desires over what's in the best interest of the kid, aka
Well, but what I'm saying is,
blowing up your
legacy.
empire is not in the best interest of the kid. So I don't believe you.
Wait, the empire isn't in the best interest of the kid? Sure it is.
Blowing up your empire is not in the best interest of the kid.
He would most likely never, statistically speaking, would never have a chance at it. Once a family breaks, it's done.
Well,
that's
your family has got to be one of those. Your family has got to be one of the most fascinating case studies in history. I have no idea what your family is, but it's something weird as shit.
If you blow up the empire, it's 100% chance he's not going to be capable.
But couldn't
there's a reason why the empire didn't get passed to my mother.
I knew.
My mother has been divorced several times. There's a reason why it went from grandpa to me and not to her.
But couldn't you cover the affair?
Skeleton with a wig in your closet.
But couldn't you cover up the affair so that it wouldn't impact you and you guys just stay married? Or
yeah,
something?
there's 100 options.
We should stop talking about it because all we're going to do is give Joshua the way to cover up. We're just going to give Joshua a way to cover up a murder or something like that. That's going to turn the news, and then they're going to find this podcast. Then we're all going to get implicated as conspiracy.
Right. Not only am I losing viewers, I'm going to lose my whole stream in conspiracy to.
We're going to go to jail for it. What are you talking about? Like whatever that.
No, I'm saying cover the affair, not the other thing.
Yeah,
cover the affair.
I know. I was just joking. I'm just joking, guys.
Yeah,
I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to consider the idea that there's an open relationship, behind the scenes, and the kid not understand something.
Right, and that is a limitation on your part.
Oh, you can lay claim to it, but again, the statistics are what the statistics are. Yes, there are.
You just said, forget this. You just said you would not even be able to conceive of whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to conceive being able to put that in like in a back room behind a curtain and it not have an effect on the kid. I wouldn't understand how the kid would not.
That's in your imagination and your.
Yeah, I mean, I could be fake.
The kid's gonna suffer for.
I could be fake, and I wouldn't know how to hide that from the kid. I'm not a fake person by nature.
Right, you don't have to hide it from him.
Oh, okay. Hey, kid, it's okay. It's okay to have an open relationship. End of tradition.
You don't have to have an open relationship.
You don't have to tell him that either.
You can move on, and then suddenly you have leverage over her in bed. Like you can get her, like any kind of sex you want to have. Like
that is the exact concept of the inheritance is based on tradition.
Okay. I'm not sure what's more important, the son or the inheritance. The son sounds
the inheritance,
like
the legacy is the most important. You raise your children to continue a legacy.
It all makes sense now.
Well, hey, you know what, dude? I've got a bridge to sell you. I'm just kidding. If you're interested in owning a bridge, I'm just saying, like, it's since you have so much money, I just like, saying like,
it's not just about the concept of owning something, right? It's the concept of furthering.
I know. I'm joking, man. I'm just joking.
Even right now,
I didn't mean that.
Yeah, it's really about the traditions. I mean, that's the whole point of like culture is to keep it going.
You and
Yeah,
TCPS
healthy
ought to
culture.
have an interesting conversation about traditional culture preservation then.
Yeah, we strangely enough, we disagree on quite a few things.
He was on the stream this afternoon. We had a pretty good conversation.
Yeah, I missed it.
I think Chris is the actual troll, but
No.
I've always secretly
I
been
think
the
there's a
troll.
little
It's
troll
my
in all
secret.
of us.
I think I just
well,
bring
that's
out the
definitely
worst
true.
in him. I'm pretty sure I just bring out the worst.
I get like I got in trouble on PF Young's stream for making comments in the chat. So like, come on, like, you know, I can get in trouble anywhere. So
he can troll with the best of them. No, I'm just kidding. He's trying to sell your bridge, but he didn't tell you he lives underneath it.
That's true. That's very true. This is a green screen background right here. I am under a bridge right now. I am living the Anthony Kiedis dream right now. You know.
Neuro, I sent you a link to that. You were asking about it. I don't know how long Risky will keep it open. I was under the impression he was going to clip parts of it with CT and then put the rest of it in private. But I sent you the link to it in private chat. So
thank you. Yeah, I'll copy it right now because I can't. If I click it, it'll kick me out of this StreamYard.
Yeah. I just don't. I can't speak for how long it'll stay up. Maybe for I'm kind of hoping for a couple more hours, at least another 10, 11 hours. It's late for them. So
what time is it there?
Here it's 2:38 p.m.
in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm afternoon.
What secret clandestine shit are you guys talking about then? Like, what kind of like?
The passport bros discussion that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Actually, started out as it actually started out as a conflict, something between CT and another guy or something, right? And that just led into this passport bros thing. And so, and somebody laid claim, well, you know, it's just a bunch of bullshit degeneracy. I was like, well, I kind of agree with that, and so that was my thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Realize killing your wife, you pretty much lose the moral high ground on any other position.
Well, he hasn't done it yet. He hasn't. Done it yet.
Just out of curiosity, Jeff, have you ever heard me lay claim to a moral stance?
Well, you're kind of doing it in the sense of I don't think people should promote passport. What is it called? Passport sex, passport bros,
degeneracy.
Yes, that's coming from a moral position.
Yes, that would be true.
Right. Okay. And so killing your wife would also be a form.
So do you believe that
so you lose the ability to credibly advocate for preventing degeneracy when you're willing to turn around and
if it was the case that the 10% of population of dudes going around screwing around actually became the 50%, we'd have a lot more violence within our society.
Okay,
yeah, but
let's say that that's
you
true,
lose
but
the ability to be a credible advocate for
it's not about an advocate
when you're willing to resort to violence.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly believe in defending a society even through violence. That's why I said our definition of
that's what the state's for. We assign that rule to the state.
If the defense, if your defense of the civilization also destroys the civilization, what's the point?
Right. We don't. The only problem here is we don't exactly agree on the descriptor of what civility is.
Okay.
I happen to believe that the violence is actually.
I at least agree that murder your wife does not fall under my definition.
Oh yeah. No, this would be me making a horrible mistake, selecting the wrong woman, and then me erasing that mistake.
And then ruining your child's life and spending the rest of your life in prison, if not, or killing yourself in order to avoid prison. So I really don't see how that's like that. I mean, and I'm saying this honestly, Joshua. Joshua, let me say,
barbarism would be murder.
I say this out of actual love. I like you, man. I just think that's a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's bad. It's just bad logic in my opinion.
Well, sure. But keep in mind, right? So the statistics are quite clear about, children being raised in single family households.
But I believe in people beating the odds, though.
Yeah, I don't do that whole like, well, take your chances and play the lottery. Never
Well,
operated that way.
hold
At
on,
the same
hold on.
time, if the odds aren't
Like, what
against you,
else are
then
you
we'll
gonna
win
do
big.
that with your son for?
Erase the mistake, because I
So,
would
hold on.
not tolerate any type. If she's willing to go that path, I would not tolerate anything beyond that of her having an influence on the kid.
So-
It would be finished.
So hold on. Let's go back to the passport bro thing. Let's.
Yeah.
Why is that a bad thing to go and? I'm not saying again. I personally don't like the phenomenon, but I'm just saying like, if you're gonna do it and you do it abroad, like in Asia they have a different attitude towards sex than in America. I don't think that's a secret, right? I think that the levels of promiscuity are probably somewhat equal. If I like, my personal guess is they're probably similar numbers, but in general people in Asia tend to get married anyways and stick together and raise a family even with those problems that they have, versus here
Yes.
in the West, where, and that's changing in Asia, as for example, right?
So
But
it's kind of weird because the statistics are kind of like, as you say, the statistics are across the board very similar. There might be a couple upticks here and there on different things, but generally, yeah, pretty much women here, women there, same thing. Boys here, boys there, pretty much the same thing.
what I'm saying,
Affair rates are slightly higher, but once you get up to well, okay, so there's basically not much for middle class. There's low class and upper class. There's not really much in the middle to measure. But there is a very drastic difference between the behaviors within the lower class and the upper class. There's just not much for the middle class to measure because they don't really exist in large numbers. So the behaviors also change up there too.
so what I'm saying is, if men are going to do it, it would be better for them to do it outside of the American empire. I mean, reasonably, right? Especially if they come back and they decide, hey, now that I've done all that, I'm going to come back into the empire and now I'm going to establish a family because I've already done all that. I'm not saying that I'm not making a moral argument. I'm trying to make a pragmatic argument.
Oh yeah. So in that case, then it would just be like a question of, okay, if I graduate, what do people graduate high school around the age of 18? They spend 10 years abroad, just doing their willy-nilly party and whatever, right? So now they're 28 years old and they're just now getting started in life to be productive. I don't know, getting a job, doing their thing, right? Question is, well, shit, what benefit is that? That's a threat to society.
Sure, I agree with you. Now let me say this. Aren't there better ways that we could get the youth of America, for example, to try and get back on track? For example, the fact that so many women are involved in men's spaces like work, university, all these things, that's kind of the source of a lot of this problem, because if women didn't have as much belief that those are viable options, because the reality is, and this is not against women, but the reality is when you have kids, it's going to mess up your career, right? And this is lied about, where they think they can just pop a baby out and go back to work in 2 weeks. I mean, you can do that, but it's not optimal for the empire, certainly, and certainly not for family life, right? So you see what I mean? It's like the structure of the society is already faltered. So focusing in on the one thing seems not really to address the basic level. Right?
The vast majority of society do things wrong. That's why the vast majority of society are within a lower class rating, right? Like that just is the thing that it is. However, like you can't make prescriptions you can't have a lot of expectations of a lot of dumb people doing a lot of dumb things, and they're just another cog in a machine. Like at the end of the day, that's what it is.
Well, and again, I'm sorry to keep talking, but I want to get some of this out because I've actually, this is an issue I really do care about. I'm from the South, okay, and it's very high amount of Christians, but to be honest with you, the lower classes, Christian or not, the women are not the best mothers. They're not the best caretakers. They're not the best partner to be with, right? I mean, it's just
right.
There's a rampant infidelity. There's rampant drug,
right, but
whatever, right?
Now here's where things get a little weird, where like I instantly, my misogyny just goes like 100 different, it's times 100, but it's not played out in the way that people think, right? Women's behavior is the fault of men, period. As society becomes what we tolerate, what we allow. So I don't sit here and blame women for their bad behavior. I blame men for that. And so, like, the prescription that, like, I guess if it was the society, if society, it would be just like if my wife had an affair, I'm taking the responsibility for it. I selected wrong, right? I did something that might probably cause it in the first place.
Why wouldn't you just kill yourself then? Why would you kill her and kill yourself?
Because I would never allow somebody to have that type of breach of an agreement, to have that type of influence on my child. That's why she would be erased.
Okay, it doesn't really erase her though. It murders her, which is going to affect
Yeah,
the child.
By erase, meaning she would no longer have any type of influence on the kid.
The influence will never go away. Her death will have influence for their entire life.
Sure. But she's not going to be able to like have any moral claims or teach the kid, oh, you ought to do this way, you ought to do. That's over and done with. The moment that an affair takes place, that same rule applies.
You're going to fuck up your kid worse than the influence you're trying to protect him from.
That may be, could be the case,
or at least as bad. If
not worse, we have the best trolls, I swear.
So it also allowing her to have any continued influence. So it's fuckery no matter what. Thus, it's done.
You're willing to fuck up your kid to protect him from negative influence. That makes no sense.
Yeah, the best I could hope for is maybe the grandparents get involved. But me and her, we're done with. Like, it's over with. We no longer have any influence on the kid. So somebody else is going to have to pick up the slack. You'd hope for, like, my parents. Well, it'd have to just be on my stepdad, who's pretty much a decent person. But he's also going to end the empire anyways, at least for the Jones family. Now now it's broken down from 5, now down to 4. So those 4. It's all done. Like, it's over and done with. That's why it would be that thing.
Well, and again, you don't have to answer to this, but you said that you had a small real estate empire of some sort, right? Or something like that. So, I mean, you wouldn't be totally in the dark, right? I'm just saying, like, there is something give on to your...
Yeah, no. So there's some caveats to all of these businesses. I have to. I don't know how to explain this. Look back at monarchy and see how their inheritances operate. It's something very similar to that.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That you don't need to explain more than that. I get you.
I didn't set it up like 180 or somewhere around 150, 180 years ago. They set it up. It just operates that way.
Right. I kind of know what I'm not going to, out of respect for your personal life, I'm not going to get into it, but I have questions, but I won't ask it publicly, but I kind of get the gist of what you're getting at. And just out of curiosity, like you said, so, and feel free not to answer this, but what was your religious history of your family back in that time? And
my parents were pretty much Christian. I didn't particularly know about it. My father, I found out he was a hardcore Christian after he died.
Like as in Protestant or Catholic or something else?
Grandpa was Catholic. I believe my mom is somewhere close to Pentecostal. There was some switch after Grandpa had something happened within Catholicism that there was something going on in the family. I don't really know the exact history.
But 100 years ago, it was primarily Catholic.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. No, I'm just trying to understand, like, if that has any influence on what's going on as well, because I don't know much about Catholicism. I grew up in the South where everyone's a Protestant, and I have my own issues with that. But even growing up around it, I'm confused by Protestantism. And when you go to Orthodox and Catholicism, I'm catching that at least, right? Like, I'm very lost.
I ended up atheist just flat out because I just lack faith. That was kind of it, right? Like I'm a big fan of the prescriptions, the virtues. I'm a very big fan of that, but that's about as far as I can get. I lack the faith part.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get called a Gnostic Christian because I ask questions, and it's like, but it's like, how can you like? Yesterday on TML stream, these trolls were calling me a Gnostic because I'm trying to understand the truth of the church and all this. but everything's based on faith, so I can still believe yet still question at the same time. You see what I mean? Like when I go to the Christian church that I go to now, which is an Orthodox church, the first thing that they told me is doubt is part of faith. So
that's nice. That's nice that they believe that there. They don't believe that in many churches. That is nice. I think it's fun. I think it's funny that like they start calling you a Nazi Christian because like was it TBE calling you that?
yeah, and again, like I don't even mind because
it's just because like whenever I told TB the first time I went on there on TNL stream, I said that I was a Gnostic Christian, and he was like, "What the fuck does that mean, huh?" And he started like trying to mock me. He said it's like Gnostic Christian. He just started repeating in comments like over and over again. So it's funny. It's like I think I introduced that concept to him, and now he's calling other people that. I think it's hilarious.
Well, the thing is a lot of these Christians just throw that term around, but the truth is like it has a very specific meaning and it's a derogatory term. But when you actually get down and define
I take it as a badge of honor. I take it as a badge of honor. I don't find it derogatory.
Yeah, and I don't want to detract from the conversation here, but I do think that your religious overtones matter. Like I grew up as a Baptist, and I will never shake off completely like the Baptist environment that I grew up in.
I did too.
It's always going to be part of who I am, right? So,
Southern Baptist, born and raised. My dad was a minister.
Bless y'all's hearts.
Yeah, bless our hearts. Exactly. Yeah.
What was yours, Jeff? Because I don't know anything about Cajuns.
I grew up Catholic.
Okay, got it.
I was an altar boy, sang the choir. I wanted to be a priest when I was a kid.
Do you get the sense that like Catholicism makes people atheist, or not atheist, but
no, I think science makes people atheists, or it made me atheist.
Well, what I mean is a lot of people in Catholicism, because I used to live around like a lot of Italian Catholics, and the general sense that I used to go to a Catholic church for a couple, I would say like maybe for a year, for like a few times a year. And I just got the sense that most people who were Catholics were not particularly interested in what they believed in. They were just kind of more interested in like being a Catholic. I don't know how to describe it.
It was more of a social, like I lived in a very small village, so the whole center of community life was the church. It was more social thing. They didn't really care about the intricacies of the religion, and it was French Catholic too, so the rules were very loose. They drank and smoked and had sex, and they go to church on Sunday and say hi to everybody and get
that's exactly
and then go
that's
home
how most Catholics I ever knew were. So I mean,
no, that's exactly what I got the impression of. That's why I think it's funny, because like
it's more totally of a social like institution than but they take it very seriously. They go to all the holy holidays. They get the
they take it seriously, except when it comes to like the
Christmas,
except for the moral prescriptions. Well, like Catholics have that thing though, where they think that if as long as they confess it,
they say their rosaries.
Right?
They're superstitious.
But that's the funny thing about growing up as a Baptist. It's totally the opposite. You don't care about the community. You only care about the moral prescriptions. And it's like, you're going to hell if you fuck up. So it's like,
well, Catholics have confession. So they just go see the priest.
Yeah. They just go, they all they have to do is go to the priest. The priest absolves them all the sins and they
reset.
Even though technically a Protestant has the same thing without the priest, but you know, they don't treat it that way.
Yeah, and sorry I detracted from what we were talking about, Joshua. I just trying to. I'm always just curious because I think that those things are. I mean, where we come from certainly does have an impact on us, because you know, like my family is a mix of the British Isles, and like each side of my family is very different attitude towards life. Let's just put it that way. I mean, the Scottish people in my family are like just hardcore people, but they're the nicest people ever. But if you mess with them, like, it's over. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, you know, they just drop everything and you're just done. You know what I mean? So it's very, and I think that that's kind of why a lot of people don't understand about, you know, Americans and white Americans is like you're Cajun, I'm British. I'm a particular type of British Isles person. Joshua's a different kind. Chris is a different kind. Like we're not all the same. You know what I mean? We all have a little different things about us. You know, even if we're mixed. Like I'm sure I'm a mix of different cultures. But
I'm part Scottish too.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I totally
white people in me.
I'm half Spanish and half Mutt European, so that's my heritage. My mom's side is from like all over Europe. Like the heritage goes mostly Britain, but most of the all over Europe. And my dad is Spanish, so.
Yeah, I don't know much about my dad's side, but they're probably French and Welsh, German, Netherlandish people. I'm not exactly sure. And then my mom's
Dude,
side is like Irish, and
my
Scottish.
dad's family was so Spanish that they were actually bullfighters. Swear to God.
Yeah, that's pretty badass actually.
I swear, my hand and my heart to God, my family were bullfighters. I actually have pictures of them in like the bull. I actually have two of my of one of my great grandfathers and like his like son and like full on like matador like outfits. It like I don't have the picture, but it's like my aunt has it in a scrapbook and it's insane. I couldn't like when I saw it, it's like most surreal things I've ever seen in my life.
That sounds like a pagan ritual to me.
I agree. I've been saying this for a long time, but nobody listens to me. So, I mean, probably it's like the slaying of Mithras, right? Mithras, the bull god, right?
Exactly. Yeah. There's this great show on Amazon. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it had Josh Brolin in it. I gotta look it up. But if you guys watch that show, I think they only have one season of it so far, and they probably won't do another one. But it was basically all Mithraism, Chronos. I mean, it. The story wasn't overtly that. It was a science fiction / Yellowstone type of thing, but the undertone was basically like Cain and Abel, Chronos, Mithras. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Who was in it? Josh Brolin.
Josh Brolin on Amazon. I can't remember the name of the damn show, but it's very. I mean, it's probably one of the most pagan shows I've ever seen, and I think
What's it called?
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm going to try to find it right now.
Let me try to look it up.
I'm looking at television right now. So is it recent? Was it Outer Range?
Yeah, that's the one. Outer Range. Yep.
Yeah, it's the most recent thing. A Wyoming rancher is fighting for his land. Is finding there's a mysterious black void in the pasture. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I will check this out. I will check this out. This sounds right up my alley. I think it sounds great.
I wanted to do a whole stream about, or maybe a series of streams about the show because because I didn't look into all this Mithraism and stuff when I watched the show, but now that I keep looking into it, I'm like, this show is all about like ancient weird astrology religion shit, but it's almost like a Yellowstone meets like Twilight Zone kind of thing. It's kind of
we can stream out together. I'd love to. It's only 8 episodes, so I can watch it and I'd love to do it. Like the very first streaming thing I ever tried to do was try to do a podcast about Mr. Robot back when like after the first season aired, and we got like halfway through the season, and then my hard drive crashed and I lost all the episodes, and I was so upset. So anyway, the very first thing I ever tried to do any kind of like internet content for, so it'd be fun.
Yeah,
yeah, this is it sounds great though. I mean, like I've told you before, like a 12-ounce mouse is full of weird ass symbolism that I don't even know. I don't know if it. My belief is that I don't think that Matt Malero, the guy that made the show, really intentionally put it in there, but nonetheless, like just serendipity or whatever, just happens to make a lot of the stuff in the show line up with a lot of weird like symbolism things. I think it's very interesting. I think a lot of things like happen like that in culture and in life, and I don't necessarily, I don't think it's like a conspiracy or anything like that. It's just like weird coincidence, or what they call it, not conspiracy, but like not in coincidence. It's called the term is whenever things line up like that. I can't remember the word right now. Synchronicity, yeah, synchronicity. There you go. You got it. Synchronicity.
If the writers of this show didn't do it on purpose, then I'll be officially like tinfoil hat wearing freak, because it's so. I mean, it's like it seems so.
Oh, they probably did. I don't know. I did like last show I tried to watch that was clearly trying to do something like that was the show Rabbit Hole, and God, it was so bad. It's one of the worst TV shows I've ever watched. But still, like I appreciate when shows try to put that kind of thing in there, but a lot of times they fail at doing it well.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm sorry to ask. I'm sorry to change the subject really quick, but I had this question for Jeff because I've been meaning to ask.
Absolutely.
because I was rereading. I was reading Interview with the Vampire. Have you ever read that book?
I tried to read it once a long time ago, but I never got into it. I played Vampire the Masquerade though, which was
Yeah, I only
good
I
game.
only read about half of it, but but
I saw the movie.
The movie's awesome. But without getting into like my personal fascination with the story, do you feel that if you were to go back home to where you're from, that there's not much to go back home to because that culture and that time and that place is kind of just gone? Because when I read that book, it was kind of interesting because it's very much talking about like what the bayou used to be like, and then obviously he's a vampire, so he lives like 250 years, and then like obviously everything that he knew is gone, right? So you know what I mean?
It's interesting you should ask because I haven't been home in 15 years, and I'm going in a few weeks for the first time, and so I will be able to give a full report. I'm interested to answer that question myself. I have no idea how it's going to hit me, and I'll probably be live streaming from there too.
I can tell you for a fact that I was just in my hometown just the other day, and not only is it not changed at all, but none of the people that I knew that still live there from when I knew before have changed at all either. They were all exactly the same. So my house
That's been my
was very
experience when I have gone back. Is like frozen in
it's like
time, or Peggy
frozen
Sue
in
got married
time.
feeling.
Like there's this one guy I know there that like is like this he's one of the guys that like worked with me on some music tracks and stuff like that, and he's a radio DJ there, and he's got this Barry White voice. He's a huge black guy. He's like 6'5", and he has this voice that sounds like this all the time, and he's a really cool guy. But like I called him up and like while I was there and just like went by and hung out with him like an hour, and like that dude had I swear to God, it was like nothing, even like the room that he was in had not changed. Like everything, it was creepy. It had been like 2 years and like nothing had changed at all. It's just like it's weird. Like that town I grew up in is like frozen in time forever. I don't know if it's like that for everybody, but it was like that for me. So
yeah, I'm expecting both. I'm expecting frozen
there will
in
be
time, and I'm
changes. There's
expecting
always
some changes that I didn't expect.
Well,
most of the changes are like a new Starbucks or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I mean is like, if you were just to drop everything and move back home, do you think that? Obviously, you don't know this, but what I'm saying is like, when you just kind of like imagine it, do you think that it would give you some sort of like? Would you feel at peace, or would you just feel like stepping backwards, or you're just not sure?
I'd probably feel like stepping backwards because I left for a reason, and I would remember all the reasons why I left in the first place. And I've moved away and come back before for short periods, and every time I've done that, it did feel like a step back. Like all I did was like look for somewhere else to go as quickly as possible.
Yeah. I have to say that was kind of my experience in general. Like I've thought about, because I really miss where I grew up for a certain period of my life, and I still, like, in my mind, if I had my choice, I would love to be there. But then, like I said, like, it's like you don't, I mean, I didn't say this, but like, I think we understand this because we had a similar experience. Like, you'll never go back and just like be accepted back into the way things were, especially like if your mom and your dad are like, my mom has died, and obviously all the people that I knew have mostly moved away. Like, it's weird. Like, a lot of the people I went to elementary school with, for example, like work out here where I live at. So like, we've all migrated somewhere else, and you know what I mean? Like, that charm of what you grew up in is kind of like gone in that moment to some degree.
A weirder part of it is whenever you go back there and actually it does embrace you and it does feel just like it did before, and it's like it hasn't moved on at all, and that's actually creepier to me. Like yes, like I would almost be more comforted if I went home and it didn't feel like home anymore, if it felt like a different place, but instead it feels exactly the same, and it's like this creepy Stepford kind of like thing. I'm like why didn't it change? I changed, why didn't it change? That's what bothers me.
Actually, that's a good point, because I'll just say this and I'll let Jeff respond, but when I went back for my mother's funeral, I went back to this funeral home that I hadn't stepped in since I was like 5 years old or something. And the funeral director remembered me from my great grandfather.
Oh wow, that's bizarre.
When I
That's
was like
so bizarre.
4 or 5 years old, and it was
How
just
did he
like,
recognize
wow.
you? How did he recognize you?
Well, because everyone in that whole town is like knows each other, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like he
Sure,
knew my
but still,
family.
that's weird.
He knew the guy that introduced my grandparents. Like that's the kind of level. And it was just weird. It was creepy in a charming way, but yeah, like you said, it is very like dismaying. It's almost like my life experience is so different than this, right? So, it's just weird,
No, I understand, man. I unfortunately, I'm faced with the prospect of having to do that very shortly in my own life. Unless I figure something out, I'm going to end up having to move back to where my parents live and probably move in with my parents yet, move with my parents yet again. And like I am, oh, it's a horrifying prospect. But yeah, I fully feel like that thing. There's a great song by this band called the Weaker Thins that that explains that I think expresses my feeling on that perfectly. Called "This Is a Fire Door, Never Leave Open." You should check it out. It's a great song.
That sounds like a very interesting. What were you going to say, Jeff? Sorry, and Chris.
Yeah. No, I'm on Jeff to respond.
Oh, what was the question?
Just about like your impression about that phenomenon of when you go home and everyone's like you said, nothing's changed, right? Like
I don't know what I don't have a lot to go on because I know when my mom came up here and visited last year for Christmas, and she seemed the same. Like it took me back. Like we settled into our same patterns very easily, and it had that familiar feeling to it, even though we hadn't seen each other in 15 years. So I'm kind of expecting that, but I'm the one that's been away with it for so long that it's going to have some kind of uncanny feeling to me. And then also, the town was devastated by a hurricane in 2020, like almost completely wiped off the map. So the whole town itself is not
crazy.
the same town that from my memories. There's a lot of
that'll
places that
definitely be different. It's been forced to change. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
that really is interesting.
There's still really interesting thing to go like through. Half the town, and that's all new. So there's going to be stuff like the one skyscraper in town got demolished by the hurricane, so that's going to be gone. So there's going to be like changes just from that, and they have like big casinos now that were built that's never been there. So I don't know. I don't honestly. I have no clue what to expect. I'm more worried about like family drama. Hopefully there won't be any. I have this idea that we're all grown up and mature and we can all interact without all the childhood drama coming up.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like enjoy going home, because like all the family drama just never dies except for with me, and it's like you can't I'm the person to always try to arbitrate or just tell everyone to like go away from me, and because it never resolves, it's like it's like ongoing. And
it's going to be for me to manage and navigate. I'm not counting on their skill set at all. That's
I've been lucky. I've been lucky with that. My family, at least my mom's side, hasn't really had any serious drama. On my dad's side, they're mostly dead, so I don't really have. But on the thing on my wife's side, like their family is full of drama. So I don't even. But I've never even been to visit her hometown because that's how much like I don't know why they disapprove of me so much. Because like I've like literally like taken care of their daughter for like a long time, and like I've been through all this stuff, but like they don't really approve of me for some reason, and they have like their problems with me, and I don't really know why, even though they love our grandchildren, their grandchildren, everything. But so like I'll be experiencing that experience soon enough. But like with my own family, on my side, like I said, my dad's family is pretty much all dead except for his brother and sister, and they're way away. They don't really involve us. And then my mom's family is pretty much like they all kind of love us. They all kind of love each other and everything. It's pretty easygoing. So I'm really lucky with that. I can't imagine like what's been like from one of those contentious families where like every holiday is like a nightmare type thing. That just sounds horrible.
God, I love the family drama. Absolutely love it.
I bet you do.
You would.
You
You
probably
would.
are the source of more than
I,
half of it.
I weaponize it. Like I make it a weapon. And worse, I don't
Well,
even have to. I don't have to deal with it directly. My stepfather.
I try to be a
Put
little more
everything on
mature
him.
and civilized than that.
Yeah, it's not about like being mature. Family drama exists everywhere. Like every family's got some bullshit to deal with, right?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then
we
the
don't
fa-
have major drama. It's just little heavy drama. If it even shows up at all, who knows?
Oh, our family, it pops up with inheritance, like death. Death
Oh,
is
right.
a horrible thing in our family. Somebody dies, and you got people have expectations and shit like that. And
Have you seen that show
I
Succession?
How many
Is
siblings do
your
you
life
have?
is your life that show Succession, Joshua? See that show?
I guess it's kind of part of it that's in there, but I think the drama comes in with like the entitlement. Certain people in the family usually feel like they're entitled to something because of, I guess, a family name or some shit like that.
Well, including you.
No, for us, it's all based on the concept of functionality.
Well, how many siblings do you have that to have drama with?
I've only got one that's left alive.
Oh, okay.
Which technically
what happened to the rest of them? Did you kill them? Just kidding. I'm just
well,
Is
let's see here.
More than one skeleton in the rocking chair.
Yeah, the first two sisters, I never met them. They were way before my time. They committed suicide. I don't know what over.
Oh no.
Whoa, why do you get the virgin suicides here in his family too? Goddamn.
Upper class suicide is a very common thing. I don't know why. Like I don't know any of the
I don't think
details.
anyone's immune from it.
But so then the brothers, on the other hand, well, the one thing that kills, at least within the Jones family, the one thing that kills males in our family is war.
What?
I don't know how my old man survived. Like that one to me is kind of weird. He
I
survived.
didn't hear the thing. What was the thing?
War. That's the thing that kills most of the males in our family. And so the brother.
Which war?
Do what?
War? Which war killed him? The Gulf War?
So Vietnam War killed one of my brothers. My father was in World War II. He was the only one that actually survived a war. So I don't know how he got grenaded twice, right? He shouldn't, I guess, technically shouldn't be alive, but I mean, he somehow made it. Don't know how. So, anyways, the other brother that I that's surviving, he got 4F'd anyways. Like he's a useless piece of shit, basically. He's in the Philippines currently. So, but that's the reason why the inheritance didn't end up going to him, is because he's a useless bag of shit that can't scratch his own ass, pretty much.
Okay.
But that's how things operate within our family, basically. But the family drama, like there's people that basically say, well, I was this person to that person, so I should inherit it. None of that shit functions that way. You get what you're capable of doing. And now the problem is so with me, since things kind of ended up getting tossed onto me because of my incompetent ass brother, well, now I have a stepfather, right? And I pushed everything onto him. So I generally like telling people in the family, like, you have to convince this man. Well, he's an old dairy farmer. He doesn't like bullshit and any of that crap. So when they try to approach him for whatever, he shuts them down like in an old school way that I'm not really good at dealing with. Like, I don't comprehend it, but he's like one of those old school farmers. And so he's like a real dick about it. I laugh. I'm like, whatever the old man decides to do, that's what's going to be done. He might not have the authority with the pen, but at the end of the day, his say is kind of like what pushes it. And I love that shit. Because they're all a bunch of fucking preppy bastards that again, think they're entitled to something, where the old man is, or my stepdad is kind of like the old farmer type. He didn't give a damn about anything. It's what can you do? So I love that shit. I love tossing people at him because I know he's going to like basically like, go fuck yourself, you lazy piece of shit. I know he's going to come out that way. So I thoroughly enjoy the family drama.
Okay, well, I mean, like that seems like
drama can be addictive.
I enjoy it.
I'm a drama. I got sucked into the stream drama for a while.
Your life, Joshua, your life sounds like one of the most interesting reality shows that I've never heard of or seen. Like if your life, if your family drama was a reality show, I would watch it. And I don't watch reality shows. I find them, I don't get entertained by them. But yours sounds fascinating.
It'd just be a bunch of gossiping bastards that are all, like I said, it's all the same
Isn't
bullshit.
that all reality shows? Isn't all reality
Pretty
shows?
much. Yeah, it's like the typical the bullshit that comes about's probably very typical within most families. It's just how it's dealt with is probably a little bit colorful.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You are an interesting person, Joshua Jones. I mean that sincerely.
Yeah.
You're an interesting person. I must say, like, even though you might be an enigma to some, but I mean, I appreciate the, even though I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but I appreciate your perspective on many things. I think that it's important to see those perspectives too, and I find that I don't know. I see, like, I'm not the kind of person. I'm not the kind of person that I don't particularly like to surround myself only with people that agree with me or something. I like to find people that like disagree with me in interesting ways. Like they say, if you're a smart person, if you're a dumb person, you surround yourself with intelligent people. If you're a smart person, you surround yourself with intelligent people that disagree with you. So
I find more people interesting only if they're willing to like disclose their goal. Generally, the disagreements that people have is because they're skipping over the goal part, like the direction that you're trying to go. So they'll
right.
skip over that part.
A lot of people don't
when
even
you're-
have a goal. That's the main problem. A lot of people don't have goals in life. That's a big problem right there.
I hope that's not true. I mean, I don't know, but I just hope that's not true because that would be
No, that
concerning.
it is really true. I mean, like most people that I run into, like that I've run into my life until now. Now, a lot of people like involved in this little community, they do, but I found that by and large, most people have not thought enough about their life to even think of think of a goal beyond like working their job, getting a like making rent the next month. Like they don't have an overarching like vision for like what they want to accomplish. It's just about survival or just like playing the next video game or whatever. Like there's so many people like that, and it's so sad to me. But I can't fix their life for them. So that's why I say save the living first. I'm all about trying to find the few people out there that actually have like the working brain, that have the goals and have the thing, and trying to like pull them onto the lifeboat before everything sinks.
Well, I guess that's my confusion is how do you talk to people like that? Like you just don't like the goals are more, I guess, temporary for a lack of a better description.
No, I'm
Like I
saying
want this
I
thing
mean
now.
generally speaking, I don't talk to people like that. I don't bother with people that have no vision. Like, what's the point of talking to someone who has no vision for their life? They have no like that haven't they don't have like a reason. They don't have an over. I mean, like, I'm not saying like I don't no reason to talk to them at all. I'm saying I treat them like trash or something. But like in terms of like, I don't know how to be friends or like really have a deep like relationship with someone who has no overarching vision or goal for life. Like someone has to have a philosophy. They
I
have to have
don't have
something.
one.
Oh bullshit!
Well, like,
I can tell you
bullshit.
yours is
I'm
yours is
horrible. I'm horrible.
You're all
at
about
envisioning the future.
you're all about community building and like you believe in
Yeah, but
community
I don't have
building and
this
you believe.
overarching vision. I have no
Yeah,
vision of the future. I'm
Well,
future blind. I couldn't tell you what I'm doing next week.
Your definition of overarching vision may be different than mine, but you do have a focus on building communities and on mental and men's mental health, and I think those are both really like I mean, you have things that interest you, is my point, beyond just getting to the end of the day, working your job and paying your rent, right?
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
goal.
talking about. That's what I'm talking
You-
about.
And
I'm talking about people that just like that, like literally like their whole only thing is just like they go to their job, they get their paycheck, they buy the newest video game, they play that until they're done with it, and they do that over and over and over again. And maybe that's fine, for and when you're a teenager, but as an adult, like I need, for me to have friendships, I feel like I need to have a little bit more than that as a to be really friends with the person, because I don't know what to talk to them after a minute. You can only talk about video games for a few minutes, and then like especially if I haven't played it, then I mean, and I haven't played many recent video games, so it's like there's only, or movies or whatever, like you can have, if you mean another movie buff that's seen like tons of movies, you can have conversations about that, but like I prefer to talk to people that have goals, that have like some sort of vision, even if it's an overarching one, even if it's on a major like life ending goal. I don't have like a what I want to have accomplished at the end of my life goal, but I do have an overarching like vision in terms of like what I would like. That what's my guiding principle? What is my my modus operandi? You know, what's the thing that animates me? What's my animus? You know, that's what I'm saying.
See, I look at it more like in a concept of I've got nothing to learn from a person without a goal. Like if their idea
Exactly.
just
Exactly.
if their idea is
really
just
You don't
their
learn.
ideas if their idea is just I want this, I want that, like to me, what the fuck? Why do I care what people want, right? Now, if a person's like, I've got a goal, I'm trying this, maybe this works, maybe that doesn't work, right? Like now you're having a discussion and you're like, well, shit, if I was in that position, would that work? Would something else work? You're just trying to figure shit out, right? It's kind of like learning from other people's mistakes or even successes. Like one way or the other, you're going to learn something. Might not need it right this moment. You might need it in 20 years. Who knows? But at least you can learn something from them. Fuckers just going around willy-nilly. I want to do this. I want that. What the fuck? What contribution is there? I consider it a waste of time.
I think you should kill him.
I reserve that prescription for about 10, maybe 15% of the population. I'm actually not so I'm not so pessimistic that I actually believe that like the vast majority of American society has just gone completely to shit. I just think that like social media has kind of like blown things up to be slightly exaggerated.
You're on social media right now.
Well, yeah, but I don't believe like the half. So like the trash that exists within low end society of like, oh, I just want to go fuck a bunch of bitches and drink beer, right? I don't believe these are like the majority numbers within our society. I believe they're the exaggerated minority.
Yeah, but yes, I agree. But they can be very disruptive. Like it only takes a few.
Yeah, it's like an asshole. Like every party has an asshole shows up. Ta-da!
So
I'm one.
Proportionally, they're more.
Just a bunch of attention. Just a bunch of attention-seeking little bitches with dicks. That's the only reason. And I'm still going to call them a bitch.
They get what they seek.
Well, yeah, this is true.
Sometimes they turn into incels.
Well, every time I've seen.
Yeah, I care less about the attention part. Definitely care about what the hell can I figure out. Like Chris has got kids, so like I'd be interested in like what's coming for me next kind of thing. So I'll just sit around and wait for, some story to pop up with the kids. Maybe
your kid is older than him. Oh no, he has the other daughter.
No.
Yeah,
he's got. Yeah, Chris has got a lot more experience than I got. I'm only 3 years in. What the fuck do I know?
Well, we're trying to help you, but you seem very resistant to.
Oh no, I'm
wisdom.
Yeah, I'm not looking for like the whole, legacy concept of training. I'm more like looking at the concept. Like example, Chris, what the fuck is the deal with women's clothing? Why is it more expensive?
I mean, good women's clothing. I mean, that all depends on
children's clothes.
Children's clothes. Okay,
yeah,
that is a good. Probably more likely because it's more elaborate. There tends to be a lot more like effort put into it. There's a lot more, like they put more lace and more like shit on it. If you just buy just onesies, it's all the same price, But that all also applies to. But it's weird when you get to adult clothing. If you notice, like nice, like higher end or really good men's clothing costs a lot more than even women's clothing does. Like I tend to like designers like Robert Graham and stuff like that. Like if I go in their stores, I could spend way more money in one of their stores than I could spend like Nordstrom for my wife. Like whenever we used to have money, we used to go to places like that. And like I mean like the kind of designers that make the kind of stuff I like Original Penguin or Robert Graham, a couple other places like that. Like their stuff. Like just one outfit will cost me way more as an adult man than it would. But when it comes to children's clothing, like baby stuff, it's just because the children's stuff, like the men's stuff, is simple. It's just like pants, shirts, that sort of thing. It's really not much different than just like t-shirts and jeans kind of thing. But when it comes to women's stuff, it's dresses, and dresses require a lot more stitching. They just have a lot more to them, and that's why they cost more. It's simple economics. It's just capitalism.
Got it. Okay.
But you've got a boy, right?
Yeah, but oh fuck. If the conversation about another kid doesn't come up like every other day at least, right? Like it's getting a little bit more frequent, right? So I'm like kind of investigating, options here. And the more I think about it, the more I want a girl. Like I've got a boy, I want a girl,
Or
right?
you might. You never know.
Oh, hell, for all I know, like I'm not even gonna get much of a choice in this. She's just gonna go off birth control. Next thing I'm gonna know is like, honey.
Oh no, I'm talking about with the one you have now.
What about him?
He's only 3 years old. You don't know what he is.
Oh right, that's right. We don't get to decide the genders until they're.
Oh Jesus H Christ!
We're fucking with you. I don't think. I hope Jeff doesn't believe.
What's that going to do for your legacy?
Oh God, I would most likely, like, if he's not at the very least, so like I'm right winger, so I'm conservative plus extra, right? But if at the very least he doesn't pop out conservative, he's going to have a lot of problems.
Okay,
He's going to learn the hard way.
You're conservative, so he's definitely going to be more liberal than you. It's definitely going to happen.
In
There's
his
no way around
youth,
it.
yeah, in his youth, I expect it.
Once he gets to his 30s or something, yeah, he'll turn more conservative. But in his youth, up until his 30s, until he gets to he is definitely going to be more liberal than you. He may not be like a left winger, but he'll definitely be more liberal. There's no way around it.
I grant that. As a youth, you specifically, that's what the statistics basically point out. Within your youth, you start left, and as you age up, you move right. Now, what degree you're gonna basically go, that's a different story, but it seems to be typical. But that's the whole point of fantasy, right? Like, I believe the world can be better kind of concept. That's a youth.
Well, no. Now take it. Now, I will. I don't like to brag on myself, but I will say that when it came to my daughter, I saw her seeing it early on. She started because her one of her aunts is pretty left leaning, and I knew that was going to be an influence. So in my conversations and interactions with my daughter, I made sure that I portrayed myself as both way further left in some ways and also in very weird ways, so that she would be destined to rebel against me and go more conservative, and it's worked fabulously. So I mean not like it just I just made myself a weirder option, and associated that with leftism, and therefore and her aunt is in addition, and therefore she's still kind of she's a theater kid. She's a little weird. She's a little she's a little quirky. I wouldn't want her either way, but I kept her away from lefty side politics by just being a little weird, a little more lefty than she expected me to be. And now not only does she like all of her music tastes and her film tastes and everything are all great. I let her go through. She went through a Five Nights at Freddy's phase, and she went through this and that. But now she has great taste in music and movies, and she's like a sensible. She's basically a centrist already. She's a 16-year-old base centrist. I couldn't be happier. And I it was an experiment that I didn't know if that was going to work, but I'll be damned. I'm so shocked. She just turned 16 a couple weeks back, and I am just I couldn't be prouder of her. She just played their first lead in a musical, and she's everything everything I could want out of a kid. And yeah, I'm going through the same thing right now. Like, my wife keeps going back and forth, and do I want to? Because we're at the age where we kind of have to make the decision. She's gonna have to. If we're gonna have one more kid, we need to do it now. We really can't wait any longer. So we're kind of in this place of and we're financially we're broke. So it wouldn't be a good idea, but we don't have the time to sit around try to make financial decisions. So so we're in a situation where if we're gonna have one more kid, we got to make that decision now. So yeah, I know how you feel. It's it's one of the things. I would love to have a boy. I really would love to have a boy, just because there's no boy. I'm the last male in my particular family. There is no other boys in my family, so I am the only boy. I have three. I'm the only boy of 4 children, and my dad was the only child period of his family. So in terms of the male lineage, I am it. I'm the end of it. So yeah. So I would love. I have that almost genetic or that kind of weird primordial desire to carry on the male lineage line kind of thing. And plus, I feel there needs to be more good men in the world. I feel maybe I have a good chance at raising one, but you never know. So.
I forgot. I kind of misspoke. I technically have 2 older brothers still alive. One, obviously, it's just the other one is he's only I think he's 17, 18. It's 2 or 3 years older than me. Looks a lot like me, I guess, but he's the black sheep in the family. Oh, he got in trouble when he was young, and he got outcasted faster than shit. Oh, but I wanted to ask. You said something about a centrist. What exactly are political centrist positions? One of you want to explain that to me?
I
It depends
consider
on
for
the
what.
issue.
Yeah,
We
the
don't all
issues
have
like
the same position. Look at Israel; it's splitting the whole centrist community.
Okay, well, take that off the table. What else? What other? Say abortion. Well, what's a centrist position on that?
I don't really know. It doesn't
depends on
really
the
come up
person.
a lot. I would guess that individual centrists would have different positions on it. I'm more pro-life,
Well,
but I think there would be centrists that were pro-choice.
Okay, so
I'm pro life for my family and my kids, but I don't give a shit if people want to if idiots want to kill their kids. Is what it comes down to.
damn, I'm I'm I'm
Sorry, that was
actually
a troll
anti.
answer. That was me trolling, sir. Sorry.
Well, I'll give my troll answer. So I'm pretty much anti-abortion, but I'm pro-abortion post-birth, up to the age of 25.
Yeah. There's a lot of parents out there that have that feel that way as well. But
I just can't
yeah, no.
figure out what exactly what does that mean to be a centrist then? Somebody break that down to me.
Basically, like what comes down to me is that, like I say, so a moderate is someone who doesn't really have a position. They sit in the middle on everything. A centrist, in my opinion, is someone who's essentially only in the center because I have some. There are things I am far left on. There's things or not necessarily far left on. I'm left leaning on some things, and I'm right leaning on some things. So when you average it all together, my ultimate political compass would be somewhere in the center. Is like it's closer to the center. I'm probably more center right than I am center left, but then again, I don't know. It really depends. Like it depends on how you weight certain issues. If you depending on how you weight different issues, you could definitely say I'm center left or even
Oh,
left
okay.
leaning about some things. But I mean I just consider it's like it's just like it's just when you average it all out. Like I'm very strong. I feel very strongly about certain things. Like when it comes to abortion, for example, my honest thing is that I could never give an honest, objective answer about abortion. I love my kids so much, and I've seen like the way I could never say like that. I think that I'm okay with abortion, but I ultimately had to come to the position that that when it comes to like all the leftists out there that just like are just so desperate to kill their children, I'm like fine, fuck it. Like I don't care if idiot leftists want to kill their children. Like there'll be less idiots leftists, I guess, because what can I do about it? But whenever it comes to like it comes to children in general, like yes, I'm very pro-life. I don't want to restrict people's rights, but I do feel like it's murder to some degree, But I don't have any real power in that, so that's just where I come down on. But when it comes to something like let's say something a little bit more less controversial, just wokeism in general, I'm very anti-woke. I think that trans people have every right to exist and to be trans, except I just don't think that I just don't want them to try to control our language and tell us what we can think and say and how we have to refer to them and stuff like that. It's things like that. It's just like it basically means you have nuanced perspectives and you don't like vote
Oh,
you don't vote down the party ticket line.
okay. I'm a little weird here. So obviously, like I'm a right winger, kind of probably a hardcore
Yeah.
right winger,
Okay.
right?
Sure.
But I
Yeah.
also don't give a shit about how to explain this one. So it starts with family, right? Then it goes to like my
Mhm.
neighborhood, then it goes to my town, then it goes to my state, right?
Sure.
But I stop at state level. Like I don't give a shit what the next state does.
Okay.
But that's usually because of the concept of competition, right? Like if I think the other side has a bad idea, I want them to like fully explore and suffer the consequences of that bad idea, because then my side can take full advantage of their downfalls. So it's kind of like more of a push with the competition. Like I really do, am okay with other people of different parts of society just
So
destroying
you would
themselves.
have been 100% okay. You would have been 100% on board with what they did with like the Chaz situation in Seattle, right? Where they just let these idiot leftists
Yeah,
cart on off the
yeah.
thing and just let them implode upon themselves. Because I mean, even on one hand, I'm like that was like a horrific thing, and the other hand, I'm like that was kind of brilliant because they showed how stupid all their ideas were all at once, So
Yeah,
I'm kind of conflicted on that.
yeah. Except for I wouldn't have allowed them to change their mind, right? Oh, you wanted
you would have forced them to stay in the Chaz forever, like they're never like that's
yeah.
hilarious.
So like when they called the ambulance to help that guy, right? I'd be like, nope,
Right.
you guys don't get any services, right? Like that's the thing you believe in, right? So you have to live by that.
I mean that actually did happen to a couple of people. There were a couple of people that actually like that shot and died because of that. So yeah, that really happened. So yeah, I understand.
But that's I guess that's the point of it. I don't like the imposition, right? At least not within the United States, right? So if people support a certain concept, like I hear everybody talk about communism. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, find a state, pick a state. Better not be mine, but pick a state, go there, and do your thing. Try it, see how it works for you. Go fuck yourself up. I don't give a shit, right? Go over there, and I guess that's because I believe that people that make a huge amount of mistakes, there's something to be learned from other people doing dumb shit too.
Just like I agree with that. I do.
Well, why doesn't that carry over to passport bros?
Well, they do generally, except for
you weren't saying let them do their thing.
No, because it's the
we're saying I don't think people should be telling people to do that.
Because the prescription being made also affects my society. So within the conservative group,
communism, if we're interdependent. So somebody starting a communist state could have effects on you as well.
Right, but they're not looking for. Most people aren't looking for like their local community production, basically, right? They're trying to be interested in more like a nationalistic prescription. Example: abortion. I'm absolutely fine with it being state level and letting the states decide. I'm not particularly fine with the concept of being at the I really never liked the idea of it being at a federal level, right? I
agree with you there.
I obviously don't support the idea of it, but at the end of the day, if the other part of the society that I happen to hold no value for, if they decide to kill off all their kids, fine. That's more opportunity for my kids. So it's kind of like a weird concept.
I'm with you 100% there. That's like one thing me and you have definitely. I definitely agree with that 100%.
The passport bros, that's actually kind of more of a problem within my society. We're the ones with the passports. We're the ones that do travel, right? That's a problem, right? That prescription is being made within my community and my group, and that's
Vietnam.
No, with the people that are actually capable, believe it or not, they're making these prescriptions to youth. And youth within the community that have the capability of going to obtain their passport and then also being able to travel to another community, right? These are my groups of people. If it was just a bunch of poor dumb blokes that couldn't do anything, it wouldn't be a problem, right? Because, well, one, they're not going to get their passport. Two, they're not going to be able to afford to go live abroad for 6 months, right?
How are these you don't know any of these people. How are these your people?
Conservative mail order brides has gone back to the 1970s. Yes, these are my people. Like the passport bros is
different people. They don't have.
I assume he's actually met people like this there in Vietnam, probably that have moved there to do that sort of thing. Is that right?
Yeah. Here, the most people that do that here, they call them backpackers, right? Like they're
is passport bros more of a Thailand thing? I usually hear referred to about Thailand.
Well, it depends. So it's weird. It depends on what country is being marketed. Like, for example, it was a big Filipino thing. 2000 and I think 18, their visa regime, that retirement visa thing, they just annihilated it, right? So there were still people going chasing the women kind of thing, but then they find out they're going there and having to spend all this crazy amount of money and realize, oh yeah, you can chase the women, but it's expensive as shit. To pull up a long-term visa there is it was. Now it's a little something different, but it was like $15,000 you had to actually put in a bank, and you couldn't touch that money. It had to stay there. So if you had $15,000 and you ended up saying, I don't know, having to go to the hospital and deducted $1,000, you were out on your ass pretty damn fast because you violated the visa regime, right? But it depends, right? Because the visa regimes always change, just like how the U.S. visa regime, it changes. So does every other country. So it depends on who's being advertised at any given time. So here in Vietnam, it's just mostly a bunch of backpackers, but they are young, and they have the economic ability to do it. Right. That's a problem. So these are middle class people.
And does American money go a lot further there in Vietnam than it does in the States or something like that? Is that one of those things where they can get a lot further with a less amount of money there or something like that?
Yeah, it's kind of a half truth, if that makes any sense. So an example would be the cost of a dinner, right? Like the cost to eat out dinner, $2, right? Whereas in like say US, I don't know what's McDonald's now, $6, $7, $8, that kind of thing. So that's what people are talking about. They're like, oh, the cost of living is so much cheaper. And it is technically true, but only for them. You as a foreigner, you're open up to extra fees, right? You can only get a visa for X amount of time. You have to go renew it. And on top of that, to renew it, you have to take a run to the border, meaning you have to go to like say Cambodia and basically get a visa to cross over the border to them to turn around and come back. You have all of this extra cost that's added on to it that kind of basically nullify the idea that, yeah, you're going to pay $2 for dinner versus $8, but it all equals itself out to, you're still going to basically, the cost of living is going to basically equal itself out, that you're really not saving that much.
Right. This is a complete side note, because it's not really. But I just like what you said. Just reminded me a lot of this movie I saw back in the '90s called Return to Paradise. You ever seen that movie?
I don't know. I haven't seen that film. No.
Okay, it's got Vince Vaughn and Joaquin Phoenix. It's about like a bunch of people that basically were like basically passport bros, and one of them get caught by the Malay. I think they were in Malaysia or something like that, and they get caught, and he gets caught and sent to jail, and it's like they have to go back to try to like defend their friend from like being executed and all that stuff. It's a pretty interesting movie. Anyway, it's a total side note. Just curious if you'd seen it before. That's all.
No, I haven't seen it. But scams are like a real big thing throughout Asia. Like if people assume you have money, you're going to be a target for something, right? It just is the thing that it is.
Right.
But I don't know. I guess my problem here. So Passport Bros is more specifically within the Black community. That's the bros part. It's kind of like say like the last, I say 7, 8, maybe 9 years. Yeah. It's kind of like they just caught on to this idea. It's always been a thing, at least within the white community. It's always been a thing since going back to the 1970s. Back then, it was like mail order brides. Bad title, because it's assumed like, you're going to basically get some girl online or through like, some kind of like pen pal thing. No, they would come over, date for a little while, get hooked up, get married, and then like, migrate back to the US. Same principle, basically. It's just a prescription of them doing it is a little bit different, right? It's not about like coming over here and finding a wife and then getting married kind of concept. They're actually making the prescription of, we'll come over here and chase pussy, which I wouldn't even tolerate that within, my culture. So like if there's anybody within the East Coast, it's like, oh yeah, if you really just want women, you should just go basically fuck as many as you possibly can, right? That's the prescription to lead a happy life. And me, I'd push back against that hardcore.
I do too. I do think that it's a hollow, empty philosophy. It's the same kind of shit that with what's his name, like the fucking douchebag bro that went to jail. Like what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. You know what I'm talking about? Jeff. Like what's his name? Like fucking douchebag that everyone was like all obsessed with. Like not Andrew Tate.
Oh shit!
Yeah, like
oh, God.
Yeah, people like Andrew Tate and shit like that. Like that whole like red pill pickup artist combination kind of like bullshit philosophy of just like it's all about money and bitches, man, kind of shit. It's a hollow, empty kind of like thing that just like that I find to, but then again, I never lived that, so I guess I don't know how hollow and empty it is. I ultimately, admittedly, I've not slept with a lot of women. I've only slept with 2 women, and I'm fine with that. It doesn't bother me. But it's just not a big deal to me. I don't know.
Sure,
Sex was never at the forefront of my mind.
Sure, you comprehend it quite well, actually, and the reason is all men eventually figure this out, right? Like you're going down, typically speaking, guys like their toys, right? Like this is our stuff. We like our stuff, basically, right? But we get to that point in our life where we're like, well, shit, your own mortality comes up and pops you in the face, and you're like, well, fuck, what am I doing, right? Where's my stuff? What's going to happen to my stuff? What's going to go on? And then we start thinking about kids. We just think about it more commonly a lot later than what women do. And it's really what it boils down to. So like the idea that guys are unaware of this concept of, when we were young and just, we desired to bang everything that walked on 2 legs. But as we grow up and finally mature, which is unfortunately a little bit later, right? We do figure it out. We're just late at the table with it. Nothing wrong with it, but it's like to lay claim like you don't understand you damn sure understand it because your kids popped up. You understand the concept of the desire like changes.
Oh no,
Because
I know I understand the desire to have sex, but I was never I was never the kind of guy that I never chased pussy. I never went around just trying to get laid. I was just never like that. I don't know why. I don't know what like short circuited my brain early on. And the fact that my parents were I was raised in a very conservative Christian household, and some of that stuff just stuck in me or something. But I always really respected the concept of sex in a very I considered it kind of sacred and didn't think of it as like I didn't think of it as being pursued. I really didn't. I mean, it wasn't even religious after a point. Like I also saw the way it was for like I had a lot of friends that did sleep around a lot, and like I didn't see it do anything but cause them a lot of fucking bullshit and problems. So like I mean, it wasn't like something like. And when I was younger, I was much more focused on playing music and wanting to make movies, and like I was just really focused on like the things I wanted to do with my life, and just girls just like unless there was a girl that came along that was like that wanted to be a part of that. If that if that had been like that happened, then that would have been but I wasn't really interested in women that were just like that were to the side. I was very focused as a young man, and not that it really led to anywhere ultimately, but still I was very focused and I didn't really until I met a woman that really was. I had one other serious girlfriend that the first one I slept with was one serious girl that had kind of similar like interests and goals as me, and then like my wife ultimately the same way. I don't know. I'm wired very differently than most guys. I don't see a woman and I don't think of them as as vehicles for sex. It never has been like that for me. I don't know. I'm just
I don't think you're that.
I'm just different than that.
I actually don't think you're that much different from most guys. I mean, just to be fair here.
Okay.
When we're talking,
that's fine.
Well, like when guys are all talking about like, oh, I just want to like, bang everything that walks on two legs. These are actually very small numbers of people. One, it's within youth, it's a very small number of guys that can actually pull that shit off, right? Two,
right,
by the time they like graduate high school, start getting in university, and life starts slapping you, you realize real fast how expensive that lifestyle is.
Right.
It would be like
I never got that far, but yeah.
Well, it would take any like addictive behavior that's out there. Take cigarettes, for example, right? If you were to actually like, okay, I'm a smoker. If I were to actually sit down and calculate how much money I've spent on cigarettes, like that's like this thing that just drains the living shit out of you just on an economical aspect. Right. So like everything addictive has this problem that comes with it. This is why I'm kind of like very antisocial. When I see society, when I see a large number of people going left, I'll instantly go right because I'm like, shit, you're right. I always consider the vast majority to be dumbasses, and I want to stay as far away from them as possible. So if they're going left, I'm going right.
No,
that's
I
like
hear you
the
there.
default position, right?
Yeah, I hear you there.
It seems like everything that it revolves around popularity is a bunch of bullshit. It's all designed to just make you waste your time, make you waste your money, make you waste your life.
I mean, I will say, like whenever I moved to Dallas, like I moved here. Well, my wife went to visit her mom and with my daughter for a little while, and I was stayed here behind in Dallas and to try to find a job because we've been in Texarkana for a long time, and so I was like, well, I was going to find a job in the city because we want to get out of Texarkana, and I was here for like a year and a half before like we were separated for like a year and a half, and during that time like I must admit like I got a little accustomed to like how cheap it was to live as a single man. Like I mean, because I wasn't interested, I wasn't trying to date anybody. I was still married, and like I wasn't trying, I mean, I missed her and everything, and like it's not like I didn't miss the touch of a woman or whatever however you want to call it, but I did. But like I wasn't out looking for girls or anything like that, so I didn't have not have the extra expense of paying for a wife and a child. I must admit, like there's an economic like drain that comes out whenever my wife and child came back. I was ecstatic, but like I must admit, like the money went a lot less far. Suddenly I was broke a lot faster than I had been. Like so yeah, I understand what you mean by that. That's a very good point.
I think this is probably where my pity extends over to Emerald. I feel bad for her because The amount of bullshit you have to go through, it's time consuming, economical cost that comes with it, right? Like this whole dating game sucks all the way around. And so for me, God, first person that tells her this, I'm going to kick your asses, right? Like I've never said anything nice, right? And I'm not starting now. But if I was in her position, I'd pull out my fucking hair. I wouldn't want to be in that position. I couldn't do it. If she was a guy, I'd feel even worse for her just because, well, now you're the fucker paying for it, right? So it's like, fuck that. Just wouldn't do it.
I mean, dating today is an actual hellscape. I pity absolutely anybody who is out there single trying to make a normal cohesive relationship work. It's just I've explained. I told the story before. When my wife went into psychosis and I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know what the situation was yet, and she just told me she hated me and all this stuff. And all this stuff happened, and so for this, there was a few weeks, like I said, maybe 5 or 6 weeks, where I downloaded the various dating apps on my phone just because I just want to get an idea of what's dating like out there. I don't know. I haven't been outside of this relationship in a very long time, and I didn't know what kind of options are out there for a single man at my age, and the actual hell that I saw in terms of what was it was either all these these obviously there was a bunch of obvious bots and women that were obviously unstable, and women that were that's their profiles even said they were in their mid 30s. They looked like they were 60, and it's just I was just holy shit. I was I never really wanted to be single again, but now I wanted that so much less than I'd ever wanted in my life. I was yeah. I mean, just, and not to mention the fact that the one girl I talked to during that time period, I happened to last night I was looking for something in my email, and I came across the brief text exchange I had with her, because it was through Google Voice, and so I had the text exchange saved in there, and I read through it, and I was just looking at the insanity that this woman I only talked to her for a couple of days. It wasn't it was barely, it was I don't know, we're talking about 20 messages, and it went so quickly from oh, hi, how you doing, nice to meet you, kind of how you doing, to when are we going to meet, what's wrong with you, why haven't we met yet, that kind of thing. I was just dear God, I wasn't even I didn't even say I even wanted to meet anybody yet. Dear God, it was so it got frightening very quickly, and I was just okay, so yeah, so that's how it is out there right now. It's women are psychotic or they don't exist. So so good luck to everybody out there. I feel so bad for I really, like I've said before, I really hope my daughter turns out to be a lesbian. I really do, because both of them, I hope they turn to be lesbians, because it seems like men are all shit. The best chance they have is maybe another woman. I don't know. Maybe even though all women are crazy too. So I don't know. I think there's not a good option. I hope to God they find somebody that's not insane, because it just doesn't seem possible.
I don't think men are all shit at all.
Yeah, I actually.
I don't think that helps the situation. But listen, yo, I'm gonna have to
though.
If we're gonna
I gotta go
tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta get off too, because I gotta go pick up my kid from school. So I'll if you guys are still running, I'll catch up with you. If you're getting off,
I'll
catch you later.
It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed. So
yeah, we're streaming tomorrow. We're streaming every day at 2 p.m. Central from now on.
Okay. Doable. All right, I'll catch up with you.
And probably an occasional surprise late night streams, I guess. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll definitely catch up with you tomorrow. Y'all take care, man. Have a good night.
Good night, Joshua. And good night,
All
Jeff.
Right. Good night. I'll see you in a little while.
Hey, for an impromptu stream, we went 4 hours and 40 minutes. Dear God.
Yeah,
I have to say, it was a truly interesting, and Jack just sent me a message too. He said that was a really fascinating conversation. I have to say, this was something else. It's
because we have all the good trolls.
Yeah, look, we do. I mean, seriously, Joshua is the best troll. If you're still listening, Joshua, you're the best troll that I've encountered on the internet so far. You're the best troll that I've encountered.
He's driving away viewers, but I don't think he's driving away as many as Tommy or Talibo would drive away if they came on the stream every day.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
So if you're going to have a troll, you're going to lose viewers.
At least you can
But-
talk to. At least you can talk to Joshua.
Right.
Just like
He's a
whenever he
pro
said
you
something.
can have a conversation with.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It might be a weird conversation, but at least it's interesting too, and it's
Oh,
not
it's
just like
definitely-
someone like being like.
I told you he's not playing a character. He's too consistent.
Well, okay, but I don't know. I would argue that tonight's conversation kind of almost disproves that because he showed that like his whole thing about like being against like the passport bros and everything like that. That shows a much more a woman friendly position than like I think any of us were giving him. Even I was giving
Yeah,
him
but he's
credit
not
for.
doing it for woman. Everything from him that sounds moral is not done for moral positions.
Okay, maybe. I think without there being a moral position behind it, I find it dubious. But maybe you're right. You might be right.
He's dark
I am
tetrad. Every position he takes is out of self-interest.
I am fully capable and willing to admit that I am wrong if I am wrong. But I don't know. I hold out the slightest amount. See, I hold out no hope for the Illumitamis and TBEs of the world, but I do hold out the slightest bit of hope for Joshua Jones. So I'll say a little prayer for him, I guess, as I go to bed tonight.
Oh, I don't expect. I'm not hoping for anything different from Joshua, but you can have a conversation. He's not yelling and harassing and talking over everybody, and he's not spewing out he's spewing out nonsense in his own way, but not in the way.
Tonight, I have to say, this was definitely one of the more entertaining. Like, it was actually funny. This was actually funny, entertaining shit. So, I personally enjoyed it. I don't know. I hope if anybody, and we had a few viewers out there.
I'm worried for that kid.
I'm worried for that kid too. At the same time, though, like I don't know that there's many. I mean, as long as his wife doesn't cheat on him, I guess that kid will be fiercely protected and at least will be well taken care of financially. I guess, from the way it sounds. So at least maybe he'll be okay. Like let's just hope for that kid's sake that his wife is very faithful. So.
All right.
All right. Good night, everybody. If there's anybody left still listening, it's been real, and we're ending things at 2:57 a.m. Central Time, and
tomorrow.
We'll do it again tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Less than 12 hours.
All right. See you guys later. Bye.
All right. Good night. Let me see. Something quiet. There we go. Perfect. Okay. It was, I don't know what it was. I don't have an adjective for it, but thank you for participating or whatever, or coming along for the ride. And like I said, we'll do it again tomorrow, 2:00 every day, 7 days a week. We're going to try to have see if some consistency helps. So see you then. Have a good night. Take care.